Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play this evening, we will have our lineup for finals night. A really intriguing day and night of action ahead of us. Let's firstly reflect on what we saw last night. It was a really good evening session. I think it's fair to say the standard overall was the highest we've seen this week. Unquestionably. I think there was a great deal of explosiveness, especially from Greg Ritchie in his first couple of games, only missing one shot at a double in 2 matches. He just felt like he wasn't going to miss at all at one point. But the fact that he comes into the Friday night session with 8 points in the bag, he's almost there. I'm not going to try and say that he's there already, because we've been there before and we've been burned. But maybe one more win, and it's definitely going to be there for Greg Ritchie on Saturday night. Yeah, and you've mentioned, Murph, that when you've done interviews with players before, you've maybe put a little bit of a jinx on them. Stephen Burton, can you work the other way? Do you think there is any chance that he could make it to finals night? Yeah, but because it's Group B, and we've seen it happen before, but you're thinking that he's going to have to win at least 3 games tonight to get through, get to 6 points. He's capable of doing it. He's been one of the biggest hitters in terms of wins at the Super Series. He's got a very good win percentage, around 60% overall in all the time he's played in this event. So it's possible that he can turn up and do that, but it's tough going, particularly because of the personnel in that group, because we saw good stuff from all of the players last night. Absolutely. Rob Collins, one of those, very animated up on stage. Robert Thornton as well. If you were to pick one of those two to have a really good night tonight, not necessarily get through, but to have a really good night tonight, do you think Rob Collins could be that player that goes on a really good run? I can see both sides of the argument. I think there was a lot to admire about what Robert Thornton did. I know he tired a little bit towards the end, but the way he responded at the back end of a defeat to Greg Ritchie, I just get the feeling that maybe that will stand him in good stead. I'm going to go for Thornton to have a run tonight. I think maybe there is a possibility that Rob Collins could be slightly tired tonight, because it will be his 2nd night session in a row, his 5th day consecutively, and I think that might come into play. Chris, would you go along with that? Yeah, well, he had a good run. He had 6 games on the spin, didn't he, from Group A into Group B, and maybe Paul's onto something, maybe that run has come to an end and he'll have either in and out evening or a difficult one. But you know what, he seems really up for it, and we've talked about his facial expressions, which are absolutely brilliant. But he looks, of all the players this week, the most pumped, and he is a player that has got a lot of experience in getting through, particularly Group B in this format. I don't know if I see the top 3 changing, to be honest. Even though 2 of the players are only on 4 points, I think it's very likely that the 3 that are there now, the 2 Robs and Greg the Egg at the top of the table, will go through. Absolutely. So that is Group B. That gets underway at 10 p.m. for the conclusion of that one. But Group C is where we're focusing today. Martin Adams, the only player in both sessions yesterday to have a ton-topping average. Really superb from him, and he looks full of beans already this morning, doesn't he? Always seems to be ready, always rests well when he leaves this venue. And I think that's just experience. The ability to switch off and then switch back on is something he's mastered over the course of the last 35 years. But I think the first game today with Ryan Murray, if he can get a nice win against Janis Mustafejevs, he'll be in the mix. Obviously, other players will have that game in hand, but I don't see any scenario where Martin doesn't qualify today. I just think that people are going to bunch up behind him. We can't ignore Peter Jacques, who had an incredible time on the finishing yesterday. We said that Greg Ritchie was excellent on the outer ring, but Peter Jacques was just as good, if not better. Yeah, most definitely. Of the players in that chase impact, then, do you think there are going to be any movers in this group? I think today is all about Ryan Murray. Yeah. Paul mentioned it on comms yesterday that he will play Mustafaevs in that first game. Could be on the same amount of points as the top 2 before they throw a dart, and I think it all comes down to what he does today to determine whether Peter or Martin can be knocked out of those top 2 spots. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't see it happening from any of the other 3 players. And just a word on Janus. Of course, we have mentioned the day he had yesterday. I know you spoke to him this morning, didn't you? What was he saying? What sort of mood was he in? I think he maybe was caught in headlights yesterday. The occasion, it was all a bit new, and he wasn't really in a routine. And that's the same for most players when they come here. About a year ago, I spoke to a few players, and they all said it takes them a couple of days to get used to it. When you're playing in Group C, you've only got 1 day to get used to it. Obviously, it didn't go his way, but he's already said to me this morning that he feels a lot more comfortable, more at ease with the challenge, and he feels like he will have a better day today. And we can't end this discussion without mentioning McGeeney Brooks, because that is their first fixture today. How do you see that one going? Do you think there'll be any hangover from that bit of needle yesterday?
From my experience in having games like that, if you're playing the next day, you just want to get on with it. You just want to play the game. The last thing you want is more drama. I mean, if it's a real problem, we'll see it. But I don't see it being that way. I think it'll be shrugged off and they'll want to get on with the challenge.
Murphy, you going to head in there to stir the pot a little bit?
Baby, can you just stop clicking your microphone when I'm talking, please? See you later.
There we go. We're one commentator down already. We'll see you from 9:30. Hopefully Chris Murphy will be with us as well. We'll see you then. Thank you very much.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play this evening, we will know our full lineup for finals night tomorrow. But today it is the conclusion of Group C this morning, and of course Group B gets underway at 10 p.m. tonight. Before we discuss what we've got coming up for you this morning, let's remind ourselves of what happened last night with Chris Murphy.
Ryan Palmer announced his presence at the MODUS Super Series in style. The Lion roaring into action with the week's highest checkout, that blockbuster 167 against Robert Thornton. A moment to remember for Palmer, but it was a night to forget for Stephen Burton, whose 1-3-2 finish against Rob Collins was a brief beacon of light on an evening that saw Bertie beaten in all 4 outings. The opposite outcome was achieved by Greg Ritchie, who took maximum points on night 1 of Group B. The Scotsman was 10 out of 14 on double top and sits at the top of the table and looking good for finals night. The 2 Robs currently occupy the other provisional qualifying spots after both Thornton and Collins won half of their matches last night. Thornton endured an in-and-out evening, but he still fancied to make Saturday's session, while Collins came as close as anybody to beating a rampant Ritchie, but had to settle for P3 ahead of tonight's last lap in the race for finals night.
Expertly explained yet again by Chris Murphy there. I've got Paul Nicholson alongside me. As Murph just said, a rampant Ritchie. He was 10 out of 14 on tops yesterday. A real clinical showing from him.
What is it about smaller stature Scottish people being really good on tops? Jacques Wilson was brilliant on it. Robert Thornton obviously has been in his career. Now Greg Ritchie's doing it. Just a great finishing display from Greg. The fact that he is top of the tree going into day 2 does take a little bit of pressure off him, but I do get the feeling that when he's preparing for tonight's challenge, he's going to have to get out the blocks a little bit just to make sure that he's there. He doesn't want to go into his final 2 games needing a win to make sure he's in the top 3. I think he'll make it and make it comfortably.
Absolutely. And then you've got Ryan Palmer there, who's currently in 4th position. Do you see any way that he can do enough to get a top 3 spot tonight? Because he did show some really, really good performances, that 167 a highlight.
There was evidence last night that Ryan was really comfortable up there. He wanted to get down and do it. And the 167 was a great shot. But the first couple of games that he had, he lost 4-3, 4-3. If he could have just turned those around, it would have been a very, very different night for him. I think he can do it, but like Chris Murphy said to us off the air a little bit earlier, I just get the feeling that maybe the top 3 are going to qualify.
And a word on Stephen Burton, who many of us favoured to top the group in Group B. Do you see there being any way that he can force his way into that top 3? And how will he be feeling? Because he has vast experience playing at the Super Series. Do you think there's any way he'll be able to do it?
He can. He's definitely got the quality to do it. It was a very disappointing night for Stephen last night. Lots of downs and very few things in the way of ups, but you do fancy now that maybe it's going to have to be a perfect night for him. 8 points required. 8 points should get there, and I say that somewhat tentatively because I have seen people get 8 points and obviously lose out on leg difference.
So that's Group B that concludes from 10 p.m. this evening. But this morning, we're focusing on Group C. Of course, it's Martin Adams who tops the group after the first day of action, level on points with Peter Jacques. Those 2 so impressive yesterday. And as you mentioned in our preview show, Peter Jacques' finishing was absolutely sublime, above 50%.
Doing a plus 50% job on the outer ring for a day, it has to be commended. It doesn't happen very often. And the fact that Greg was so great last night almost overshadowed how good Jacques was on the outer ring yesterday. But the key thing for me is just where Ryan Murray stands after this first game of the day. If he wins that first game, he's created that 4-point gap between the top 3 and the 4th and 5th spots. And we start to wonder if anybody can catch them.
And Ryan Murray started yesterday so impressively, didn't he, with that win over Martin Adams in the first game of the day. We thought he might go on a bit of a run, but it has been a bit of a stop-start session for him so far. One
of the best things about Ryan's week is that he has started sessions pretty well, but he has run into some very good performances. You think about what happened on Wednesday with Daniel Closer. He put in his best average of the week and he lost. So that's the kind of week that Ryan's having, but there's 1 day left. Leave it all out there and see if you can get yourself in the top 2. And if he doesn't, it's still positive for Ryan Murray because he's played better this week than he did the last time he was with us.
And Janis Mustafejevs, who he's up against first today, we don't want to dwell too much on how he played yesterday, but you've had a word with him this morning. What sort of mood was he in?
He looked very relaxed, and he should be. Let's face it, from this position, it's extremely unlikely he's going to qualify. I mean, 10 points is not going to get it done. You know for a fact Martin and company at the top of the table, they're probably going to get to 14 each. So he can relax, he can enjoy the experience, and more than anything else, gain the experience that he needs to get better.
Yeah, let's hope he plays with a bit of freedom up there today and we get to see the best of the Latvian. Right then, Charlie Korstefin is ready on stage with the players. Let's hand over to Chris Murphy. This man's going to run down to join him.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is the all-important final Friday here. The last day of action in both Groups B and this Group C, which has 2 places on offer to join Daniel Closer at Saturday's finals night session. Ryan Murray hoping to be amongst the 6, fighting it out for that place at Champions Week and the £5,000 first prize. He will join Martin Adams and Peter Jacques on 8 points at the top of the table that Paul and Abby just went through if he gets the better of Janis Mustafejevs. And so far,
okay, first leg, it's Janis to
sorry
throw
to
first.
say that has been a foregone conclusion for everybody that has played against him. It's been how big you will win rather than whether or not you will win against Janis. But
85.
Paul's had a little pep talk with him this morning, and I think it sounds like he's got the right attitude for this final fling for him at the Super Series. We know he's not going to make it
93.
through, but he could act as a little bit of a spoiler. Owen Binks getting the action underway in this
55.
session. Back on his stage here at the Super Series. And Paul Nicholson back in his seat. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning to you, Murph.
90.
Yeah, let's get cracking with the end of Group C for Week 11. We are getting super close to that
28.
Champions Week, aren't we? The lineup is delightful. But a week from now, we will be getting the last qualifiers for the last week
95.
before Week 13, and that will be outrageous with some of the talent on show, but lots of darts before then.
57.
Ryan will be hoping that this will be his best day. He'd love a day like he had on Monday, where he got 8 points. If he does that,
85.
and he gets himself to 14, it's going to be close.
Yeah, well, that would mean at
74.
least one of
Running
Martin Adams or Peter
138.
Jacques losing to him. And of course, one of them is going to lose to the other one as well. So every chance at 14 would see him through.
122.
And it's a nice strong start, this, from Ryan Murray, leaving himself on double 8 after 15 darts.
140. Running record 16.
Put a little bit of pressure as Mustafejevs appears in the rearview mirror.
Right side of the barrel.
No score.
Not found.
Janis requires 62.
Janis did win a leg in his first game yesterday. Can he win the first leg of the day on double 16?
37.
Bit of a wild one.
Ryan requires 16.
Yeah, relax, Janis. Take your time, concentrate.
Game
Have a bit of fun,
first leg.
because it hasn't been
Ryan
much fun
Murray.
for Mustafejevs on his first outing at the Super Series. And Ryan Murray, after missing that bunch of darts at double, at his first
Second against
attempt,
Ryan
puts
to
it
throw
right
first.
and breaks a throw in the first leg.
Janis told me this morning, Murph, that he was cheered up by the fact that his countryman, Madars Razmat, made it to the quarterfinals of the World
80.
Grand Prix in Leicester by beating former champion Daryl Gurney. Yeah, many congratulations to everybody who's made the quarterfinals there in Leicester.
43.
Champion will be crowned by the end of the weekend, and we will crown our Week 11 champion in tomorrow evening's session, where you could join us if you so wish. Just go to
100.
dartshop.tv for more information about that one.
Interesting first 3 matches, isn't it? It makes the more interesting unfolding of the story ahead of this final day of Group C, because,
140.
as we mentioned, a win here, which we expect from Mus Lightyear, let's not make any bones about that. We'll see him join Peter Jakes and Martin Adams on 8 points at the top of the
140.
table. They then play each other, so one of them will stay there, and you'll have definitely 3 players separated by 2 points. Remember, 2 players go
105.
through, but then Jordan Brooks faces Mark McGeeney, and that match could be really big for one of those players because it kind of keeps one of them with some faint
96.
hopes of
Trying to
qualifying and
require
probably rules the other one out.
76.
Yeah, that's right. Lots on that match. Double top.
56. Janis, you're 142.
A harder out this time for Janus. Couldn't take 62 for the first leg, and he can't take 142 for leg 2.
110.
But this is improved
120.
stuff from Janus so far today. Double 5.
No score.
And a bust
Janis
shot
require
gives
32.
Mustafaevs 32 to scupper the chance of a 2-0 lead for Ryan.
Game shot on the second.
That's more like it.
leg.
Well, I was about
Janis
to say it was probably the
Mustafejevs.
best miss that Murray could have had, because he would have left 10 or 5 had he not found the wrong bed. But Mustafaevs finds the right
Third
bed,
leg, it's Janis to throw first.
and it won't
Game
be
on.
another 4-0 defeat, of which he suffered 3 yesterday.
One of the games where he did get a leg was against Ryan Murray.
125.
You just wonder, with people taking Janus out by that 4-0 scoreline a lot, just how damaging is it going to be
97.
that Murray has lost legs against him? But the early evidence is that Janus is a lot more comfortable today.
98.
If you look at his overall average for Thursday, it was 65.4, and his best average was 68.74. So he wasn't even able to get over the 70 mark.
40.
But today, I know we're only a couple of legs in, but it's still a lot better.
Yeah, and at the moment, better than Ryan Murray
96.
in that department. Early, as Paul said, but it is only a race to 4 legs. No reason that the averages will
26.
change an awful amount.
But do you reckon, and I hate saying this, but it has to be spoken about, is there any danger after what we saw
100.
yesterday that players might take him lightly?
I think it's a fair question. And I think
140.
the answer will be played
Janis
out
require 82.
by the evidence in front of our eyes. 17. Oh. Can't hit a double all week, then it's one when he doesn't need it.
Does that leave 23?
66.
That'll do. He has not led after 3 legs in
58.
any match
Janis,
so
you
far this
require
week.
16.
That might be about to change.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
does
third
change. First time he's
Janis
taken 2 legs in a game.
Mustafejevs.
So maybe Friday is going to be very, very different.
Yeah, the Latvian has the lead. Interesting.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Well, nothing is certain. And maybe
78.
we, the commentators, probably you, the viewers, are guilty of assuming that Ryan Murray would win this match.
28.
The problem is whether or not Ryan Murray assumed he would win the match, because that is a dangerous mentality, as Paul alluded to during that previous leg.
Do you know what my mentality would have been coming into this
84.
game? I should have won 4-0 yesterday. I didn't. I'll win 4-0 today. I'd want to be better than yesterday.
84.
Well, that's straight out of the Phil Taylor playbook, isn't it? He would go into matches setting himself different standards, different challenges to give him that focus in games that he was expected to win, which
85.
was just about every game he ever played.
Absolutely right. Got to manufacture your own motivation, however big or
43.
small.
Murray looking to level. We do know now that after this match, he will not be in the top two, even if he is level on points
60.
with the top two, because the leg difference won't allow it. Needed 4-0 to join Peter Jacques on +8. Martin Adams is on +10.
Yeah, 3 wins and 2 losses yesterday for Ryan,
85.
with a running average of 81.88. Didn't break the 90 barrier yesterday. Only a couple of maximums, but that's not really a shock considering
90.
the size of the barrel he uses. And with 28% on doubles and no ton plus outs, I suppose you'd have to say he did as well as he
84.
possibly could have with those stats.
104.
Well, this might get him feeling good again.
84.
Already 8 darts missed at the outer ring. And on a couple of occasions, he's missed a handful of darts. So Mustafaevs
85.
could come
Run
back
record
here and get a
20.
go at this 92 for a 3-1 lead.
No score.
There might be
Janis
trouble ahead.
Mustafejevs,
This is for a
92.
break of throw. It went the right route,
56.
in my opinion.
Ryan, you required 20.
Ryan can't afford to miss again.
He does miss again.
Game shot on the 4
But
flag.
finds a double 5,
Ryan
and that will
Murray.
be a relief to Ryan Murray. He's in a game here.
5th leg, it's
Which
Janis
game are you
to
looking
throw
forward to the
first.
most today? Do I
Game
even need
on.
to ask that question?
I think it depends on how the day plays out. The next game, obviously, is the one that stands out, but it is very possible and plausible that the last
91.
match, the very last match of the day, Ryan Murray against Martin Adams, could be a winner-takes-all contest. And if that happens, then it will be that match, of course.
100.
It is very much dependent on what happens over the course of the 15 games today.
Also, a bit of spice
40.
in the match between Jordan Brooks and Mark McGeeney yesterday. So, looking forward, intrigued to see their demeanour on the stage, because it was
100.
very much business and no friendliness between the pair, wasn't it, after a little
58.
altercation, shall we say?
A little bit of spice. Where have I heard that this week?
87.
I saw somebody overnight send me a Twitter message with a drawing of Greg Ritchie as a Spice Girl. What's wrong with this
81.
world? Some people have just got too much free time.
Yeah.
98.
In the Spice Girls' own words, or word, stop.
What was going right
21.
seems
Ryan,
to
you're
have
160.
gone a little bit awry for Janus. Now Murray is in a superb position to break the throw.
Game shot on
That's
the
more
5th
like it.
leg.
A 15 darter
Ryan Murray.
breaks the throw. It's exactly what Ryan requires. And you just sense, because of the tight nature at the top,
6th leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
he probably needs to win this leg. His leg difference currently stands at +4. And like Murph mentioned, he's not going to make the top 2 with a win, but he's got to hang on
45.
in both facets, whether it's points or leg difference, as much as he can over the course of the day to give himself a chance of striking later.
Well, 2 things have happened in this match in comparison to how the pair played yesterday. Mustafaevs' level has risen and Murray's has declined. Now, it still looks like it will be enough for Murray to get
85.
over the line. But is the performance level a reason for Murray to worry?
I don't think so. We talked about Martin yesterday
57.
when he played Janus. He didn't play well. He averaged in the low 70s. It's all about just getting the result. It's easy for us to say, why don't you go up there and average 85 to 95 and just sweep this guy aside? But Ryan's playing his 5th consecutive morning. I've done something
100.
similar to that in my career. It's tiring. It is mentally draining. He's probably playing on fumes right now.
126.
And what he needs is a real hit of adrenaline just to get him through the day. he would love to wake up tomorrow morning and say, you know what, I don't have to play darts this morning, but I want to play tonight.
Yeah, he would be fuming if he lost the match. And it was looking like a possibility after 3 legs, but Murray has turned it around and is set to follow the 116 checkout with a 106 checkout to win the game.
Ronnie Rock 106.
Treble 18. Leaves double 16 to win the match.
Game,
and he's done a great job.
Ryan
Fair
Murray.
play to Janis Mustafejevs. He did play a lot better in that opening match there, but ultimately it is a 6th consecutive defeat for him. But Murray gets the job done by hitting 4 doubles from 16 attempts. The 116 checkout, the highlight for him. But the main thing in that match is that he got the points, and he does join Martin Adams and Peter Jacques on that mark at the top. We will look at Jacques and Adams when we return after this short break, because they will do battle for the 2nd day in succession. Don't go far.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Ryan Murray come through 4-2 winner over Janis Mustafejevs to get his first 2 points of the day. Janis Mustafejevs given a much better account of himself than he did on his debut day here at the Super Series. He had a dart at double to win the first leg. Ryan Murray took it though, but with improved scoring, the Latvian continued to carve out chances for himself and looked to be playing with more freedom. For the first time this week, he was able to get 2 legs on the board. Murray won't be thrilled with that performance, but crucially 2 points on the board. As you can see there, 25% checkout success in that one. There was a good 15 dart leg in there with that high checkout of 116 in there as well. We can see what that does to the league table with 1 game played in this 2nd session of Group C. Of course, it is Martin Adams and Peter Jacques who go head-to-head in our next game. As you can see, one of them will move into double figures in the league table. Ryan Murray, of course, with that victory, joins them on 8 points. It is Mustafejevs still yet to pick up a point, but as I just mentioned, he has played better in that opening game than he did in the entirety of yesterday. So Martin Adams then in yesterday morning session took out a whopping 140 checkout. It was the highest checkout of that opening session of the day. Here we can see it. Beautiful from Wolfie, who said he found it a bit strange settling into this new environment. He of course played on the opening night here, but still plenty to learn for the Wolf. So then this top of the table clash between first and second. Jacques above 50% on the outer ring yesterday. Can he continue with that clinical finishing? Let's find out in the company of Murph and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, very eloquently put there, because the outer ring activity of Peter Jacques yesterday was better than world class. We always look at great doubling over 40%, but when you're over 50, more likely to hit a double than miss it. That's when you're in elite company. High checkout yesterday for Peter of 120 and a best leg of 13 for yesterday. It tells a story, Murph, that the doubles had to be good because his running average wasn't that pretty. Having said that, it was the second best.
Yeah, really important part of the game, the most important part of the game.
Okay, first leg, it's Peter to throw first.
A part of the game that has been up and down for Jacques over the course of the week. Like Ryan Murray, you mentioned in a previous match, he's now been playing for 5 successive mornings. Now, here's a narrative for you, Paul. I don't think it'll be a problem for Peter because he's a former postie.
180.
And he posts the first maximum of this match.
You make a really valid point there. If you're used to playing a little bit later in the day, this tournament's not going to suit you.
140.
But if you are used to getting up early, it won't be a bother. Now, I just want to make one point about the finishing of Peter. I somewhat touched on it a little bit earlier.
28.
Greg Ritchie was a superhero in finishing yesterday at times, but even he, by the end of last night's session, finished on 40% exactly. And we've been waxing lyrical about him. But 10% better
85.
for Jacques? Over more matches? Yeah. He was the master of the doubles yesterday.
Great shakes from Jacques. Mastered the max in the first visit of this
95.
match. And it's a chance, isn't it, for one of the players, not only to put themselves top of the table outright and extend their lead over third place Ryan Murray,
55.
but also beat the nearest rival and say, look, this is mine to lose, not yours. You're the one who's going to have to work for it.
And try and obviously take out the other half of the field as well. Get yourself further away from the bottom 3 with Brooks and McGeeney not that far away right now. You'd much rather be 6 points ahead of them instead of 4.
41. PC Rock 155.
It was a game that we were looking forward to as soon as yesterday finished, really, this one, wasn't it?
97.
They played in the penultimate match of yesterday's session. Adams got the better of Jacques 4-2. But even in that game, Jacques was clinical on his finishing. He only had 3 darts at double.
Yeah, good point. Very good average, though, from Martin, who was
100.
so many
Each
times
required
finished the
58.
session with a bang. 101.23's average and 30% on the doubles. A brilliant, brilliant showing. He sensed this can't be missed.
38.
That's as bad a dart at double as he's had all
80.
week. Can Martin put him to the sword here in leg 1 for the break of throw?
We gave him the big billing. Well, now Wolfie needs to clean this up. 25 on the ball. Not picking up where he left off last afternoon against Jacques, is he? That average that Paul
68.
mentioned, the only ton-topping
He's
average in
required
this
20.
group so far from Martin Adams. Really strong display. But he's fluffed his lines at the start of this one.
Game shot.
Oh,
the
lovely
first
last start
leg.
from Peter.
Peter Jacques.
Martin was hoping at the back of the stage there that he'd blocked himself out, but Wolfie did not see his dreams come
Second
true
leg is
there.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
You see Wolfie's wearing the prostate cancer shirt today, and most of the time he does do that. Incredible amount of work for that charity he does, isn't it?
Yeah, great ambassador. Great message as well.
100.
Important message. I did have a chat with Martin Adams this morning on arrival, and he was his usual jolly self.
43.
I said to him, how do you feel? He said, my back hurts, my leg hurts, but I'm enjoying things. He likes being here.
Do you know what? I'm going to be really honest with you. When I joined the PDC,
80.
Oh, that's only 5 points on the floor. When I joined the PDC, there were so many players around me who were bad-mouthing Martin Adams. I'm not going to lie. They were saying nasty things about him. And I thought, at that time,
42.
I've never met the guy, so I don't have an opinion. When I eventually worked with Martin for the very first time at an exhibition in the Isle of Man, within about 5 minutes, I thought, what are they talking about?
140.
He was jovial and happy and smiley, great with people, and I thought, these people are obviously just jealous of what is a legendary dart player. I have
140.
very rarely seen Martin without a smile.
It's a conversation that's probably been had many times, but not so much in recent years since the demise of the BDO, Paul. The best player never to make that switch.
60.
Yeah, I think he has to be. There have been a few others. I mean, Gary Robson, for me, not going to the PDC around 2010, 2009. I think maybe he feels that that was an error, but what about Tony O'Shea, Daryl Fitton, those mould of players? If they'd have made the switch at a certain point, their careers could have been different. I mean, Daryl Fitton said to me personally once, he missed his window.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And we did see other players move at certain times, and maybe it didn't work out for them at the right time. Other players went, and it worked out immediately. Glenn Durrant, a classic example, when he actually made the switch, went on to win the Premier League. Adams looking at tops and now looking at tens. Didn't like that dart, did he?
Game
He
shot
loved
the
that one.
second leg. Martin Adams.
Just a relaxed nature about that first dart. It wasn't in the target, but not feeling
Feel like it's Peter
too
to throw first.
enamoured with a shot and just puffing the cheeks sometimes can relieve tension.
100.
We spoke actually yesterday, didn't we, about James and Josh Richardson winning the British, was it the British Open pairs?
Yeah, that's right.
And 20 years earlier, Martin Adams and his son Warren had become the first
95.
father-son duo to win the Belgium Open. 2002, Adams achieved that feat.
That's incredible.
Well, we mentioned his staying in the BDO, but he did play in a handful of PDC events. Of course, we spoke about the Grand Slam of Darts yesterday, but he was a semi-finalist at the World Match Play in 2001 as well.
Cast your mind back to 1999 and
41.
the Scania Open. Have a little look at who he beat in the final of his solitary PDC title win.
Yeah, well, you don't even have to look when you hear Paul
60.
Nicholson say that, because it's obviously going to be Phil Taylor.
I've brought that up a couple of times over the last few years. And there are so many people out there who think that he didn't register a win in the PDC because they thought, well, he didn't switch over. So we have to look a little bit deeper, because there were events at certain times in history where they were co-sanctioned.
60.
They were PDC titles, but they were also regarded as events for other things around the world. And the Scania Open at the time was the case.
And just looking through his extraordinary roll of honour, Martin Adams' first ranking title, you know, came in 1990.
The year that Phil Taylor became world champion for the first time.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? Adams still going, and still going strong, by the way.
What was his first title?
It was one of the British Internationals titles.
Ah. So he would have been in the England team around then with John Law, with Eric Bristow, with Bob Anderson, with Alan Warren Little. I mean, that England team must have looked ridiculous.
Peter Jake's looking to get his nose in front. against the legend here.
Game
And he does
on
that
the
with a
third
brilliant
leg.
outshot.
Peter
The 1-2-4
Jacques.
checkout from Jacques. Denying Adams a shot at a similar finish himself.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to
Is there
throw
any way
first.
we can find out who that team
Game
was?
on.
I will do some digging for you, Paul.
That 1990 England team, can you possibly imagine how good it looked? Now, throughout the course of history, there have been some remarkable England teams. But when you look at the
45.
possibility of a team around the 1990 to 1993 mark, it'll make your head spin. I remember my good pal Davy Richardson made his debut in 94, post-split. And that was when Kevin Painter made his debut. We talk about those teams in the mid-90s, including the likes of King, Fordham, Wolfie.
60.
Right, I'm going to read out the other names to you, Paul. I've got there. Ray Batty, Davy Richardson, Paul Reynolds, Chris Whiting, Dennis Hickley, and then
137.
Phil Taylor, Bob Anderson, Eric Bristow, Dave Whitcomb, Peter Everson, Alan Moore and a little, Dennis Priestley.
Wow, what a team. And don't even think about forgetting about Dennis Hickling. We have a Yorkshireman playing in this match, and Peter Jacques. Dennis Hickling is a Yorkshire great. He was the best Dennis in Yorkshire before Priestley came along.
100.
The best Dennis in Yorkshire. What an honour.
Yeah, when you're talking about old school Yorkshire players, Dennis Hickling's the first one I think of.
100. Peter Record 100.
He was incredible.
Peter Jacques is an old school Yorkshire player in a different way. And he's looking to school Martin Adams here.
And he's more of the mould of, say, a Martin Turner and a Darren Johnson these days, isn't he? Still plenty of them out there.
Yeah, there's such an experience. To be honest, when I was growing up and falling in love with this game, I used to play in the pub leagues and stuff. And Yorkshire does seem to be a county where
50.
a lot of older
Peter
players
required
still
50.
play at that level.
Still a very enjoyable scene.
Double 16. Or double 9 to rescue the shot.
41.
He's left himself with a few
Martin, you
problems
record
here, Peter.
46.
Adams might give him a few more.
He never stays on the same treble. Always goes
98.
the somewhat conventional route.
Peter
Likes
required
open
9.
beds.
Double 4.
Game shot on the 4.
He got himself into the mess and he
Peter
got himself out of
Jacques.
it.
If we're going to try and bookend Martin's career, who played in his last
Peter
British international?
Game on.
Let's see the difference in the squads. Because I'm sure he's seen a few
45.
upstarts come and go.
Dennis Harbour, Daniel Day, Michael Haynes, Wes Newton, Kevin Dowling, Paul Hogan, Nigel Hayden, Scott Mitchell,
96.
Paul Milford, and 2 Martin Atkins.
Ah, the old assassin from Yorkshire and Martin Atkins brackets Wigan.
99.
Correct.
I just love how the one from Wigan, he got the nickname T'other, as in the other one.
Yeah.
140.
Yeah, it's a shame that we didn't see that the massive rise to prominence of that pair, because we'd get Darts crowd surely singing "There's only 2 Martin Atkins."
120.
Do you know what? I'm going to say something right now, which for everybody watching on Friday morning, I'm sure you can understand why I'm saying this. But of all of the dart players that deserve their own series on a
95.
streaming platform, I think Martin is the guy. Considering what he's been through with the split in the 90s, he's had his ups and downs in his career and his personal life and his health.
140.
That's an 8-episode series that
170.
everybody would watch, because he's just had the most unbelievable 30 years.
Yeah, well, we'd like the opportunity. I'd certainly like the opportunity to
60.
sit down and do a
Peter
long-form
Buckline,
interview with
92.
Martin Adams. Maybe we can make it happen here on the MODUS Super Series.
That's a good idea. It's a good idea to take this 92 out because it would stop Martin getting a match shot.
60. Martin, you require 110.
Well, all our talk has been about Martin Adams at the start of this morning. I've enjoyed that little trip down memory lane, but Peter Jacques is letting his darts do the talking in this one, and that's a disastrous start for Adams because it means the finish is off.
Here's me thinking Martin's getting a match shot. I looked at the score the wrong way around.
Peter
Save the match shot.
32.
It's been a long week so far. It's not over yet.
Game shot.
But this match is over, and Peter Jacques takes the lead in the table. He's going to be on 10 points when he plays his second round match against Jordan Brooks in match 6. He's actually got a decent break between now and that match, and he can revel in the fact that he's beaten the former England captain by 4 legs to 1. The checkouts, not as good as yesterday, but good enough to get the result. That is the most important thing. So, if you like a game with a bit of needle, well, that was yesterday. I'm sure it's going to be very different today. But let's find out what it's like for Brooks playing McGeeney in match 3 after this short break.
Hello, good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Peter Jacques come through the battle at the top of Group C, beating Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1 in that one. Well, we gave it the big build-up about Jacques' finishing stats from yesterday. He missed 4 double in the first leg, but still managed to get over the line to take an early lead. He then re-established his lead with a sublime 1-2-4 out to deny his opponent a dart at double. Another clinical display from him in that one. As you can see, Martin Adams, just the 2 attempts at the outer ring. Jacques' finishing stats not as sublime as they were yesterday, but still enough to get the job done. And with that victory, he becomes the first player to move on to 10 points in Group C. A really strong position for him with just 4 games remaining. Next up, we've got Jordan Brooks against Mark McGeeney. We can see a bit of Mark McGeeney from yesterday's match against Jordan Brooks on our screens now. Of course, there was a little bit of needle in this match yesterday with Mark McGeeney just accusing his opponent of making a noise whilst he was at the oche. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out there. He has taken out 100 to beat Jordan Brooks yesterday. There was still the shake of hands, of course, at the end of that match. Debutant Brooks has been impressive so far, hasn't he? So we can find out now how this one pans out and how friendly the atmosphere is up on stage. And of course, it's Mr. Owen Binks guiding us through the action on the stage, and Murph and Nico in our commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. I'm sure the pair on the stage behind you are trying to forgive and forget, but the pot has been truly stirred. You're accusing me of doing such things. Done a pretty good job yourself there. But let's see if it does carry over. And I think what Abby said about there was still a handshake and stuff was a pertinent point as well, because it was kind of needle, but respectful needle. They still fulfilled their duties and the proper darting etiquette, but just couldn't hide their annoyance. And our analysis of it was that perhaps Jordan had been inadvertently making a noise with his darts, wasn't aware of it himself. McGeeney had heard it and thought it was intentional, and therefore both players ended up being upset with the other one.
Very fair and straight down the line. And I personally believe that when Jordan was rustling his equipment, he hasn't really gotten used to
first leg, it's
how
Jordan
quiet
to
this
throw
place
first.
is.
Game on.
And after that game yesterday, I'm sure they had a conversation as if to say, you know, yes, I was twiddling with me equipment, but I wasn't aware that you could hear it. And this place is deadly silent during the week. And it's something that once you get used to it,
140.
you're trying to control your breathing as well as the amount of noise you make at the table or, you know, with your equipment in your hands. It's one of those things that you just learn.
123.
Sometimes, and I've seen it many times, particularly in this sport, those little situations can be kind of icebreakers between players. And you end up having a little bit of
40.
afters with a player on the oche and end up becoming the best of friends because it's given you something to talk about, and you end up having a conversation and coming to an agreement.
Have you got an example of that?
Well, nobody used to like you and everybody loves you now.
That's so untrue.
Which part?
I can say that my first game against Kim Hybrex in 2012, well, it was the back end of 2011, actually. The icebreaker for me and Kim was that we had a great game, but I took exception to the broadcaster constantly putting the crowd in a different mood when I was throwing. It wasn't anything to do with Kim, but I still had the guts in Benidorm in 2012 to walk up to Kim and say, I'm sorry the way I acted in my interview afterwards. I was irrational. And since then, Kim and I have had this somewhat silent agreement that we can go up there and give full throttle and be fine after. We've never had a problem with each other.
Yeah, there you go. Here at the Super Series a couple of weeks ago, Kevin Painter, Moreno Blom, day one of Group A, had a falling out at the end. There was no handshake at the end of their match.
98.
Day
Jordan,
3,
there
was a big embrace at the end of the match.
Yeah, I didn't shake Kim's hand when we played at the World Cup in 2015 because he beat me when I was 3-0 up. And from there, it was a case of, right, I want to get on the pairs.
90. Mark,
and
you
there wasn't a problem
80.
with it. But sometimes we make something of something a bit too much. Let's make something of leg 1. If Mark can hit double 10.
Game
right in the corner. 15 dart break to start things off. This is a big game of darts because if these two harbour any ambitions of making the top 2, this is a must-win game. Whoever loses it is going to be 6 points behind the top dog.
Yeah, and 4 behind second and third. The winner will elevate themselves
55.
To a coattail clinging position. 2 points behind Murray and Adams.
Well, McGeeney's got Ryan Murray next. And Jordan Brooks has got Peter Jacques, so round 2 is going to be just as intriguing as round 1.
Yeah, it really could play out to a grandstand finish today. And interestingly, as I mentioned during the previous match, Ryan Murray against Martin Adams is the last match of the session. Now, right now, that pair are on the same point in second and third place. If they end up carrying on, getting the same results, matching each other, we will have a straight shootout for finals night at the end of the afternoon.
As soon as you mentioned that word grandstand, I started humming the tune in my head. They were the days. Saturday afternoons watching Des Lynham talk about football. They were the...
Going to give us a few bars?
40.
No, nobody wants to hear that. Do you remember he used to host that as well? Bob Wilson. He was an Arsenal goalkeeper.
Yeah.
He was tremendous. Remember when darts was on grandstand as well?
I can't remember ever seeing darts on grandstand.
Oh, yeah. They used to have a bit of World Championship action on grandstand and a bit of international darts action. Back when there was 3 channels to choose from.
140.
In a way, that was a blessing, wasn't it? But there's only one channel to choose from at the moment because darts is on almost non-stop here on Sporty Stuff TV, so why would you flick
30.
through?
Might as well call it the darts channel.
31.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Well, nothing wrong with McGeeney's start here. It's a very good display. And again, another pattern of Mark McGeeney has been tailing off towards the end of days this week, so maybe more important for him to get off to a good start than anybody else.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think maybe there's a tiny bit more pressure on McGeeney as well because he's got a bit more Super Series experience than Jordan. This is his debut. And if he walks away without a finals night on his debut campaign, no one's going to bat much of an eyelid. But obviously, McGeeney has made a Saturday night before, so he knows how to get it done.
Yeah, big night coming up tomorrow. Only a couple of places left.
137.
At Champions Week and a chance to battle it out for that record £20,000 first prize. 20 points needed, 10 of them remain.
Game shot in the second leg.
And 2 legs won by Mark McGeeney, who has certainly had his Weetabix this morning.
Other brands are available.
Thurler gets Jordan to throw first. Game on.
You didn't get that, did you?
No, I did get it.
Other brands.
Oh, he didn't add the D. I get it now. I think you've been spending too much time with me, Paul, to be honest.
Nah, I never get sick of you, mate. 10 years and counting.
Yeah. I am a serial punner.
Who's going to be the serial thriller? So far, McGeeney's having it all his own way, having a very decent time of it, averaging 88.97. And when you consider yesterday,
81.
His overall average for the group was second worst at 80.23. This is a good improvement here from the Gladiator, as he is known on the back of his shirt.
98.
Only the 1 ton plus out all day long, and it was his last shot.
Yeah, more than decent display. Only the end of the last leg where it took a few darts to take out the finish that saw his average drop below 90 for the first time in the match.
I reckon if McGeeney makes the Saturday night, he's going to have to come out in a mask like the one on the back of his shirt. Get it done, Mark. You know what makes sense.
Mark, you're 138.
We don't see a great deal of headgear when it comes to dart players, but it is in the rules, you know. You're not allowed to wear any form of headwear when playing darts, as per Darts Regulation Authority rules, unless it's for religious reasons.
That's interesting. We've seen Ricky Evans go on the stage in various masks. Wayne Mardle once had a towel on his head at the UK Open.
40. Mark, you require 80.
What does he do here? He's got 65.
33. Jordan, you require 160.
I think he miscounted there.
Was the last dart aimed at 18?
Yeah.
So maybe thought he had 58 rather than 48 remaining with the last dart, but having missed anyway, he would be coming up to
mark the require 47.
set up a double, wouldn't he?
I think he's realised it now. Oh.
Misfired now.
Now he's got Michael Jordan, 23.
What else can go wrong?
Double 11.
31.
Oh, 33, Paul.
Jordan,
You
require
miscounted.
It's my turn, honestly. Friday, it's catching. Well, Michael Jordan was 23, not 33. Wow.
Game shot in the third leg.
What a weird leg that was.
Jordan Brooks.
Let's just put that one in the memory bank.
A little thumbs
and
up there I
forget
saw
about
from the Gladiator. So I think we can
Well, it's
now
Mark to throw
confirm
first.
that there is
Game
no
on.
bad blood between this pair spilled over from yesterday.
Do you know what? It's happened to everyone. Everyone's had a game like that from yesterday. I once had a tiff with Kevin Painter at the Grand Slam
59.
because he thought I celebrated too much at the end of the match. And then we started having a row across the practice room in front of all of the other players.
Yeah.
Tommy Cox came in, who was the tournament director, and said,
40.
"How are you two? Can you stop doing that, like?" And yeah, we had a bit of a slanging match. We didn't talk to each other for a couple of days, and it was fine. The next time we played each other, it was fine.
Yeah, what people don't know about that story is that
95.
Kevin Painter took exception to Paul celebrating at the end of the match. But it was a match he wasn't playing in. He was just celebrating Painter getting beat.
Stop trying to cause trouble, you.
123.
Jordan Brooks looking to cause a bit of trouble for Mark McGeeney, but you would have to say that McGeeney's wounds in this game are self-inflicted. First of all, the miscount, then the misfire, and Brooks managed to sneak a leg that
85.
really had no right to win.
Not the only Brooks in World Darts, of course. World Youth Champion Bradley Brooks from the same county of Lancashire, from the Blackburn area. And in the ladies' game, from Yorkshire, Rachel Brooks.
Yeah, Bam Bam, Bradley Brooks. Could be going back to the 20s now,
92.
Mark McGeeney.
167, the biggest finish of the week now, thanks to the Lion, Ryan Palmer. Good night last night. Really enjoyed that session.
Yeah, but already getting a feeling this morning that the players could start to peak today. This pair have been too nice to each other now. There are apologies and congratulations between every visit. Well, there might have been a huge round of applause if that had gone in.
34.
This is a massive shot now for Jordan. Starting to get his game together. Sitting on a finish after 12, which is very gettable. Oh, it's in. Double top.
Game
That's
shot in the
much
fourth
better.
leg.
2-2.
Jordan Brooks.
We have a game on our hands. Now, both players currently sit on 4 points, and their leg difference
Jordan to
sits in the
first.
minus column.
Game on.
That is a problem because all of the other people above them are vastly in the positive column.
Yeah, Brooks with a slightly more favourable
39.
leg difference by virtue of 2 legs. It's all about getting the points in this one. One of them will put themselves in a position to threaten Murray, Adams,
100.
possibly even Jacques. The other one, well, certainly won't be threatening Peter Jacques and will be as good as ruled out from beating the other two unless they were to go on and win all 4 of the remaining matches.
Who are you going for right now? We're approaching the end of round 1 of the matches today. I'm going to stick with Adams and Jacques. It's going to take
127.
a really interesting round 2 and round 3 to change my mind.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult to oppose that. I would love to be disagreeable, but I'd just be doing it for the sake of it. And my honest opinion is Jacques and Adams are the
85.
two that I expect to progress.
And don't forget that you can have a little flutter on some of these results. Things like most 180s in a match, total 180s from both players. Things like highest checkout from which player and that kind of thing. But please remember, it's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information on that subject. And please gamble responsibly.
I mean, highest checkout in this match, the 102 you just saw from Jordan Brooks. It hasn't been a maximum in the game thus far.
$42.
Yeah, 2 maximums in their match yesterday, 1 each. Averages in this game are better than yesterday. We've definitely gone on an upward trend, let's put it that way. With the first round of matches, we're getting a really good feel that the players are more at ease with the challenge. This is a good visit from Jordan.
177.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Exceptional. And he's gone from the brink of being 3-0 behind here. Remember, McGeeney missed opportunities to get that scoreline. And now anything that
80.
can go wrong is going wrong for Mark McGeeney.
Jordan, you
That last
require
dart.
16.
It was a risk because dart 2 was dangling in there, but he found the top corner. Absolute belter of a dart. Oh, how things can change. They're the best of pals now. I don't know what's happened on the stage, but both players are beside themselves with laughter.
Well, something's tickled the pair of them.
I haven't heard any of your puns of them, Murph.
I don't know if there was a little bit of noise and it didn't come from either of the players, but there's a certain irony in that, isn't there? That just as Jordan Brooks, who was accused of making a noise yesterday, was about to throw.
Game's on the 5th leg.
I think
Jordan
something might have gone
Brooks.
off outside of the venue. Now, we are in a more open venue than we were in Southampton, with the stage setting and the opportunity for an audience to attend. So if, for example, something like a police car went past with a siren blasting out, you can hear that in the arena.
You couldn't hear a thing
60.
in that Southampton room. But here, maybe a couple of walls between ourselves and the main strip. So you'll hear a bit of traffic, maybe. We don't want to hear too many
78.
sirens.
Yeah, well, Mark McGeeney has every reason to be alarmed here because he missed darts for 3-0 and now finds himself 3-2 behind.
121.
What word categorises Mark's week more than frustrating? He's worked super hard. He has kept a really good composure throughout the week. I think that's his best quality. His composure is fantastic.
120.
Well, that's 1 each in that department. That one bashed into his own dart and didn't grab onto the sisal enough.
Yeah, he finished bottom of Group A, didn't he, Mark McGeeney? Rather surprisingly when you've watched some of the stuff he's produced. I think he's been a little bit anticlimactic, maybe. Maybe that's the word.
Maybe.
For McGeeney, he's promised so much. And this match is actually almost kind of
80.
indicative of the days that he's had so far this week. Starting well, but then tailing off.
Do you know what I think, though? Based on his performance levels this weekend, the pattern of play, for instance, tailing off towards the end of sessions.
100.
I don't want, if Mark is not going to qualify, I don't want him to walk away from this week feeling too disheartened. I think he will have more information as to where his game is
97.
at than before the week even started.
120.
And I would implore him to come back and have another crack in stage 2 later in the year and in early 2023, because for me, this vehicle
80.
is going to be very key in him getting back to where he wants to be.
Well, he's not out of it yet. This match, that is. And therefore not out of the running to make it to finals night. But he will be if Brooks can find another in there or a single 19. And then the bullseye to win the match.
He was worried about clattering into that 57 shot.
101.
There you see why, because his dart's going at such an obscure angle.
Double top to take us all the way. Wrong bed.
Game
Right
shot on the
bed.
6th flag. Mark McGeeney.
Money's worth from these two. 4-3 yesterday.
Seventh
It's going to be
and final against
4-3 again.
Jordan to throw first.
But who's going to win it? Will McGeeney
Game
do the
on.
double? Or will JB get his own back?
He does make sure that he's settled and ready, doesn't he, Jordan Brooks, before he throws important darts. So him there, just take a step back to his table, have a wipe of the palms, and then set himself before approaching the
58.
hockey.
Some players are just placid. And then there are other players who are more like a frog in a sock. Like Rob Collins. Just pacing around, gesticulating, pulling faces.
100.
Jordan's more like Rob Collins than, say, a Mark McGeeney. He does have mannerisms that are visible.
$41.
You know what Bruce Lee used to say? I live by this nowadays. There's a big difference between doing nothing and standing still. And standing
100.
still under pressure situations is a very hard thing to do.
There you go, a thought for the day here, courtesy of our resident philosopher, Paul Nicholson.
I'll take that.
96.
Well, one of this pair will be standing still in terms of the group table. The other one will be moving forward. And it's going to come down to the next 9 darts or so.
100.
Advantage McGeeney. He needed a lot of assistance from Brooks yesterday in leg 7. Missed match darts from JB.
44.
McGeeney took it 100 in that final leg and walked away with 4 points for the day. That is his best haul of the week. He has not won 3 games from 5 or better this week. If he was to get 3 wins or better and have his best day of the week, even if he doesn't qualify, at least he can have that in his locker.
He does play in alternate matches from this game right down to game 7. That might actually suit him, based on what we've been saying
66.
about the way that his level has dropped towards the end of days. Is he going to win this one? He could have wrapped it up much easier, much earlier.
46.
Will all be well in the end for Mark McGeeney, or can Brooks bring a surprise? He'll have to rely on more misses from Mark.
Well, this is the position that McGeeney was in yesterday. He was the one hoping for the misses and trying to leave an out.
90.
Jordan's left the out,
20.
but does McGeeney give him a sniff?
Game
He does
shot
not.
and the match. Mark
An
McGeeney.
embrace at the end. A very friendly affair. But once again, it's an affair that goes a distance between Mark McGeeney and Jordan Brooks. 4-3 once again in favour of the Gladiator. An 85.53 average. A high checkout of 80. Brooks, who produced some excellent finishing in the game, 50% on the checkouts, 102 the high for him, but could not complete the comeback. And it is McGeeney who takes the initiative and keeps his hopes alive of qualifying for finals night. Martin Adams looking to put some more distance between them, though. He takes on Janis Mustafejevs next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 3 games in this morning. We've seen wins for Ryan Murray, Peter Jacques and Mark McGeeney has just completed a 4-3 victory to get the better of Jordan Brooks in that one. McGeeney with a 15-dart break to get his morning up and running, and the Gladiator was certainly looking good as he raced into a 2-0 lead, but a catalogue of errors from McGeeney in leg 3 allowed Brooks in. He obliged before levelling proceedings thanks to a 102 outshot, as you can see there. That the highest finish of the game. A fiery affair yesterday, but an incredibly friendly one out there today. 2 really good battles between the pair and a second successive last leg decider. McGeeney again prevailing in that one. 4 out of 13 on the doubles for him. McGeeney keeping his faint hopes alive of qualifying for finals night. We can have a look at the table and see where that leaves him with 4 more matches for him to play in Group C. There he is on 6 points, 2 behind Murray and Adams. Jacques, of course, out on 10 points. It is Martin Adams up next. He could become the second player, of course, to reach double figures. He's up against Janis Mustafejevs, who is yet to pick up a point, but I did speak to him after his first game of the day. He said he's feeling more at home out there. He said the stage is a bit warmer today and he's enjoying the quiet environment. That's where he feels at home, and he's a lot happier given how he performed in that opening game of the day. Of course, this one yesterday wasn't a very high quality affair, was it? Martin Adams delivering his worst performance of the day, but still doing enough to get over the line convincingly. Let's see how this one pans out in the company of Murph and Nico.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. And Janis Mustafejevs still looking for his first win, but is already eliminated officially from contention for qualification for finals night. Martin Adams certainly very much in the mix. A 66-year-old, 3-time world champion Wolfie, who did go down to Peter Jacques in his first match of the morning. He's looking to put things right against a 30-year-old Latvian, Janis Mustafejevs. Martin Adams can join Peter Jacques at the top of the table on 10 points, and he can join him on a +11 leg difference as well, Paul, but he needs another 4-0 win to do that.
Yes, he does, and I suppose from the evidence that we've had this morning, it's a harder thing to do than it was yesterday.
Game on.
You can see that handshake. That's what we love about Martin Adams. That was a handshake of encouragement to his opponent there. He doesn't want to kick a man while he's down. He wants to try and lift him up and help him play his best darts, because he also knows that will bring the best darts out in him.
So true. So true. I've got a question. We've talked about the old memory lane about Martin already today, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed that. And if you didn't, well, tough, because I've got a microphone and you don't. Do you think there's anything in his career, and I know we've talked about that he didn't switch to the PDC full time. With that aside, do you think there's anything he regrets or maybe he's missed out on?
I'm not sure about regrets, but I do think there's something that he still covets, and I think that is one of these World Seniors titles.
39.
I think he's been such a big part of the tour, and Martin Adams would love to win one. And we do actually have some breaking news. There will be a 4th televised World Seniors event in 2023, the Champion of Champions
140.
in Blackpool, which Martin Adams is confirmed to play in already alongside Phil Taylor and Robert Thornton, who we'll see this evening. It will be an 8-player tournament live on TV.
Martin,
it will be a chance for Adams maybe to pick up a title if he hasn't already got one at the Circus Tavern, of course, in February.
Might get them both, you never know.
99.
It will be really good preparation for the end of this season and the start of next. If Adams can get himself to Saturday and maybe pick up another week of action in 2 weeks' time.
Martin requires 62.
Well, he could be on course here, the way that Adams has started this match, for the biggest disparity in averages we've ever seen at the Super Series. Double 16 for a 15 darter. And Martin Adams is averaging twice as much as his opponent after one leg. I know it's only one leg, but that is quite a fun stat, isn't it?
First. Game on.
It's a bit like when Dave Chisnell got that 9 darter in Belgium. We flashed his average up after one leg and it was
83.
167.
Got rid just in time because that improved it by 7 points.
He didn't play well against Mustafaevs yesterday. But you do sense that
100.
maybe an 80 to 85 average is going to be enough to get rid of Janus here. But just for good measure and his own confidence, he'd love to put in something like he did against Peter Jacques yesterday in excess of 101.
Well, this is relentless at the start of this match.
135.
Mentioned the kind, encouraging embrace from Wolfie at the start of the game. It looks like he's trying to kill Janus with kindness here.
He's doing the old Roadhouse thing. Be nice.
56.
Well, don't underestimate the fact that Janis Mustafejevs probably watched a lot of Martin Adams when he was growing up thinking, I wonder if I'll ever get to play him. He's played him twice in 2 days. He might feel really nervous playing against him.
55.
We'll get your insight again, Paul, here. Have you had that situation when you've played idols of yours? I know you're a big fan of Bob Anderson.
Never got to play Bob.
Certainly played Dennis Priestley, we know that.
60.
Every game I had with Dennis, I loved. Apart from the time he beat me in the semi-finals of the Australian Open, he broke my heart in 2. But we had some good battles, and every single one of those was really memorable. I never really felt nervous against Dennis. But I tell you one thing that really did make me nervous when I was younger. I played in a World of Darts tournament that was team events, and the finals were held in Middleton in Yorkshire. And the referee for that was Bruce Spendley. And it was the first time a professional referee had reffed a game, and I was quivering just because Bruce was such a legend.
51.
Funny enough, do you know what one of the only times I was ever nervous against someone was when I played Wayne Mardle. It's the only time I ever played Wayne. I won, but I was really nervous.
140. Martin, you're required 20.
Interesting. And sometimes nerves channeled in the right way can be a good thing. No need for nerves from Adams here. But if he doesn't hit this, there's a chance for Mustafejevs to get a leg on the board.
And it should require 73.
If you're going to contend here at the Super Series, you must be completing legs in 18 darts or better. But every now and again...
No score.
Well, he hasn't given himself a shot at double. That is a big error. In soft tip darts, that would have been leg completed. 73 and 2 with the treble out.
That's a perfectly pitched single 1. Will the double 2 follow?
3.
Does not.
And it should require 73.
Well, let's play it again, Jan.
See what you did there. I'm trying to figure out what he was doing the first time.
Yeah, 66. Yeah.
When he went 13s. He bamboozled everybody.
I gets it right this time.
32.
I gets it wrong, but you know what I meant.
Martin, you required 2.
Doppel eins, as they say in Deutschland.
No score.
And it is Deutschland who has the only person through to Saturday night so far. I wonder how the tour of London is going for Daniel Closer over the last couple of days. It's definitely 23 this time, Murph.
Some legs are laughable, and this one is one of them. Double 10.
No score.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at him. I'm laughing with him. Murphy's Law is anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And that has happened at the end of this leg for Janis Mustafejevs.
How many doubles did he hit and still not win the leg?
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. He hit a double 9 and a double 15. He hit a treble 20 when he had 60 left. And Martin Adams, who was averaging 50 points more than his opponent after the first leg, is now only averaging 25 points more.
It's only 25 more.
There'll be 11 after this leg.
12.5 points. I bet you.
In all seriousness, what should be the Mustafejevs target today? Because you have to say, if you're realistic, it's unlikely that he'll win a match.
True.
Is it trying to win one match, or is it trying not to be beaten 4-0 as often as yesterday? Is it trying never to be beaten 4-0? What kind of target can he set himself?
Well, first target of the day, he's actually hit it, winning 2 legs in a match. Playing better in a match, he's done that. So his next target for me is to take someone to 7 legs and give himself the chance of a win. A win for him today, mission accomplished in my opinion. And imagine if it was a win against somebody who was still in contention and how much that would scupper their chances.
You mentioned earlier, Paul, the fact that Janis may really be enjoying the fact that he's playing against a legend in Martin Adams. Interestingly, he's been up onto the balcony 3 times to watch other games over the course of the last couple of days, and all of them have been games involving Martin Adams.
What does that tell you?
A certain level of admiration for Adams, I'm sure.
Early in your career, you just want to watch darts, breathe it, eat it, sleep it. After a while, you do things differently and maybe more efficiently. You don't become numb to the greatness of the game. You just want to do things slightly differently. His biggest finish yesterday was 40.
54. Martin, you require 54.
Martin's biggest yesterday was 140. The 40 bed not taken there, but double 10 still beckons for a 3-0 advantage.
No score.
And what do you know? It's catching. Double 10 missed and double 15 hit.
So for his biggest finish of the week, needs a treble now. And he's found the wrong segment.
18.
With
Martin, you require 54.
Every single dart.
3 wrongs don't make a right in darts.
Game
but that does make 3-0.
Martin Adams.
And Mustafaevs is on the cusp of a double bagel against the Wolf.
Yeah, it's looking like a very similar match to yesterday, despite the way that Adams came racing out. I think the trouble that he's seen his opponent go through has kind of affected him a little bit. Look, people will say that there is nothing that your opponent does that affects 70. What you do. But so many times you see one player who usually plays at a much higher standard seemingly get dragged down to a lower level.
And in other sports it happens too. When somebody's not playing great football and they park the bus, it's very difficult for you to play a free-flowing style of football. And on top of that, in golf as well, if one of your playing partners, or if you're in a 2-ball, for instance, as we got our first maximum of the match from Wolfie, let's say Rory McIlroy's playing with Francesco Molinari, and Francesco's having a nightmare.
40.
That might affect the way that Rory plays, because he's seeing certain things happening to the ball and to his opponent who might be getting frustrated. And it does happen a lot.
And you're also becoming very aware of what the outcome is going to be, and it's more difficult to enjoy a good book or a good film when you know how it ends.
It's like Billy Crystal when Harry Met Sally. His dark side said he read the last page 43. First because he didn't want to die without knowing 71. How the book ended.
However, we picked the really worst time to discuss that because Adams has just gone 180, 180, and then taken out 71 in 2 darts to win the game. He certainly finished with a flourish if everything else before it was a bit naff. Martin Adams goes out from 431 in 9 darts there at the end of the game, and 8 darts to win the game, and 11 darter for the 4th leg of the match. No luck for Janis Mustafejevs, who did have chances, all of them coming in 1 leg. It was only 2 darts at double, but that does not tell the full story. A bit of a comical leg during that game. But Adams is back on top of the table. He gets the 4-0 win he needed to get there. He's tied on points with Peter Jacques, and we will see Peter Jacques in a couple of games' time against Jordan Brooks. But first, it's Murray McGeeney.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Martin Adams has just completed a whitewash victory to get his first 2 points of this morning's session. It was a 4-0 win over Janis Mustafejevs, who averaged less than 60 in that game. A 15-dart leg to open proceedings from Wolfie, and it looked like it was going to be fairly routine for the three-time world champion. Janis had multiple chances in the second leg, but bust his score, hit doubles he didn't need, and struggled with composure out there throughout that match. Wolfie's level again dipping against the Latvian, finding it difficult to produce his best and embroiled in a real slog of a match, but still completing the double bagel over Mustafaevs. A real disappointing performance from him, given that he showed real signs of improvement in his opening match. As you can see, just the 2 attempts at the outer ring in that one, not able to take any of them. Wolfie 4 out of 15 with those 2 180s late on in that match as well. We can see what that does to the league standings, with Wolfie having now played 2 of his 5 matches today. He is sat top of the table. We have got Murray against McGeeney coming up for you next. You can see they're currently sat 3rd and 4th, both still in with a chance of qualifying for finals night, but you feel this is a really big game in the context of the league standings. Both players, of course, winning their opening games of the morning and still in with a chance of qualifying. Murray, interestingly, not taking out a single 10+ finish yesterday, but 2 in his opening match, including that superb 1-1-6 outshot from him as well. Let's get into this one then. Owen Binks is ready on the stage. Let's rejoin Murph and Nico.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Time to close out the first third of our matches for Friday during the day. And please remember that we have our double session on Friday as per usual. The climax of Group B will be tonight from 10 p.m. We will be live with 10 matches tonight and then 9 matches tomorrow night for the Week 11 finals. But who will be there? McGeeney still in with a shout. on 6 points in the table up against the 8-pointed Ryan Murray, who has done his job at the end of the Thursday session and his job at the start of Friday. Now he's got to get down to taking out the other people in the quest for the top 2 spots.
Ryan to throw first. Game
First
on.
mission, take out Gladiator. So things are getting slightly more difficult by the game.
Yeah, very interesting match, isn't it? Because, as you said, if Murray wins it, we have a 3-way tie at the top on 10 points before Jacques takes on Brooks in the next match. But if McGeeney wins it, it looks like suddenly the race to finals night
100.
becomes one involving 4 horses. Because he would go level with Murray on 8 points, 2 behind Jacques and Adams.
44.
Of course, Jacques has that game in hand against Jordan Brooks right after this one. We talked about Martin Adams, didn't we, in that previous match as well, and whether or not Mustafaevs would be nervous. Well, I've had a tweet from Robert Owen, a man who's played more games than anybody here at the Super Series. And he said that he's played Martin Adams, who he describes as a legend, many, many times and gets nervous against him every single time.
I can understand where Rob's coming from, you know. Because I've played Martin a ridiculous amount of times over the last 3 years. And I even played him in a match on this stage when we were figuring out all the cameras and the lights and getting everything ready, almost like a dress rehearsal. I thoroughly enjoyed the match. He beat me by 4 legs to 3. It was really, really good fun. But you still feel like you're in the presence of greatness. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Because we've lost some of our friends in this sport over the last couple of years. And just recognising that they're still with us is a good thing. And feeling nervous around greatness is a good thing.
70.
Well, it hasn't done Robert Owen any harm, because he's actually 9-5 up in the head-to-head against Martin Adams at the Super Series.
That's useful.
Winning 3 out of the 5 matches they've played this year.
82.
Hope you're well, Rob. Seems like an eternity since you got to Champions Week. He hasn't even played in this venue yet. Great second dart.
50.
Third one, not so much.
56.
And McGeeney, who was decent on his doubles in his opening win against Jordan Brooks,
on the first leg.
is better at the start of this one. With a clean take on 56. 17 darts to start this one off.
Second leg, it's
getting interesting. We talked about the prospect of that grandstand finish, and it's getting tightly grouped up. Just imagine that Jordan Brooks
140
manages to beat Peter Jacques in the next game. We'd have a situation where you'd have 2 on 10, 2 on 8, and 1 on 6.
85.
Let the chips fall as they may.
That's if McGeeney does beat Ryan Murray here.
If he does beat him, it'll be the first time this week, because it's 4-0 to Ryan Murray so far this week. 4-2 twice, 4-1 twice. And if you think about the amount of points that Mark has lost this week, that's 8 against Ryan alone.
Is there any story behind the Gladiator nickname for Mark McGeeney? I know we've had a few chats about that aspect of the sport, the nicknames. Are you aware of one?
Good question. I'm not actually sure. I just know he's been known as that for ages. I know he likes rock music, and he likes to be quite gladiatorial going out to big venues with fans like the Lakeside, holding up that heavy metal sign that he likes to do.
He was almost inadvertently given a new nickname, wasn't he,
59.
McGeeney? When on a European tour, one of the drivers, of course, speaking in a second language, referred to him as Mr. McGeeney.
125. Mark, you 157.
Why have I never heard that before? That's amazing. Okay, Mr. McGeeney. Can you pull one out of the bottle?
99.
Well, that would have been McGeeney, yes.
193.
But Murray looking for 93 to level up. Goes the ball route to guarantee himself a dart at the button. But he can't press it.
57.
And he can't
Mark
pressurise
required,
Mark
58.
McGeeney, who can lead by 2 legs, just as he did in the previous match.
Game shot on the second
He's
leg.
there again.
Mark McGeeney.
This is one of those games, isn't it? You feel invincible. It's a bit like that old
Delegates Ryan to throw
sitcom
first.
from the 1960s. I Dream of McGeeney.
51.
Sorry, I know that was really bad.
I'll allow it.
It sounded like a barrister there, or a judge.
Well, pretty soon he won't be dreaming, will he?
96.
Mark McGeeney will have a very real prospect of potentially putting himself in the top
40.
2 after a flying start to the day. Should he get 2 more legs in this one?
You know what? If I was going to call him Mark McGeeney again. Mark McGeeney, if he was to make the top 2 by the end of today,
100.
can you imagine the roller coaster he's been through this week?
And let's not forget, we have seen it happen before. The opening night, launch night here
100.
at the Live Lounge for the Super Series was won by Kieran Tian to book his place at Champions Week. He did it after finishing bottom of Group A.
And on top of that, Moreno Blom, a couple of weeks ago, he was here playing in Group C. He lost his first game on Friday,
100.
and we all thought, well, he's gone. What did he do? He won the group by winning his last 4 matches. So, Mark, I know you can't hear us,
140.
but we're saying this to your fans out there. It's possible. You can do it.
He's in a decent spot here, you know. Murray might have to take out the 170 to deny McGeeney a 3rd straight leg. Though you think he needs this treble.
45.
Can't
Right
find
number
it.
170.
Are we going to get the 170 checkout this week?
60. Market required.
I think 167 might be the best, you know.
A 160 would be up there in the context of this match and this day. It's a drifter, though, from McGeeney.
We did get a 170 on Saturday night
90.
last week from
Ronnie
Gavin
McGuire,
Carlin, the eventual
110.
champion. The Week 10 winner. Murray does not get a shot at double from 110.
54.
And McGeeney does have an opportunity
Market
here to keep his
requires 70.
perfect doubling alive. Could well be double top again. It is. Only needed 1 the last 2 legs.
Game shot
And
the
only needs
3rd
1
leg.
again.
Mark McGeeney.
Pain for Murray. McGeeney, you've totally ruined me by telling me that story
Delegates
about
Mark to throw first.
the German driver.
So McGeeney 3-0 to the good and looking good to close up the group a little bit. Certainly the top 4 places. And you have heard us speaking
58.
of Champions Week. I'm just going to give you a reminder of the players that have already qualified for that end to this first Super Series stage.
92.
Robert Owen, who we mentioned, was the first man to get there, won week 1. Followed quickly by Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, Darryl Pilgrim and Lee Evans. Then Kieran Tian, the first man to qualify by winning on this stage. Graham Usher
85.
also joined him, along with Conan Whitehead, after that historic night, which featured the first ever 3-way 9-dart shootout on TV. Scott Williams, who's
56.
already won a PDC Pro Tour event this year, and as Paul mentioned, in that last leg, Gavin Carling winning last Saturday. 2 more spots up for grabs, 1 from this week, 1 from next
83.
week's field.
And we're only about 30 hours away from announcing who will be part of week
40.
12. You already know one of the names. The words cat and bag come to mind. Mr. Mason.
Yeah, but it was his secret to share on that occasion.
Yeah, we'll give him that. But
Bullseye.
105.
one thing I can tell you about next week, it's a pretty good lineup, especially in Group A.
Yeah, more on that tomorrow.
57.
Well, Paul Nicholson also asked the
Market
question in the
required,
last leg, will we get the
170.
170 this week? Yes. No.
Maybe. Later in the
80.
week.
The prize fund for Champions Week, by the way, £41,000, including that potential £1,000 dished out for a 9-darter. 20 grand to the winner.
190.
An unbelievable turnaround potentially here. Mark McGeeney needs double 15. He's himself handily placed if Murray misses this. This is for a skin saver. And it would be to maintain his position in the table as well, because there's 8 legs between these guys and only 2 points. They might be level on everything going into the next round of matches.
Well, McGeeney hadn't missed a darter double until it was match darts. He'd hit 3 out of 3.
56.
Darts to win legs, but in the leg to win the match, he's missed 4 out of 4. And the game goes on. Ryan Murray takes the first step on that journey for 1,000 miles.
We can now say that no matter what happens in this match, McGeeney can't usurp the position of Ryan in the table. But he can still equalise his points total and get very close to him in legs difference. And put Jordan Brooks in a whole heap of peril. Now, mathematically, we know that Mustafaevs is gone. If things go the way of Jordan Brooks' opponents, it won't be far until he's out.
All of those 4 darts missed at double by Mark McGeeney were to win this match 4-0. Had been absolutely flawless with his finishing up until that point, up until match point.
58.
There aren't any guarantees in sport. Just because you get a match shot doesn't mean you're going to win.
95.
What's the best comeback you've ever seen in sport? What's your favourite one?
130.
In dart, I can think of a few in darts, to be honest.
Whitlock against Caven?
Whitlock against Caven was absolutely superb.
97.
The 1-4-6 to win it, and then the reaction from Simon, who wasn't quite sure what to do at the European Championship. Yeah, I do like that one. Andy Hamilton against Simon Whitlock. Similar status at the World Match Play.
Ryan, you require 80.
Jockey Wilson, 89, winning the Worlds against Eric when he'd been in obscurity for a couple of years. That was a comeback.
60.
Well, is the comeback on here, or is the comeback about to be off? McGeeney may get another match dart. He's missed 4 already. Now he needs treble 19 to get one at the bull. Couldn't hit the outer ring to seal the deal. But the bull is no bother. And Mark McGeeney wins 4-1 against Ryan Murray in a very significant scoreline for this group. It takes him level on points with the man he's just beaten. And this really is a gladiatorial effort from McGeeney. 86.1 the average, 50% on the doubles. He missed 4 for the match in the previous leg, but then put things right by bedding the bull to clean up that 112. And all of a sudden, Mark McGeeney has put himself in the picture. Peter Jacques has always been in the picture, and he's looking for his second win of the day, having beaten Martin Adams earlier. He takes on Jordan Brooks, who really must win to have any chance of going through to finals night. That's coming next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. A really important victory for Mark McGeeney in that last match, a 4-1 victory over Ryan Murray. To reflect on that, Paul Nicholson, how crucial could that victory be, and winning that last leg as well in that manner in terms of the leg difference?
There's been a lot made of Adams and Jacques and Murray so far this morning, but the way that McGeeney has got himself into the race now, full credit to him. I didn't give him a chance. I'm not going to be lying about it. I thought that because of the fact that he had not won more than 2 games per week or per day this week, I just fancied that maybe that pattern would scupper him. Now is the acid test. His ability to finish days out has not been the best, but the confidence that he's got from the first 2 matches, he's definitely in it now.
He is definitely in it, but as you said, he does tend to fade towards the back end of days. That's where we see him throwing in those low to mid 70 averages. Mentally, what can you do? I know you mentioned yesterday eating a few sweets and doing things like that for your stamina, but how much is that playing on your mind, and how much might you overthink that when you're up there?
Maybe, but Mark has got a lot of experience when it comes to long tournament format. He's won the Dutch Open twice, and I think he's got to remember what he did in those days to try and, you know, keep himself pepped up. But adrenaline is a wonderful thing, and winning is a great habit. He's had the best start he's had all week. Now, if he can run with that, he's got problems to put onto his opponents. I think we've got a really exciting climax coming.
It is really exciting, and it's quite an intriguing group because nobody's really running away with it. Nobody's putting in those consistent high 90 averages that maybe you need at this stage if you are to run away with a group. It's very congested at the top there, isn't it?
It is, and the thing that makes it most exciting is what you've just said, because everybody's susceptible. If you look at the table, Adams is at the top now, but it is Jacques who's got that game in hand against Jordan Brooks right now, and it's a must-win game for Jordan. Simple as that.
It most certainly is. We can see a little video clip next, I believe, of Peter Jacques in action. His finishing, we really bigged it up, didn't we, coming into today's session? It wasn't at his clinical best in his opening match of the day. But he still, even when he's not as clinical on the outer ring, he still looks in control of a lot of his games.
I think the control comes from the experience that he's got, but also with that mechanical action, which is... it's extraordinary. It's a bit like a Japanese robot arm. It's so snappy and rigid, and that's one of the things that makes him such a great player.
Absolutely. A prediction for this one?
You put me on the spot, aren't you? In front of these guys. Got to see a Jacques win, I think.
I think we can all agree with that. Let's get into this one then. Murph, over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Don't worry, Paul. The players won't take offence. Certainly not the one that you're trying to sit on. As Jordan Brooks and Peter Jacques prepare to do battle. Jacques, the man who is really in a strong position in this group. A win against Martin Adams put him there at the start of the day, and the West Yorkshireman is looking to leapfrog Adams back into top spot, 2 points clear of Wolseley. A win that would effectively rule Jordan Brooks out of the running. Brooks has played some decent stuff on his first outing at the Super Series and will be disappointed to have been on the wrong end of a second successive 4-3 defeat to Mark McGeeney in his opening match of the morning. And when this pair met yesterday,
Peter to throw first. Game on.
It was Peter Jacques who got the better of Jordan Brooks 4-2. That actually levelled up their career head-to-head record, because Brooks had beaten Jacques at Q School earlier this year, a 6-2 win in Milton Keynes for Brooks. But he now needs to win, Paul, or
60.
It is, you'd have to say, curtains for Brooks.
I'd have to say so. It's been an interesting couple of days for Jordan so far, but he put up a fight against McGeeney in his first match, but it didn't work out for him. You mentioned Q School there, Murph. Do you see these two guys going to Q School in January in Milton Keynes again?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why not.
140.
They've changed the format, haven't they, as well in recent years to try and ensure that the higher level of the tier get through. I still am not a massive fan personally, it's just a personal
180.
opinion of the amount of places that are up for grabs at Q School. I'd much rather see more spots go to the Challenge Tour than qualifying school.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I've been at a Q School in the last few years before they started
100.
doing the 2-tier Q School, and it was carnage.
You got through it.
I've been through a Q School and failed to get through one, so I've seen it from both sides of the coin.
133.
But it was getting to the stage where you just couldn't manage it over the course of 4 days. It just couldn't be done. So putting it into 2 stages was the right thing. But I, like you, would want to reward the guys who
41.
are on the Challenge Tour all
These
year
require
and give them at
32.
least 5 spots.
Double 16 for Jacques.
No score.
He can't find the
Do you wanna
spot,
require
so Brooks has an outside chance at
160?
160. 60, 60, 40.
Ideal dart here is top left of the 60 bed, of course.
You can see that's what he was pitching for,
60.
with where that dart
These
landed.
require 32.
But it's double 16 still for Jacques,
Game show
and
on
this
the
time he
first
finds
leg.
it. Now,
Peter
just for the
Jacques.
uninitiated, Paul, we should never assume that everybody knows every intricacy
Second leg, it's Jordan to throw first.
the darting ladder. Just
Game on.
explain what qualifying school is and what the Challenge Tour is.
Qualifying school is where you pay your entry fee. You don't have to be of any sort of standard, really. If you want to go to Q School and play, you
98.
can, as long as you've got the money and the backing. But the first staging of Q School, you have to qualify by winning the
41.
day or being part of the upper echelons of the Order of Merit to qualify for Stage 2. And in Stage 2, it's the same. If you win outright, you go to the tour. You get yourself a tour card for 2 years.
57.
You have the right to play in things like Players' Championship events, European Tour qualifiers, and things like the UK Open, and you can go on to the world rankings.
140.
But as far as the Challenge Tour is concerned, that's for people who go to Q School and do not get a card. Then you can play it on an alternative tour, the second tier.
95.
And then if you are a master of that over the course of a season, you could get a tour card for the following season and the season after that. But I think you've got to finish at the top spot, haven't you?
Yeah.
55.
There are also other tours as well. We've mentioned the World Seniors Tour. That's for players over 50. There's a development tour action going on right now, in fact. Players under the age of 23.
43.
25 now.
25. And they have to have had their 24th birthday, I think it was before January.
21.
Because the last couple of World Youth Champions, Ted Everts and, well, Luke Humphries won it at 24. And Luke Humphries was 24 when he won it. Dimitri Vandenberg won it twice before he left the development system,
41.
and now he's one of the high flyers.
Yeah, and this event, the MODUS Super Series, is eligible to anybody who does not hold a professional tour card, but it is invitational only, so
100.
don't call us, we'll call you.
Jordan
And
Brook,
over 18s only.
167.
When we were at home, we waited patiently for Keenan Barry to turn 18. And on his 18th birthday, he played his first day. Ironically, I tell you who was playing against him that day. Martin Adams.
100. Peter Brook, 144.
Nice way to bring it back to the present. Gordon Brooks here looking at 67 to level the game. Treble 17, I assume, will be the target.
67.
You don't have to go 17s here. Treble 9 is an option. That treble 2 makes things a bit more difficult. 11 or treble to have a shot for the leg. Well, that was courageous.
31.
Some would say
Peter
maybe
Brook,
foolish.
144.
Well, it was a bold move. It paid off in the end because he got a dart at double. But there was always a risk of hitting the bullseye there or
Peter
missing the
Jacques.
25 completely and not doing that. It was brave, it was bold, it was effective in the end,
Feel like it's
but couldn't
Peter to
get the
throw
bit at the end,
first.
and that means that Jacques has doubled his lead.
I would categorise that 25 as a little foolish.
9.
There's a fine line, isn't there, between bravery and foolishness?
Yes, there is. There is. And when you consider how good Jacques' been on the outer ring for the last couple of days, you don't want to be giving him shots. He's on 40% in this match, 2 hits from 5 attempts. And that's 10% down on what he did yesterday.
We spoke about players watching their performances back. It's great, actually, to know that there are a few players that have played at the Super Series that are just watching the action.
140.
Heard from Robert Owen earlier. We've also heard from Andy Hamilton today. Pleased with the mentions for his big comeback in Blackpool. Hope you're well, Andy. Hope to see you again at the Super Series, and I actually hope to see Andy Hamilton at some point at one of the World Seniors events as well. I think he'd be a fantastic addition.
Oh, I agree.
140.
One thing you are starting to see with World Seniors is that the talent pool is getting better and better. Maybe at the start, the names like John Lowe and some others were needed to get it off and running. But what we're starting to see is genuine world-class darts from every player now.
100. Peter Rock 100.
Who can forget the comeback at the Seniors, actually, in Hull from Peter Manley against John Part. Yeah, do get yourself to one of those events next year if you can. As Jake T here looks at double 11, the man who I'm sure will be hoping to qualify himself.
Yeah, next year, potentially. But why was he going for treble 14 there for double 11 when Jordan's on 176? I don't get that play. So we've seen a couple of technical question marks so far in Game 6.
It's like Robbie Williams and Nicole Kidman up there, isn't it, on the stage? You're both doing something stupid.
9. Jordan, you require 70.
I don't think they're going to be saying I love you to each other.
Well, Peter Jacques might be saying I love 2. If he gets a go at the double 1.
58.
Will.
Now, here's the problem with
Peter
leaving
required
11.
2.
You leave yourself in a bit of a corner. You want to be leaving high doubles. And I don't mean high on the board. I mean things like 20, 18, 16. But any double can be hit by Peter Jacques, obviously. 3-0, and this is the ideal result for him because a win would take him to the top of the table on points and leg difference and put pressure on the likes of Murray, McGeeney and Adams.
He would leapfrog Martin Adams to position 1. It's jumping Jacques here at the Super Series.
Oh, that'd be a good walk-on song for him then.
Hey,
Jumping Jacques Flash by the Rolling Stones.
I do have to tilt my cap if I was wearing one to you, because so far what you said is coming to pass. Martin Adams and Peter Jacques, the dominant duo in the group.
3 alert. 3.
Well, have you ever seen this before in a game of darts, Paul? Peter Jacques' last 2 scores, 2 and 3.
Watch. Oh, hat stand. It's all happening here in Game 6. A comedy of things. All darts. It's going to be a 180, isn't it? Go on, Peter. That would have been so funny. 3 followed by a maximum.
140.
There's a fine line between mediocre and brilliant here in steel-tip darts.
Well, we had a moment yesterday in the match, didn't we, where Janis Mustafejevs had 1 dart at double in an entire game, and it was at double 1.
Never seen that in my career. I've been around a fair few years, but 1 shot at a double in a match, at double 1. How does that happen?
95.
Because he left double 1 after a maximum. That's how.
I always continue to be amazed at the different things you see day-to-day commentating here at the Super Series or anywhere else.
140.
Watching darts in a game that really doesn't have any changing variables. You just see some mad stuff from time to time.
There are over 3,500 ways to get a 9-darter.
Yeah. And how many have you done?
Couple.
A few to go then.
Oh, actually, it must be 3 because I've hit a double start one as well.
Double start 301 was that?
I've had a 6 in 301.
93.
That's pretty good.
Well, I'm gonna indulge in this self-praise now. My best ever leg of darts was a 301 7-darter.
That's not bad. And I suppose the best darts we've seen today from Adams. 4-3-1 in 8 darts.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, it could be 3-1 in this match as Brooks looks east.
That's not good. But he has got a sighter just on the inside of that dart. Can't find the target, and Jacques, he's already hit this checkout this week.
Well, that's a wayward one. You're going to start doing this kind of thing. Do it when you're 3-0 up and throwing second, I suppose. But Brooks has already missed 5 darts at double. Make that 6. And it's that lean again that can cause problems.
No score.
Paul analysed it on a bullseye shot we saw earlier that Brooks's darts do lean across to the left and will block a target like double 6.
Make sure of a shot at the ball.
65.
How close was that one?
Jordan, you're required.
That was for the match.
Brooks needs to be more aggressive here, more attacking. A dart outside the double 6 is no good to him. Better off going inside and going for double 3.
Yeah, I agree. Give it a crack.
Game shot
just like that.
Flag. Jordan Brooks.
He's hanging on to this table by the skin of his teeth.
Like it's Peter to throw first.
It's not just the points that are a problem, but leg difference at -2. He's 13 legs behind Jacques and Adams.
Yeah, we've already said goodbye to Mustafaevs, but it looked like we might be saying bye-bye Brooks as Peter Jacques takes another step towards qualification.
Now, if he doesn't win this match, he's only got 3 games left, and 10 points is where he could prospectively get to. Now, Jacques would get to 12 with a win. That would be out of range for Brooks. 1 win for Martin Adams. Job done.
Jacques won his first 4 matches yesterday before that defeat to Adams, which he put right. That kind of run is going to take him over the line today, isn't it?
Yes, and when you look at some of the fixtures coming up, the likes of Murray against Adams. You know, Adams has actually got a game against Brooks in match number 11.
Well, Adams is the one, isn't he? You look at it, he's got McGeeney, Brooks and Murray. That's a more challenging end to the day than it should be for Peter Jacques.
100.
He's had his game against Mustafaevs, which most people you would think are going to win. But even from this position, the more I survey what is coming up, I just don't see Brooks coming through this. There's just too much against him.
However, for the other players, they'll all still feel it's in their hands because, as I said, if either McGeeney or Murray beat Martin Adams, then they'll be on the same points as him. If both of them beat him, then he's in trouble. He is in action next against Mark McGeeney in what is going to be a crucial contest
59.
in the race for finals night. A race that Peter Jacques is winning right now.
Yeah, don't worry about what's happening behind you, Peter. You just keep winning and you'll be fine.
29.
That was a bit of a bag of nails, he would admit that.
You require 154.
In no way did he think he was going to leave 112 from that visit. $116 left.
95.
That worked out pretty well.
Peter require 112.
112 was the match-winning shot a couple of games ago for Mark McGeeney. And he did it. 5, treble 19 and bull. Jacques can't follow suit.
84.
Does Brooks get back in it?
59.
Needs to sharpen up his finishing. We know that. 1 hit from 9 attempts.
Double 10.
Game shot.
Finds the target, and Jacques has got more to think about. Because Brooks has broken the throw there. We are back on throw in this contest.
See if against Jordan.
It looked academic at 3-0.
Game on.
And there you see the reason why this game could swing. Neither player clinical in that department.
140.
Peter Jacques was cruising. Suddenly, Jordan Brooks is back in the match.
I was walking down the street this morning
140.
with a very large cup of green tea after our mid-session break between 2 a.m. and 9 a.m. And Jordan was walking down the street. Said hello to him, good morning. And for the last 24 hours, I thought to myself, he does remind me of somebody. I just can't put my finger on who it is. And then I realised that I twigged immediately. It was Wes Newton's brother, Dale.
100.
Who's also from Fleetwood. Just got the same mannerisms as him. And of course, Dale has played a PDC Worlds himself.
58.
It's quite a feature, isn't it? Darting families.
The Dobies, the Wests, the Adams,
100.
the Richardsons,
The Adams family you just mentioned. Save that for Halloween.
da-da-da-da. I once saw Steve West beat his brother 6-0 on a European Tour event, averaging 110. I thought, there's brotherly love. Now, is Jordan Brooks going to take us all the way here?
Jordan,
We haven't had yet this week someone win from 3-0 down. On average, it happens once a week.
54.
It might not be this game.
PG requires 66.
Peter's thinking one thing and one thing only. Put him away.
Double top to do just that.
46.
And it's another chance
Jordan,
squandered
require 24.
by the Terrier. Who'll be feeling terrible right now.
His nemesis.
Game shot.
Not so much now. He's hit it twice.
Jordan Brooks.
Still hanging on. Jacques has got the throw, but he has zero momentum after missing 2 match starts in 2 different legs.
Well, let's put you in the picture on what this leg means in terms of the shape of the Group C table. If Jordan Brooks can break and complete that boomerang comeback from 3-0 behind, then he will move on to 6 points. 2 behind Mark McGeeney and Ryan Murray, and 4 behind Peter Jacques and Martin Adams. If Jacques wins, he will put 8 points between himself and his opponent here. 2 between him and second place Adams, and 4 between Murray and McGeeney. This could be almost a qualification match for Peter Jacques, and it becomes a race between 3. Not certain, of course, but it's a big, big leg.
Well, Peter's got Janis Mustafejevs in round 3.
So you're expecting 2 more points there, and 14 should be enough to get you through.
Absolutely. Huge leg for Jacques. And I don't want to get too far ahead, but Jordan is going to be out if he loses this leg. The likelihood of him getting through, if he loses this leg, it's, you know, Lazarus's comeback wasn't that big.
Yeah, and it would be so reliant on ridiculous results, because he'd have to win all 3 of his remaining matches, hope that players above him lost all of theirs. Martin Adams would have to lose all of his. Murray and McGeeney would only be allowed to win 1 more match. I think it is as good as impossible. So it's a big leg for both. And it's Jacques once again is taking the initiative, but we've been here before in this match. Seems to have had the scoring segment correct in just about every leg in the game.
Needs another 57 to get to a finish. He could use the 60.
95.
Maybe the 60 was the play because it was open. But Peter, you've got a 100-point advantage. You've got 6 starts for 108. You've been living on the edge in this game. Just get it done.
Game shot.
Wonderfully done by Peter Jacques.
Peter Jacques.
Well, I think he might have found his target heart rate for the day in that one, but he does get his way to 12 points in the table, and it will be plus 12 in his leg difference as well. Stunning at times, but towards the end he did stutter. Jordan Brooks with a 77.98 average. Not good enough in having more darts at double in that match than the person who beat him by 4 legs to 3. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be another battle towards the top of the table as Mark McGeeney keeps his charge going against Martin Adams, who currently occupies one of the top 2 spots. That's coming right up.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Peter Jacques has returned to the top of the league table after that 4-3 victory over Jordan Brooks. Jacques unable to maintain his consistent level, but enough quality at key junctures in that one to get his second win of the day and 6th victory in Group C. At the start, his scoring was on point and finishing looked strong, but he faded in the middle part, missing match starts in 2 different legs, but doing enough in that last leg decided to get himself over the line after Brooks had dragged himself back into the game. Of course, that does effectively end Jordan Brooks' chances of qualifying for finals night. We can take a look at the league table now. Confirmation of that. Jordan Brooks, of course, on 4 points. So Janis Mustafejevs, of course, can't qualify, and it looks increasingly unlikely that Brooks is going to be able to either. Next up, we have got McGeeney against Adams. Both of them still with an opportunity to qualify for finals night, of course. As we mentioned earlier, this is a real test for Mark McGeeney at this stage of the day, though, because he's made such a strong start to the day session. But this is the time of the day where he normally fades slightly, throwing in those mid-70 averages. So let's see if he can maintain the consistency from this morning's session so far and make it 3 wins out of 3 for this morning's session.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, another big match. It's getting very, very interesting, very, very exciting as this Group C, well, the C could stand for crescendo, couldn't it? Because that's what it's coming to. Mark McGeeney has put himself in the picture with a couple of excellent wins, one by the smallest margin when he got the better of Jordan Brooks, and one by a rather bigger margin when he beat Ryan Murray 4-1 in the standout result of the day so far, because that is the one that has blown the race for the top 2 wide open. And Martin Adams, Wolfie, is the man who is being hunted and could be caught by McGeeney with a 3rd victory here.
We are getting into the proper 4-pointers now, because if you look at it from the other side of the coin, Murph, an Adams win gets him to 12 points, and the 4-point gap
First leg, it's Mark
between Adams, respectively,
game on.
And, of course, Peter Jacques, who plays next against Janis Mustafejevs. That's a big gap because there's only 2 matches left for most players. In fact, Ryan Murray against Jordan Brooks takes on huge significance for Ryan, because he'd be the only person in the chasing pack who's got 3 matches left, and he'd need them all.
You think if Peter Jacques beats Janis next, he's through?
Yes, I do.
So then we have that match you mentioned between Brooks and Murray, where Murray would really be needing a victory. Brooks we can probably rule out. McGeeney you'd expect to beat Mustafejevs, but then Adams, Brooks, Jacques, Murray, Adams, the last match of the day, and Jacques McGeeney still to come.
Yeah, just boil that down a little bit and let's talk about the fact that Ryan Murray has won 1 game so far today in beating Janis Mustafejevs by 4 legs to 2. He's given up more legs to Janis than anybody else. And in order to try and make Saturday night from here, after losing to Mark McGeeney in that game that you mentioned, which is massive for this group, Murray's now got to beat Brooks, he's got to beat Jacques, and he's going to have to beat Wolfie.
140.
It's looking really, really tough for Ryan.
It is. And really, this is the last match where a couple of the players in that battle for what we think will be a battle for second place are actually playing each other. Remarkably, with all those games still to go, only this one features 2 of those players in that race.
100.
McGeeney cannot take his foot off the pedal. He's trying to do something in this match, his next match, or the match after that he's not done all week, which is win 3 games from 5.
He's up against it already because Adams is threatening to break. In the opening leg, double 16 will bag that breaker throw.
44.
Nothing McGeeney can do other than hit and hope.
Don't worry about the hope until the hit is done. Maybe this leg is done.
26. Martin, you require 32.
Especially when you're leaving a bogey number. White flag raised. And still should be leg over right now.
No score.
Can't quite get there, and it's even more frustrating for Mark McGeeney that he isn't on a finish. It was almost a sarcastic smile appearing on his face there, knowing that he'd left himself no chance. But he's still waving that white flag.
45.
He's got to get
Martin, you require
some
32.
energy from somewhere quickly. He can't tail off in the middle portion of the matches again. Not if he harbours ambitions of playing here tomorrow for a 6th consecutive day.
20.
Adams still misses more doubles. That's now 7 in this first leg.
Wolfie wondering now, McGeeney. Again, he's thrown a dart that has given him no chance of finishing.
85. Martin, you require 8.
Martin Adams will be pleased that he's not still down on double 16.
Or double 8. Different portion of the board.
Game shot in the first leg.
Wins the leg
Martin
eventually.
Adams.
That is one of the most underwhelming breaks of throw maybe we've ever seen.
Second leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
We've talked a fair bit about our friend Owen Binks this week, haven't we?
Yep, we're going to talk some more about him.
Yeah, can't hear us. Why not?
That's the referee, by the way.
100.
The man who is on the stage there, Deputy Binks, as he's affectionately known here at the Super Series.
I did quash the whole Millhouse thing yesterday.
41.
He looks more like Frank Grimes from The Simpsons.
Yeah, I think, Paul, that you need to go away to some designer and get... Because you've got Simpsons characters for everybody, haven't you? I think you should get a nice team photo done, but in all of our Simpsons characters.
100.
I believe there is a website where you can get your own made. You can send them a photo, and they will make a Simpsons character animation for what you look like. Well, it's pointless getting one for
60.
Owen because he looks a spitting image of Frank Grimes anyway.
Well, why don't we get... This is an idea. We shouldn't even be doing this on air, but what the heck. How about we all have a Simpsons character, but for Owen we just have his actual picture.
100.
He does like, actually, to be centre of attention, so although he'll moan about us having a little bit of a laugh at his expense, he loves it, really. And we love him, really.
45.
Speak for yourself.
Harsh.
Only kidding, Owen. I know you're going to watch this back. He's a dartaholic. Nothing wrong with that.
100.
Well, don't forget to watch the action this evening, live from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and available, of course, on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And just a quick point, tomorrow evening's action, the finals night's action, will be streamed only on the YouTube channel. So if you usually watch on Sporty Stuff TV, just make sure that you access YouTube on your device. Modus Super Series, a channel you will need to watch the evening's action.
And with smart TVs these days, you can still watch it on your big screen telly at home. Just make sure you've got the right channel on YouTube and you can watch it all live as it happens. And you don't want to miss the final of week 11.
Martin, you require 60.
Because we're also going to give you the lineup for week 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Pick a side, Martin.
Where have I heard that before?
Game shot on the second
this time,
leg.
Adams
Martin Adams
doesn't mess around on the doubles. Now, remarkably in this match, Mark McGeeney still has not had a dart at double. Adams won that leg.
First. Game on.
In 18 darts. He won the previous leg.
100.
In 23 darts. And McGeeney has not thrown at a double in the game.
What is it about the middle section of the games where Gladiator starts to fail.
100.
Yeah, well, there you see. How well has he played so far today? And suddenly, an absolute plummet in his performance level.
It must be something to do with energy levels,
60.
maybe sleep patterns, hydration. It's got to be something. It's got to be addressed if he's going to have success with us. He's more than talented enough to get spots in a Champions Week or maybe even a weekly final. But what we've seen this week in his third and fourth games is alarming.
60.
There you see his angle of attack. He's trying to lie those darts on top of each other. Gets them to float through the air, whereas Martin's throwing them with a bit more thrust. Getting them to land quite upright.
100.
His darts make that lovely noise when they clatter together. The flights that he uses have the ability to spin, to absorb
100. Martin, you require
the tension that's created when they clatter into each other. And it's something that he's used for a good 2 or 3 years now. It works for him, not for everybody.
Well, there's every possibility that after 3 legs, McGeeney still wouldn't have thrown a dart double here. Adams has put a tidy one in, a couple of tons and a 140 sandwiched in between. And he leaves that 60 that he took out in the last leg. And Martin is getting better and better in this game. So is Mark McGeeney, actually, but he started from a lower bar.
145. Martin, you require 60.
Well, for that visit, I would give him a 10. That was a wild first dart, but look on the bright side. There's no dart in the way of tops.
20. Mark, you require 36.
He actually managed to move the flight of that dart. If you just caught that out of the corner of your eye, the flight spun, so maybe it did brush
Game shot on the third leg.
So McGeeney hadn't had a dart at double, but when he gets there, he only needs one.
Yeah, if you look at Martin's darts when they hit the board, the white flight will turn just a little bit.
Game on.
Because it's a spinner flight. But even when another dart hits the board close, there's a tiny reverberation from the darts hitting the board. So he doesn't have to actually hit the flight for it to move.
100.
There's some flights in the past, and these used to drive me absolutely crackers. I hated them with a passion. Is that they would spin a lot when they hit the board. It was so off-putting.
121.
Well, surely only off-putting for the player throwing them.
Well, they're great to watch from a commentator's seat or a fan's perspective, but as a player, I just like things that would hit and not move anymore.
What do you think then of the spring-loaded points?
Not really a fan.
Not for you?
Nope.
They're the points that if you watch the likes of John Michael, Dieter Hedman as well, will kind of wobble the dart in the board when they land.
Anything like that puts me off. And there's been a lot of players who have tried them out, but most of them have gone back to a solid point. Martin Schindler, Zoran Lerchbacher, Peter Wright.
30.
John Michael is a great example from Greece. And the only person who really uses them all the time is Dieter Hedman. They work for her, but I'm not a fan.
100.
Certainly a fan of Dieter Hedman. A lady I'd love to see play on this stage. Another legend of the sport. In fact, only one player has ever won more titles than Dieter Hedman.
40.
No prizes for guessing who.
We don't even need to mention who it is. It's Boris Krčma. That's true, though. He's won over 400 soft tip titles. 400!
Yeah, remarkable.
I asked him in Belgium recently, is that true, Boris? Have you really won over 400 soft tip titles? He went, yes. Okay, Boris, I believe you.
60.
He's about 8 foot tall.
Well, if this was soft tip, Mark McGeeney would be going straight for the ball. Might as well have.
18.
Been a funny old game, this, hasn't it?
Yeah, one of those Jimmy Greaves type games. If you haven't got that reference, then you're not as old as I am. Should be the 51 now.
97. Mark you require 32.
Only the third dart double in the match for Mark McGeeney. Will be followed by the fourth.
Game shot on the
But not
fourth
the
leg.
fifth, because he finds the
Mark
target
McGeeney.
and levels up the match. The lead from Adams is cancelled out.
All right, so we've
think
had the
it's
discussion
Mark to
about
throw
which
first.
Simpsons character some
Game
of these
on.
people would be. What about movie characters? I've already said yesterday that Wolfie would be Michael J. Fox's dad in Teen Wolf. Mark would obviously be Russell Crowe.
131.
Who would Peter Jakes be?
I might just go and get lunch and leave you to it, Paul, to be honest.
Oh, thanks for your help. Who would you be? Who's your movie character muse?
100.
Well, there have to be some really good-looking, intelligent, humorous guy, wouldn't it?
I thought you were going to say somebody from the Full Monty because they're from
140.
Yorkshire.
Yeah, nobody wants to see that.
I'm probably Billy Elliot.
One.
You going to elaborate or just leave that there?
Yeah, it's from the northeast, that's about it. Well, no, I'll tell you who I'd be. I'd be that lad from the movie Goal.
Okay, Santiago was his name.
Santiago Munez, is it?
Nunes, yeah.
Our Santi. Great movie, that.
Oh, great scoring here from this pair. Sharp shooting from Martin Adams, who hit a 180 in his last visit. And a 180 in this visit.
Mark, you reckon 100.
Talk about putting 180s together. Adams has been the genius at that today.
And where does he get it from? Because he's been in the dark and doldrum for a couple of legs, and all of a sudden he turns it on, just like that 11 darter to win the last match.
Great dart players have got that
59.
switch
Martin, you reckon
that they can just
41.
flick and say, right, come on, get your act together.
Is it another 11 dart leg for Martin Adams? And he's really struggled on that segment in this match. Double 16 has been a
25.
bit of a problem. And Mark McGeeney is
you
on his
reckon
tail
190.
here.
Takes a brave man to chase a wolf. Oh, wrong bed.
35.
Well, maybe
Martin,
that was a
you
good thing.
require 16.
It's a good thing for Martin, that's for sure. And this would be a very good thing. But he's really struggling in this portion of the board.
Game shot in the
But
fifth.
when it
leg.
mattered,
Martin Adams.
Martin Adams found it.
Just saw a little bit of eye contact from Mark McGeeney towards Martin there as if to say, oh,
Sixth leg is
third
Martin
dart.
to throw first. Game on.
couldn't give me one shot, could you? You know there's a lot of respect between these two. They've played in the England squad together.
Well, McGeeney had that famous win, didn't he, in the 2018 World
28.
Championship against Martin Adams. Actually missed a couple of darts to win the title that year.
Yeah, double 18, wasn't it? Is he, like Mike Gregory, the only person to have missed darts for the title and never won a
44.
World Championship?
That's a good question, but I can't find an argument against it. Off the top of my head, anyway.
Ronnie Baxter never got darts for the title
100.
in 99 and 2000, did he? Has Mervyn King ever had a dart? I don't think he did. He didn't against Tony David. He didn't against 40 in 2004.
100.
No, I think you could well be right.
I'm going through my list of winners at Lakeside. Barneveld's.
I'll tell you who has, but in the women's game, Dieter Hedman.
140.
Yeah. Good shout.
I'm just talking about her in the last leg, or a couple of legs ago.
Phil Nixon didn't get a match start against Martin because he took the last set 3-0, didn't he? That brings us to 2007.
Oh, we're talking about comebacks. I mean, that would have been the ultimate one had it turned out in Phil's favour.
You wouldn't believe the story that was. I mean, in World Darts, it was an incredible match. Incredible tournament for Phil Nixon. But his status in the northeast of England was rocketed. We always knew that Phil was a great player. Played for England a few times. Incredible County Durham player. But that vaulted him into cult status. And he will always have that. He's not been around for a while. We lost him a few years ago. But when you talk about Phil Nixon, I get so smiley thinking about him.
Well, Adams has always had that status, and he gets a much needed victory, a very important one for him that sees him join Peter Jacques on 12 points at the top of the table. Jacques has a game in hand, but it means that Mark McGeeney, with just 2 games left to play, is 4 points off the pace, and a 4-horse race might just have become a 3-player fight for the 2 available spots at finals night. And Martin Adams is currently sitting at the peak of the pile. Coming next, the man who is looking to jump ahead of him once again, Peter Jacques, taking on the so far pointless, winless Janis Mustafejevs.
Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Martin Adams has just recorded his 2nd victory of this 2nd session in Group C. There you can see a 4-2 victory over Mark McGeeney. McGeeney remarkably not getting a dart at double in the opening 2 legs, despite Wolfie not really doing anything extraordinary out there. He only needed the 1 in the 3rd leg, though, to halve his deficit before getting back on level terms at 2 apiece. The game, like this session really, was played at a fairly pedestrian pace. It just didn't really spark into life, with both going through the motions a bit out there, but it was Wolfie who did enough. As you can see, just 22% checkout success for Wolfie, who got over the line in the end. McGeeney actually 50%, but he only had 4 attempts at the outer ring, and 93, the highest checkout in that one from Martin Adams. And we can have a little look at what that does to the league standings with 8 games remaining in Group C. It is, of course, Martin Adams now with that 1 leg superior difference, going top of the table, joint on points with Peter Jacques, who is in action next against the man sat bottom of the table in Janis Mustafejevs. And of course, Jacques could really enhance his leg difference with a big win in this one. He looks unflustered so far today, hasn't he, despite not hitting the heights with the doubles that we saw from him yesterday. And with Mustafejevs, well, he started the day with a much improved performance against Ryan Murray, defeated 4-2 in that one before looking awestruck, I think it's fair to say, against Martin Adams in his last match. He lost that one 4-0. So how will he fare against Jacques in this one? Let's find out in the company of Murph and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. All smiles for Peter Jacques, and why wouldn't it be? He is enjoying a fantastic day of darts, having beaten Martin Adams and Jordan Brooks in his opening 2 matches, and he will be a huge favourite to defeat Janis Mustafejevs, who is yet to win on his first trip to the MODUS Super Series. Did have a 4-2 defeat, his best result so far against Ryan Murray in the opening match, but it was unfortunate order restored when he met a man he really admires in Martin Adams, and he lost 4-0. Adams beating McGeeney 4-2 in the previous game has probably ruled McGeeney out of the race for the top 2. 4 points behind both Jacques and Adams, but having played 8 games, whereas Ryan Murray on the same points has only played 7, as has Peter Jacques, who will move on to 14 points and realistically will be as good as through with victory in this match.
180.
Especially when you're starting like that. Very buoyant. And maybe Peter's not feeling much in the way of pressure right now.
30.
You do sense that if he wins this game by a margin, that he's going to be very close to safety.
I think just winning it, because if you look at what would have to happen for him to get knocked out, he would need wins. This is Ryan Murray who's trying to catch him. We need wins against both Jacques and Martin Adams, the 2 players above him, as well as beating Jordan Brooks in the next match.
Well, Peter's looking to snap a bit of a streak today as well. Oh, could he set up a 10?
127.
Well, he'll have a crack at an 11. But so far today, it's been someone winning against the throw, with, against,
43.
with, against, with,
54.
against. So you'd fancy that the person with the throw might win this one to follow the pattern. But that would mean that Janus would have to win his first game of the group.
Good switch.
58. Peter require 40.
Now, I had a bit of fun in the previous match that Janis played against Martin Adams when we showed you Adams averaging twice as much
30.
as Mustafejevs. Peter Jacques is still in a position to do something similar, but had he gone out in 11 darts, I think he would have been averaging 3 times as much.
125.
Scotland that with a 1-2-5. But still, double 5. He's going round the houses. Could have been an 11 darter in this leg.
Well, he's used to going around the houses, isn't he?
But not going in the houses.
133.
Good darts there from Janus.
Hasn't gone in the houses yet. Come on, Peter. Enter.
No score.
Is Janis Mustafejevs going to take the lead against the league leader, despite that league leader having 10 darts at double? Yes. Yes, he is.
Janis Mustafejevs.
Right, at one point, Peter Jacques was on an 11 darter and was averaging about 75 points more than his opponent. Suddenly, Mustafejevs is in front and averaging just 2.5 points less.
What was Janis on when Peter was on the double? It was about 350, wasn't it? 356.
99.
Yeah, you don't have to rewind to hear that again. 356. You really hope for Peter's sake that that's not going to scupper his chances or break any confidence he's got.
Yeah, the first visits of this match for the pair of them. 180 for Peter Jacques after a 45 from Janis.
140.
Then a 30 from Janis, 140 for Jacques. Then 27 from Janis, and then 127 from Peter Jacques. So actually,
140.
Janis, when Peter Jacques had left 54, was still on 399.
You said he was amazing on the doubles yesterday.
90.
Jacques so far today, 33% against Adams. 30% against Jordan Brooks in a 4-3 win. Nothing wrong with those.
100.
So far, none from 10. So, you know for a fact, unless he hits every double he goes for from
38.
here, that his double
Peter
stats are
requires
shot.
76.
Double top.
56.
That's another
Janis
miss.
134.
What postman was supposed to always deliver. Wouldn't want him posting my letters. I'd be forever going next door but one to retrieve them.
42.
Maybe he's a
Peter
vegetarian.
required 20.
Doesn't like to deliver.
I'm not sure if I will allow that. What is going on here?
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, finally, Peter Jacques
Jacques.
bucks the trend, and after 13 unsuccessful attempts, lands a double.
You know, we were
Janis
talking
to
about
throw first. Game
movie
on.
characters or possibly any sort of character.
Well, you were, yeah.
Yeah, of course I am. We've got a long time to talk. Come on. Got to make it fun for our
57.
audience. You might not care, but Peter Jacques has got a very distinctive look. Short statured, bespectacled.
45.
I suppose he'd have to be that character. And I'm showing you right now.
Yeah, Penfold.
Penfold from Danger Mouse.
Character I'm being shown
28.
to get a picture into the production team so they can put it on the screen, Paul.
You don't have to do that.
60.
What we should say is that Penfold looks like Peter Jacques. Puts a different spin on it.
I'm sure he was created as a result of the
58.
producers seeing Peter playing darts.
Has he genuinely
60.
had a different colour shirt every day?
Well, that's confidence, isn't it? Interestingly, there was an interview from Madis
58.
Razmar last night, the Latvian former World Cup teammate of Janis. And he's had to change hotel 3 times because he's only booked for one night at a time in Leicester.
That's just silly.
Peter Jacques has
45.
brought shirts for every day because he thinks he's going to play every day.
Well, Peter's obviously gone to the dart shirt manufacturer and said, how many colours can I get that in?
We'll actually know how
100.
confident he is if he qualifies, which it looks like he will, to see if he has a 6th shirt, because of course he knew when he was in Group A that he'd be playing 5 days, whatever happened.
Well, if he's got a 6th shirt, maybe he's got a 6th
81.
sense.
Tell you what, though, Mustafaevs is ahead in this leg.
74.
This is not going according to plan.
But that was a bold move by Janis. By my math, as he hit the single there, he would have left a bogey.
10. Janis, you require 126.
You do fancy that first leg has had an effect on Jacques.
Does he fancy the ball?
94.
You know, I'm quite surprised he didn't go for it, but that is a luxury that he has not been afforded very often. In fact, if ever, this week.
I don't think he's had that luxury at all.
78. Janis, you require 32.
But for the lead, not for the first time today. Against an opponent above him in the table. He was in the lead against Ryan Murray as well.
Janis Mustafejevs.
And he's also 2-1 up against Jacques, who's at the top of the table. Well, he's second at the minute. He's behind Adams by 1 leg.
4th leg, it's Peter
This
to
could
throw
be incredible.
first.
This could be, well, for many people watching, I'm sure a complete coupon buster. But also a result
100.
that would send shockwaves through the group and blow it wide open once again. Peter Jacques is basically about to run through the tape at the end
81.
of the marathon and has tripped up and fallen flat on his face, and we're waiting for him to get back up again and just cross that line.
It's a bit like that famous triathlete, isn't it? When his brother was coming around the corner,
100.
just trying to help him across the lane. He's just hit the wall at the wrong time.
Well, Well, it would be a remarkable
77.
remarkable result if Janis was able to complete the win. It's still in his favour. He has the throw.
The
60.
timing of the scoring now for Jacques is off. It feels like the dart is coming out of his hand quite late.
95.
Is there a certain pressure attached to playing a player that you should beat comfortably?
Oh, yeah. Manuel Valerio, Gibraltar, World Cup. I'm playing against him.
81.
No way should I lose that game. Went to the last leg. I was petrified of losing to him. I thought, I'm going to get absolutely leathered if I lose to this guy.
He's starting to enjoy himself. A little reaction there from Mustafaevs. A bit of a pump of the fist.
Don't go anywhere near that. That was a good double top. Trust me. That second dart was ready to hit the deck.
Needs a treble.
56. Peter
Well,
requires
this could
40.
be an important visit for Peter Jacques. Remember, he's already missed 13 darts at double in this match.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
That could be crucial.
Peter Jacques.
Mustafaevs had the opportunity. He was waiting for the chance to make it 3 legs for the first time in a match.
It's Janis to throw first.
He'll throw
Game on.
to give himself that chance here.
If Janus was to win this game, I suppose there's only 3 words for it. Oh
100.
my God. Yes, that's a play on Janus from Friends.
Well, look, let's have a look at why the scoreline is where it is. There we go. Graphics team reading my mind once again.
17 darts at a double in a best of 7-leg
24.
match should signify that you've already had enough chances.
And it's the meatloaf for Mustafaevs. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
100.
Is that another bit of terminology they've just added to the glossary?
39.
Who's going to be your lineup for the 6th then? Because Daniel closes there. Who are you going for in this group?
Peter Jacques,
Okay.
Martin Adams.
All right. And for
41.
B?
I think it's now a foregone conclusion that Greg Ritchie will make it. I'm going to stick with Robert
100.
Thornton. And I'm going to shift from Stephen Burton after he lost all of his games on night 1, because I don't think he'll manage to win probably 3 that he needs tonight. So I'm going to go
60.
for Rob Collins.
Yeah, I'm on board with you completely. I think they look very likely. As much as
40.
it was a really good
Peter
debut
require
day for
160.
the Lion, I just get the feeling he's got too much to do.
Yeah, Ryan Palmer, the other man in the mix. All will be revealed at the
60.
end of tonight. Friday Night Darts, don't forget to join us live here on Sporty Stuff TV, or if you are watching on the go and
58.
want to watch on the
Peter
YouTube
require
app, we
100.
are at MODUS Super Series.
Stay on that line. Perfectly done.
90.
He has not
And
had
he
much
should
joy in
require
double 10, has he?
140.
Now we're going to get a big highlight. A bit of magic from Mustafaevs. Maybe we are. Don't bust it. Don't bust it.
100.
Made
Peter
sure he
require
didn't.
10.
There's the old balloon shot. Don't bust it. If 10s doesn't work, make sure that 5s does, and it doesn't.
6. Janis should require 40.
For the lead again.
Double top.
Game shot on the 5th
6.
flag.
And for the
Janis
first time,
Mustafejevs.
Janis Mustafejevs is 1 leg away from a victory at the Super Series.
6th leg is
He's
Peter
definitely
to
having a
throw
better time of it today. Averaging 72 in this match, which is exactly what Peter Jacques is on.
48.
Jacques has set the tone for this match himself. What Mustafaevs has done hasn't really mattered. It's all about those missed starts at
59.
double. They've been infectious for the rest of Peter's match. And we can't ignore the fact that a first win for Janus would be
100.
big trouble for Jacques.
And big news for the rest of the field.
140.
He really wants a win, doesn't he? And you're seeing a player here who just doesn't want to leave without 2 points next to his name.
100.
And who's to say what kind of effect it would have? He's got to play Mark McGeeney in match number 10 and finish up against Jordan Brooks. He might even leave with 6 points.
Yeah, the other man who will be watching this with real interest is Ryan Murray, who faces Jordan Brooks next, because if he beats him, then after 8 matches, Adams and Jacques will be on 12, but Murray will be on 10.
125.
It will mean that that 3-horse race is a proper battle right until the death. Remember, Murray faces Martin Adams and Peter Jacques before the day is out.
152.
McGeeney's needing a miracle.
Peter Jacques might be feeling like that in this match right now.
Was making the mechanics, wasn't it? All I need is a miracle.
74.
Well, do you know what?
112.
This time yesterday, Janis Mustafejevs beating Peter Jacques, beating anybody, would have felt like a miracle.
61.
Is he going to get the opportunity? Jacques will get 2 darts to level and force it to a decider.
Can't miss. Bad dart.
40.
And another bad shot at double 10.
51.
And Janis Mustafejevs, for his first win in the group, has got double 16.
These are his first match darts. Double 8.
No score.
And I think the fact that they were his first match darts really showed, particularly in that second one.
How much time has he spent on double 5 in this game? He is mystified as to how he has missed 22 darts at a double.
Double 16.
19.
What would have been perhaps the most sizable shock in a single match that we've ever witnessed at the Super Series. But Jacques is off the hook after 4 missed darts for the game for the Latvian lobber. Has he let the chance slip? How many will he miss at double? This is madness. This is crazy. It's 25 now missed by Peter Jacques. A big deep breath from Mustafejevs. Can he win it? Can he do it?
It's not there.
No score.
And neither is that one. He's getting so close.
20.
Jacques, in visit 10,
Game shot on the
gets the double 10.
Peter Jacques.
His first hit on that double in this match, and we are going the distance.
7 from 5. Janis to throw
missed darts at double from
on.
Peter alone. If you put in Janis's missed darts at double as well,
93.
You've got 34. We're going to double check our records to see if that is a record.
No, I don't think it is.
60.
I think there was a match where both players were in the 20s. Danny Smith and I can't remember the other one.
26.
I think they actually both. Paul Hogan was the other one. Yeah, I think they both actually broke the individual record as well.
140. $58.
Paul Hogan and Danny Smith. Yeah, Danny Smith missed 29. Paul Hogan missed 27. So they've got a bit of a way to go.
100.
It'll be fascinating to see
23.
the expression of Jacques if he comes through this. It will be the biggest sigh of relief of the week. But a case of so little
60.
and so late for Janis Mustafejevs, who's had multiple visits to win this match.
57. Peter Jacques 141.
It would be so typical if he took this out.
Surely not. Well, it won't be. The cruelest of endings.
Don't call me Shirley.
Well, Peter Jacques may have just survived.
6.
An
Feature required
enormous,
59.
enormous scare here. Double top
Game
to seal
shot
the
on
victory.
match,
And you can
Peter
see
Jacques.
the deflation evident on the face of Janis Mustafejevs, who missed handfuls of match darts in that match. Jacques falling over the line after missing 25 darts at double himself and avoiding what would have been, for my money, the biggest upset in a single match that we would have ever seen at the MODUS Super Series. But instead, it is the win that probably sees Peter Jacques book his place at finals night. Remarkable stuff, and plenty more to come as well here this afternoon. Jordan Brooks against Ryan Murray, the man leading the chasing pack. That's coming up next.
Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen a really remarkable contest. Peter Jacques surviving one almighty scare to come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Janis Mustafejevs, who is, of course, pointless coming into this, but that victory for Peter Jacques means that he is still in control of his own destiny at the top of the Group C table. It was quite a remarkable opening leg of the match. Jacques was on for an 11-dart leg, missed 10 at double, and Mustafaevs got his third leg of the day on the board. Another 3 missed at the outer ring in leg 2, but able to level proceedings on double 5. Mustafaevs regained the lead, attacking the doubles, and certainly looking more confident out there, with a noticeable drop-off from his opponent also helping him out. But for the first time, Janis got himself match darts. He missed a whole host of them, and it was Jacques who was able to punish. I think there might have been, from the Latvian, just a bit too much adrenaline when he saw the finishing line in sight. Quite understandable, given that that's the first time he found himself in that position this week. We can see what that win does to the league table for Peter Jacques, who is now returning to the top of the league standings out on 14 points. As you can see, though, his leg difference joint with Martin Adams on +13. Next up then, we have Brooks against Ryan Murray. Murray needs a win here to keep himself in touching distance with those top two. Brooks, for him, the race is run in terms of qualification, but he can still play a big part in determining who qualifies from Group C. So let's get into this one then and rejoin the lads in commentary.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it was a really remarkable contest, that last one. It will be difficult to follow in terms of darting drama, but the pair will not be wanting to follow the performance levels, as Peter Jacques just could not find a double, and that has been the key inconsistency from Jacques over the course of the week. Some games he's finishing absolutely brilliantly, in others it's terribly, and it doesn't seem to be an in-between. Once he misses, he keeps missing, and once he hits, he keeps hitting. Well, Jordan Brooks is probably out of the race.
It feels like it's Jordan
We've
to throw
felt
first.
that for a while. Ryan
Game
Murray
on.
is still in the race, but that result for Jacques has just made it a little bit more difficult for him, and he really has to win this match. It would end Brooks's hopes a defeat here. But Murray is the man who can try and stop Martin Adams. And this is the key, a real key match for him, because he faces both Adams and Jacques in his final two.
Let's face it, if Ryan Murray loses any match, he's gone. His leg difference is 10 behind Jacques and Adams right now.
Yeah, I apologise. Jordan Brooks is gone, isn't he? He's
Yes, he is.
eliminated. Gave him more hope than he should have been offered.
You know what Red said in Shawshank Redemption, hope is a dangerous thing. He ain't got no hope. But, well, that sounded a bit callous, didn't it? I'll take that back.
100.
Now, Ryan Murray is in a position now where he's playing 3 matches for the rest of the day. He's got Brooks, he's got Jacques, he's got Adams. Loses any of those, he's out. Simple as that. More so because
58.
he's playing the 2 people above him after this, but this has not only got to be a very tidy win, it's going to have to be sizable in leg difference too.
97.
Now, he can take care of Jacques and Adams. He can take legs away from them, as well as embellishing his position in the next 2 matches. But surely, with this game in hand, at the end of round 3, he's got to make hay. The sun is still shining
85.
somewhat in autumn. Got to get cracking. I kind of want Murray to win this match just to make things a bit more interesting going into round 4. But Jordan could be the spoiler. He could be the man who says, stop. He could be the lollipop man.
37.
Disappointing last start. Was trying to hunt down the treble.
34.
Murray was trying to do that with the first start to get 2 darts aimed in
58.
tops.
Jordan, you require 85.
Bullseye for leg number 1.
60.
Good
Jordan,
attempt.
you require 76.
First notch on the belt here for Ryan. Gonna have to do it the hard way. You can't do something that's impossible. He looks like a man who has
36.
been wrestling himself for the last 4.5 days, and he's very close to submission. He's going to have to dig really deep in this one.
Well, almost hit the 99 there, but the single leaves 88.
No score. Ryan, you require 40.
Still found a way to go wrong.
Game on the first leg.
Ryan's not
Ryan
wrong.
Murray.
Ryan is 1-0 up with a break of throw. That is following his ideal script.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
What does the next chapter hold? It's fascinating, isn't it, that over the last few years, if you look at the footwear of
26.
top dart players, it's changed a lot, hasn't it? They all used to wear the kind of shoes that our referee wears right now. Shiny, somewhat uncomfortable at first shoes, but they would wear them in.
79.
And do you want to know who changed all of this? It was Phil Taylor. He started wearing more comfortable footwear, and we started talking about how much time you spend on your feet.
60.
The next thing you know, all of these dart players are rummaging through websites and going through sports shops trying to find footwear that has either no branding
60.
or is all black, because that is what the brief says.
I do sometimes think that can be taken with a pinch of salt, because
87.
certain colour attire is in the brief, yet you get the likes of Peter Wright wearing multicoloured trousers and shoes, etc.
Honestly, you should see that the girls and the guys from the Asian tour,
140.
some of the things that they wear. High top trainers, really cool gear, and I think there's a place in the game for it.
93.
Tell you what, Ryan, why don't you just get a pair of shoes made in the same colour as your shirt?
Well, you could get the old Buzz Lightyear astronaut shoes, couldn't he? The boots.
Yes, that's true.
100.
You could get yourself a pair of those Marty McFly trainers that Nike made.
What about the wings and the helmet as well?
Seriously.
140.
You wanna go that far?
Jordan, 122.
Well, how far is he going to go? Because it's very, very important, imperative, in fact, that he wins this game. This is still on. This is still on.
Yes.
Ball left, Jordan, yes.
$78. Ryan McGinley,
I'm
95.
surprised he had to check, you know. Treble 19. No, he's gone for the ball segment. How much of it can he see? He's got those huge barrels. Can he find a way past that?
54.
Could not.
Jordan, you require 44.
This is where you find out if you like tops or double 16, and it should be double 16 because of the way that Jordan's darts sit in the board. That is a beautiful guide for him.
12. Ryan, you require 41.
He looks fairly bereft. He will be more so if Mustafaevs Lightyear finds tops again.
Game shot on the
Starting
second
to work,
leg.
isn't it?
Ryan
His biggest
Murray.
problem is getting there quick enough. You mentioned those shoes, and I just want to bring something up to you. I'm just curious as to what you think
Delegates
about
Jordan to throw first. Game on.
It's all about comfort and something that you don't want to have to think about when it comes to footwear. But you said the boots of Buzz Lightyear. Do you remember the movie Back to the Future 2?
140.
Do you know, this is ridiculous, because you mentioned Titanic the other day, and I watched it last week. I also watched Back to the Future 2 last
You
week as well.
didn't.
I did, yeah.
So you know that the self-strapping
100.
high-top Nike shoes, and they brought out a special edition, didn't they?
Yep.
50 years on from, well, it wasn't 50 years on from 1985, but it was an anniversary edition. You know how much they are?
97.
They're over £51,000 a pair.
There you go, Ryan. Fill your boots.
Fills
the treble.
180.
I still think dart players should be allowed to wear funky stuff. But you've got to be able to
44.
walk the walk.
Well, it's like the old-fashioned Sunday League player wearing brightly coloured boots, wasn't it? You say, well, you better be a good player, otherwise
Yeah.
you're going to look a little bit silly.
44.
You're allowed to be brash, but you've got to back it up. That's for sure.
Didn't back up the maximum there, Ryan Murray. Only 44 to follow it. So Brooks will be back in business in this leg, and therefore in this match.
He's got to stay straight.
84.
I don't see any sense in that last dart.
$60. Jordan, you 136.
He doesn't have to go 60s here. He could actually go 16s.
But he'll stay there now. But he can't find a bedfellow, so an opportunity for Ryan Murray to
96.
extend his lead to 3
170.
legs.
Doesn't get a shot at tops. And what did I tell you in leg 2?
87.
Tops isn't the problem. It's getting there that's the problem.
Miscounted as well. Leaving himself on double 15.
20. Ryan, you require 30.
He hadn't realised the miscount until he heard our referee Owen Binks say, Ryan, you require 30.
Game shot on the third leg.
Should leave him
Ryan
off.
Murray.
3-0. This is the ideal result. And bear in mind as well that he's got 2 breaks to throw.
Yeah, he was on 78 and he went for a treble 16 with his last start.
Even Simon Whitlock wouldn't do that. 78, he got treble 20, double 9.
55.
But it's all looking pretty good. You said that Murray needed to win big, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Could be the perfect outcome for him. A victory would take him to 10 points, 2 behind Adams, 4 behind Jacques. A 4-0 victory would put him to +7, and suddenly that leg difference doesn't look as
70.
unassailable, particularly when the players he's chasing, he's playing.
Precisely. Like I said before, he can do himself some good as well as taking legs away from his challengers.
Well, you'd have a scenario where
140.
there are 2 places up for grabs at finals night, 3 players battling it out to get in them, and it's in their own hands for all 3 of them.
140.
That's the way it should be. We can talk about Mustafejevs against McGeeney, which is next, but that's a battle for position now, isn't it? Well, not for Mustafejevs. He's going to be at the bottom no matter what he does.
77.
Oh, that's a really violent collision there for Jordan. And funnily enough, that does invite Ryan back into this 4th leg.
We're looking for a treble. 19.
96.
Gets it. So it's
Jordan,
104 against 140.
36 scored, yeah.
68 left.
96.
Beautiful dart there.
140.
This would be some way to win the match, though. Does he stay there or go tops, tops? That was not far away.
120.
And hit tops
Jordan,
with his
you
last
require
start.
8.
How ironic.
Double 4. Does that help, or is it blocked a little bit? We know the way his darts lean in, and there's a real wince there from Jordan Brooks. I think he thought it was in when he left his hand. It may well have deflected away.
6.
And he can't put it right. And it's now a dozen
Ryan,
darts missed
required
at double
20.
in the game. A game which has only seen Ryan Murray throw 4 darts at the outer ring.
Double 5.
10.
Oh, what a chance missed.
Jordan, you require 2.
That would have been the A+ result. We've only had one 4-0 today. Adams against Mustafejevs.
Game shot on the 4th.
And we're not going to get another in this
Jordan
match.
Brooks.
You just don't know right now how costly that leg could be for Ryan Murray.
Yeah, and he'd only missed
If
one
they get
dart
Jordan
double
to
in the
throw
entire
first.
match before it.
Game on.
What do you think Jordan's going to think about his experience here? It's been a somewhat tumultuous time over the last 26 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed not to have made more of an impression. I think we've seen flashes.
Bragging rights for Lee Shu and his best mate?
Absolutely, yeah. But I think the flashes for Jordan have been few and far between. When they were pretty regular for Lee Shuan when he was here.
96.
Yeah, he did put in better displays, didn't he? He had a bit of a dodgy first game when he came here a couple of weeks ago, but after that, he really was a handful for most players.
Well, nobody else can say that they've been 1 point away from being in the semi-finals.
I wonder if he's got an Andy Hamilton voodoo doll yet.
58.
Fill it up, Ryan.
All
right, do as you're told. Just don't fill it up next time. Or 1 would give Murray a leg difference of +6, which would be 7 legs behind Jacques and Adams. But what a great response that is from Jordan.
He's thinking about coming back now.
137. Jordan, you require 67.
A little bit of aggression as well from Jordan Brooks. All of a sudden, he's found some ultra level of focus. And he eyes double 16.
51. Ryan, you
He's missed
require
4
42.
darts at a double in this match, Ryan Murray. 3 of them for the match. And
22.
that continues.
And that was
Jordan, you require
very, very
16.
inviting. Perfect marker, perfect guide. Jordan Brooks has missed 14 darts at double in this match.
Games
But he's
on
still
the
in the
fifth
match.
leg. Jordan Brooks.
This game should be done. Ryan knows
See if
it.
it's Ryan to throw first.
And if he doesn't get it done in this leg, he's under threat of not being able to do anything
140.
when it comes to Adams and Jacques' must-win leg right here or the next one. And even so, he should have won this game 4-0.
100.
But winning it 4-3 doesn't do him a massive amount of favours now, because he's still languished in the leg difference column.
140.
Yeah, he'd be looking for favours then, wouldn't he? Because he would only be 2 points behind Martin Adams, don't forget, with 2 games left to play. He can beat Adams himself, but he would probably need a favour, actually, from the man that he's playing here.
60.
In beating Adams as well, so he can get ahead of him on points rather than rely on that leg difference.
Yeah, that's group phase darts for you right there. Someone can be your enemy, and next game they can be
60.
the person you want to be your hero. Maybe this is the kind of leg that Ryan needs to get the win in the bank, because even though he's had multiple shots for the match, he has been under pressure on those shots, and the pressure's not coming in this leg.
96. Ryan, you require 153.
Well, he's got a couple of visits.
95.
That last start, very helpful.
Very much like Leighton Reese, those darts, aren't they? Heavy, long, pear-shaped flight. A somewhat unfashionable use of kit, but you've got to use what works.
81.
I'm not sure he needed to persevere
Ryan, you
with
require 58.
the treble 20 there, but he probably feels the race is run. It's already running the group for Jordan Brooks. Is it run in this match?
Game
It is.
shot on the
And Ryan
match.
Murray, he's still fighting. He's still in contention. He maybe should have won the match by a bigger margin, but he takes it 4-2. An average of 86.68. The checking out was not great from Jordan Brooks, and Ryan Murray missed a whole host of match-winning opportunities, but he did get over the line, and he moves on to 10 points, 2 behind Martin Adams, 4 behind the league leader, Peter Jacques. It's Mark McGeeney against Janis Mustafejevs in something of a dead rubber in the next match, but then after that we will start to see how things shape up in a grandstand finish here in Group C.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Ryan Murray keep his hopes of qualifying for finals night alive with a 4-2 victory over Jordan Brooks in that one. Early on, Ryan Murray was looking good on the outer ring when able to carve out the opportunity to finish, but at times really struggling in the scoring phase. As you can see, 2 180s from him in there, but some poor trebleless visits to follow them up. And as Nico said in commentary, Murray really needed to win big in that one. Some crucial missed darts at double towards the back end of that one allowed Jordan Brooks to get those 2 legs on the board, and it remains to be seen how crucial that could end up being towards the back end of this session. Poor finishing in that one from Jordan Brooks. We can see what it does to the table and get confirmation of how crucial those 2 dropped legs for Ryan Murray could be if that comes into play in this group, because things are, of course, so tight at the top of the table at the moment. Next up, as Murph said, it is a bit of a dead rubber between Mark McGeeney and Mustafejevs, but Mustafaevs may take inspiration from that performance against Peter Jacques in his last match, and it may be a good opportunity for him to possibly record his first win at the Super Series. I don't think anyone would begrudge him of that, aside from maybe Mark McGeeney. Let's get into this one then with the guys in comms.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Agreed. It could be something that could inspire Mustafaevs on to victory, having got so close in his previous match. However, I do worry that it may have the opposite effect as well, because he looked so deflated at the end of that match. He ended up losing out to the league leader, Peter Jacques. Mark McGeeney can still get to 12 points in the league table. He has a couple of games left to play, so could move on to the same amount of points as Martin Adams, but would need a 14-leg swing for things to turn around. So that isn't going to happen, let's be honest. It is a bit of a meaningless match, but it would be meaningful if Mustafaevs could get that elusive victory.
Yeah, very true. Maybe. For McGeeney, though, he's looking for something else.
15.
Best day of the week. If he gets a win in this game, or a win against Peter Jacques, which could have an effect on the table. Maybe not an effect on the qualifiers, but it could see somebody win the group that isn't Peter Jacques.
60.
Been a bit of an up and down group, hasn't it? I echo what you just said about Mustafaevs because of what happened in the previous match. Being so close to something like that, one of 2 things does happen. You will feel mega deflated and think that you've missed your best opportunity. Or it fires you up to try and do it again.
Yeah, well, the start to the match suggests the former.
Well, one thing's for sure.
140.
If Janus does not win this match, which is the start of round number 4,
23.
there is a possibility that it could be a winner-takes-all match between himself and Jordan Brooks in match 13, because Jordan hasn't won a game either.
100.
Yeah, so he would be able to hold on to the prospect of maybe not finishing bottom of the daily table, if that was to come about.
56. Mark your record 120.
McGeeney will have Peter Jacques still to play, and the last match of the day still could be a straight shootout. You know, Murray against Adams. Adams in action next against Jordan Brooks.
44.
And no big treble in
66. Mark your requires 76.
5 visits until that 18th dart there for Mustafaevs.
Double top for Mark.
36.
At times he's been really good on double top this week, but not enough.
40.
I wouldn't be surprised if these guys have run into each other in the northwest of England over the last few years. Janus has been there for 7 years. McGeeney's been playing a lot of stuff in that area most of his life.
What do you make of the kind of slingshot,
Second against
scattergun
Mark to throw first.
action of Janis Mustafejevs, because to me, that kind of throw isn't conducive to consistency.
By the way, I'm nicking that for my coaching book one day.
100.
Slingshot scattergun. That's a good nickname for somebody, but I agree. I think there are technical things that need to be fixed.
48.
I think the drawback is too long. I think the elbow's too low. But if you look at what Mark's got here, he's got really good positions. You don't win what he's won without having good technique. Whereas here, the elbow's very low.
95.
And he's engaging that left shoulder a lot because the elbow's so low. He's having to jolt it upwards to get the angles he has to create.
Yeah, there we see. You could draw a line, couldn't you, between the top of the treble 20 and that split screen, and where McGeeney's elbow it always is. I think that Mustafejevs' elbow, yes, is low, but also it's
79.
moving around an awful lot.
Yeah, it's doing a bit of a Jamie Lewis jump. One of the things that Jamie Lewis has done with his throw is he's almost uniformed the positions of what he does. I don't think Mustafejevs has done that yet.
48.
And credit to Paul Nicholson. This is now the 9th game of the week for Mustafejevs, and you haven't got his name wrong once.
85. Mark, you require 84.
I'm due then.
I fluffed it a couple of times, I will admit. And that's just the Janus.
You even mentioned Mark McGeeney.
Game
oh,
the second
out of the bottle he goes for a 2-0 lead, and he's 6-0 up on Janis Mustafejevs so far this week.
It keeps that
to throw
flickering flame doing exactly that, doesn't it? The flame of hope for Mark McGeeney. A 4-0 win will put him on +3.
Ah, the
46.
old MODUS Super Series pilot light.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd be hoping for a miracle. But stranger things have happened. Don't want to go down talking about Scott Walters again, but that's the one that springs to mind. It was the reverse of what McGeeney's hoping for.
85.
Not just not qualifying, but finishing 5th in the group, having won all his games the day before.
Yeah, that was a bit weird. When you said stranger things, I thought you were going to start talking about the upside down and things like that.
Never watched it, so
100.
Can't reference that particular show.
You haven't got time to watch anything.
Yeah, just darts.
77.
Eat, sleep, darts, repeat, as the song went.
$100.
At least it's looking likely for McGeeney that he could have his best day of the whole week. Not making the Saturday is a disappointment, but leaving on somewhat of a high will make you feel a little bit better. And let's not forget about the fact that he could finish with 8 points today.
100.
And the chance, I'm sure, will come around again for Mark McGeeney in the next stage. Just thinking about Robert Owen getting through week 1. It's been a long time for him waiting to appear again.
Absolutely right.
So used to doing it on a kind of 5-week cycle when the phases were 5 weeks long.
But he has been active. He was very good in Ilfracombe recently on the WDF tour.
28.
It's really important for those guys who won in Southampton prior to this venue opening to make sure they're active. The likes of Graham Hall, Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow.
46.
Hugely important to make sure they're in good nick for Champions Week.
Good rescue.
56.
Can't quite complete the combo, so a chance here for Mustafejevs, who hasn't thrown at a double yet, to maybe get an opportunity. Needs a treble 18. Would have left the ball.
92.
That's a classic combination of 1, 2, 4. Cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke.
Game show on the third leg.
Well, there you go. I'll just take the apple pie. 3-0.
Yeah, it's gone back, hasn't it? I think we have the answer to the question that we mused at the start of the match, whether or not Janus would be buoyed by the battle against Peter Jacques or deflated by the defeat.
70.
I wonder what the Latvian sports media make of
39.
what Janus and MODUS have done over the last few years. There's been a lot made of Dimitri Vandenberg and the effect he's had on the
62.
media in Belgium. And there's not a great deal of media coming out of Poland when it comes to Krzysztof Ratajski, Krzysztof
59.
Kachuk, Titus Karnik, Sebastian Białecki. We've had some other Polish players here as well.
Well, actually, it's a good point because I listened to a very interesting, very good interview with the
45.
chief executive of the Professional Darts Corporation, Matt Porter, last night. It was on the Weekly Darts podcast. Do have a listen to that. Very good.
123.
Media is a big part in actually trying to attract the game to your country. Because he spoke about the amount of calls that they get saying you should take an event there, you should take an event there. But there isn't really the demand for it because
140.
there isn't the visibility of it, even though the odd player or two might be doing well from that country.
The proof of that is Hungary
60.
and Belgium. Over the last month, they've had European Tour events. Hungary is a massive, massive country for steel-tip darts. But Belgium, the change between 2020, when they had an event in Hasselt,
100.
to what they did in Visa recently, absolute night and day. And that is the Dimitri effect.
96.
Yeah, you can be
Might
doing
be
great
quite
stuff, but if
84.
nobody knows about it, then not going to have that ripple effect that you want to see in a game that is continuing to grow around the world.
59.
Well, we
Yeah,
had the
and it's
1-2-4 chance in the
124.
previous leg. Mustafaevs didn't get a dart at the ball. He will now. Oh, no, he won't. Oh, can you believe it? Well, if you've been watching all week, probably yes.
84. Marking required 25.
For his best tally of points of the week, with a game to come. 4-4.
21. Janis required
You still
40.
can't believe that I left here last night and listened to a darts podcast, can you?
No, I can't.
It's only 20
Aim
minutes.
shot on the fourth leg.
And it's a leg on the board
Janis
for Janis
Mustafejevs.
Mustafejevs. And that just makes things from improbable to impossible for Mark McGeeney now.
Fifth leg, it's Janis to throw first.
Yeah, the
Game
best he can
on.
do with his leg difference is get it to +2 with 10 points. Not looking good at all.
85.
Should we just say that he's not going to qualify? Because I know mathematically it's possible, but from this position, well,
Yeah, cross him off your list.
it's about as likely as
60.
finding Jimmy Hoffa now.
Well, it's about as likely as me finding my car key last night, but I managed to do that. For those of you who weren't
39.
listening to the subplot that I'm sure you're all incredibly engaged by if you were, managed to lose just the end bit of my car key yesterday somewhere. I found it during commentary. I think Paul Nicholson had hidden it, but
Oh, I'm not that
100.
facetious. Come on. I'll tell you what, it's about as likely as me ever wearing a Middlesbrough or
57.
Sunderland football shirt, because that's never going to
right,
happen.
let's do it then. If Mark McGeeney gets through, you must wear a Middlesbrough or Sunderland football shirt.
Let's up the stakes then. I'll do this for
58.
you. If Mark McGeeney qualifies, I'll wear a Baltimore Ravens top, and that to me makes me feel sick.
Okay,
60.
you'll do it, and you will be on the whole show on Saturday night
You'll
wearing
do it and you'll like it, in the words of the judge from Caddyshack.
Like Les
28.
Dennis used to say on Family Fortunes, isn't it? If he does it, I'll give him the money myself. But I think it is going to be an
96.
for McGeeney.
$140 and each require 164. $64. Mark, you require
I remember Mervyn King taking this
150.
out to beat Phil Taylor in the Premier League in the semi-finals. But not that way. He went 25, 54, 36.
99. Janis, you require 100.
Where's he going now? Where's he going now? I think he's going to double top. He's going to double top twice.
60.
Oh, he's caught something in the way. Not sure which dart it was, but it somersaulted back and denied him a golden moment.
Is it Mark's moment?
Game
It is, and he has 6
match.
points in the bank for the first time in a day this week. He beats Janis Mustafejevs by 8 legs to 1 in their 2 meetings over the course of Thursday and Friday. And by the smallest of margins, he is still alive in the race for the top 2 spots, but it's heavily unlikely. The next game will start our last third of our matches here in Group C, and it will be Martin Adams against Jordan Brooks. Adams could use another 2 points to join Jacques on 14 after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mark McGeeney has just completed a 4-1 victory over Mustafejevs. Nico, alongside me, it was a bit of a dead rubber. We can't really see McGeeney qualifying, especially after losing that 1 leg in that match.
No, unfortunately not. But let's look at the bright side. Mark's worked really hard this week. He's had a lot to contend with, missed doubles, inconsistencies with his game. But the good thing for him is that he was able to get a decent checkered percentage in that one, over the mark of 1 in every 3, which is exactly what Janus had. But getting 6 points in a daily campaign is the first for the week. And maybe that's something he can embellish on, because he's still got one match to go.
And a word on Janis as well, of course, no points, but you mentioned his action and his technique in the commentary box. Do you think there's enough there to work with to perhaps see him develop enough to maybe even come back here, or just develop his own game?
I think it would take a lot of work to get him to the kind of level that is going to contend to get to a Saturday or even to a Champions Week. But the fundamentals of certain actions have to be solid. You look at the way that Martin throws, you look at the way that Jordan throws, they've all got the same sort of characteristic, that the elbow is in a very fixed position and their actions are quite rhythmic. With Janus, it's quite erratic. So you need to make sure that the positions are more rigid before you move forward.
And I guess that's how you see such a fluctuation with his levels, even within one game, isn't it? Because there isn't that consistency.
Yeah, if you look at a robotic arm in a Japanese car factory, there are points at the joins where they don't do this. You know, the elbows is pretty much doing this for Janus. So you've got to make sure that's staying where it is, and it's got to work on a linear basis, whereas there's a lot of fluctuation in the elbow position.
And moving on to qualification from Group C, of course, it's pretty much a three-horse race now for those two spots for qualifying for Saturday night's final. There we can see the table. Do you see Jacques or Martin Adams faltering enough to allow Ryan Murray in?
If the fixtures were different, I would probably say that it's a done deal. But the fact that Murray's got Adams and he's also got Jacques to come, that's what changes it. And the leg difference we can't ignore. There's a difference of 8 between Murray and the two people above him. But he can influence that. But he's given himself a lot of work to do.
He really has, but with 5 games left in Group C, it's certainly set up for an incredibly exciting conclusion to this afternoon's session. A reminder as well that we've got Group B coming to a conclusion this evening from 10 p.m. You won't want to miss that one either. But let's get into our next match. It is, of course, Martin Adams against Jordan Brooks.
It certainly is. Thank you, Abby. And yes, Martin Adams looking for a victory here that would completely rule Mark McGeeney out of contention and would make things an awful lot more difficult for Ryan Murray. Jordan Brooks fulfilling his fixtures, the penultimate one for him before a meeting with Janis Mustafejevs in his last match, in what could be a match between two players who haven't won today. Adams looking to take a stride towards finals night. And looking to inflict defeat on the Sheriff here at the Super Series.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Adams, who got the better of Brooks by a 2-leg margin in Thursday's action. Yeah, and it would be a very, very
100.
difficult task to dislodge either Jacques or Adams from the top 2 spots, should they both be on 14 points at the end of this game. Fabulous start from Jordan Brooks. Could not ask for anything better. Almost a reply in kind from Martin Adams, but Paul Nicholson has arrived following his detour to the Japanese car factory. And he's arrived to call in a 9-darter.
123.
Did you like that comparison?
Yeah, that was actually one of your best.
Yeah, you see those mechanical things in car factories, putting things in place, and they're very similar to human arms. They don't work very well if the major joins are erratic. Everything's got to be done in a rigid fashion. And even if you're the kind of player that doesn't stop on your throw, you look at Jordan here, he goes stop, back and through. Even if you don't stop, like a Michael van Gerwen or even a Vincent van der Voort is a really good example, because there's always something moving. Some things need to stay in place for you to throw these right. And the elbow of the throwing arm is one of the biggest focal points in a throw.
There we go, ace analysis.
100.
From the asset,
Jordan, you require 146.
been an ace start for Jordan Brooks. 5 perfect darts to kick off the leg. Threatened the 146.
98. Martin, you
Such
require
is the
76.
solidity of Martin Adams that he might lose the leg as if the brilliance never happened.
2 4s. That wasn't meant to happen. Some people do go for the treble there, but Martin's not one of them.
Game shot on the first leg.
2 darts.
Martin
He didn't mean the
Adams.
treble, and the double 4 went right in the corner. I think even Jordan found that quite funny.
Second leg is Jordan to throw
Martin
first.
Adams did not style it
Game
out
on.
there, did he? That treble 16 and leave us guessing whether it was intentional or not.
It's like landing in gymnastics off the pommel horse, and it's gone right, but you've also got a broken ankle.
Well, great start to this match, and I have to say that what started as a promising session has not followed the standard that was set earlier on. We haven't had the level that we saw from Martin Adams around this time yesterday when he produced that brilliant 101 average. Maybe, just maybe, this is a match where we see an oasis of excellence in what has been a desert of disappointment, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's been a bit of an attritional group.
100.
You can't expect a brilliant group every single time.
No, but we talk about the level that you expect to see from the players to try and win, and yet averages can be an obsession. We haven't really seen that many gripping games today. The biggest was probably one of the poorest quality
100.
matches, which was Mustafaevs against Peter Jacques. Don't mind getting games that aren't averaging in 3 figures or even in the 90s time after time again, but we do like to see a little bit of darting drama, a few big moments, and I'm sure there are plenty more to come before the last dart is thrown on Saturday night.
100.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Martin on his second chance, of course, because he did make his way to finals night a few weeks ago.
Yeah, launch night here, wasn't it? So qualified via the
100.
serene setting of Southampton, but then played in the party in Portsmouth.
You could say, if Martin does not qualify through this week, it'll be the curse of week 6 and week 11, because Stephen Burton lost in the final that night as well.
81. Martin, you require 161.
Well, it's not in a bad position here to break Brooks. Even if the 161 does not go, I'm going to give you an extraordinary stat now, Paul, because Martin Adams, I'm sure you'll be aware of this. Martin Adams has
60.
played
Jordan, you require 120.
an incredible amount of matches at the Super Series. 338 before today, so he's passed 340 today. He's never hit a checkout higher than 160.
56.
That is surprising.
You require 101.
In all those matches, you would expect him to have hit a 170 out, but he's got 9 darters. He hasn't got a 170. He hasn't got a 161.
No 161, no 164, no
31.
167, no 170.
Jordan, you require
More
64.
than 340 matches at the Super Series.
Has he played the most matches, or is it still Robert Owen?
Robert Owen, yeah.
Do the same, but just with 1 dart.
32.
It's not 170,
Martin,
but
you
70 will
require
give
70.
Martin a 2-0 lead. He's on the cusp of eliminating Mark McGeeney.
There
38.
actually is a possibility if Adams was to
Jordan, you
win every
require
match from here on in, that
32.
he could reach a 200 victory mark.
How many victories has Robert Owen got?
Game shot on the second leg.
We'll
Jordan
look into
Brooks.
that. I'm sure Robert probably knows.
I have the stats for the players in this week in front of me, but would have to delve a little deeper.
The
Do you know
limits
what? We're
Martin
going to
to throw
save that one
first.
for Champions
Game
Week,
on.
because some of the most experienced players in Super Series history are already there. People like Chaz Barstow, people like Robert Owen.
43.
You just get the feeling that Wolfie is ready to do what's necessary to get over the line, but nothing is coming easy this week.
100.
Yeah, no game seems to be coming easy today either, does it? Adams with that only whitewash win earlier on against Mustafaevs.
180.
There's been so many times where it looks like a player's going to win that leg that will put the game really in their control, and it doesn't end up going that way.
Where does Jordan Brooks go from here? He's not going to be involved in the Champions Week.
96.
He's been in 3 semi-finals on the WDF Tour this year. Maybe a revisit to Lakeside for next.
Yeah, I personally
next year.
think, and it's not for me to make a decision, of course, the powers that be will do that, but I personally think we've seen enough from Jordan Brooks to give him another go.
140.
Maybe give him the opportunity to play in a Group A and see how he fares over 5 days.
And that's one of the things that we should explain as well. Some people have had 2 cracks at getting to Champions Week. They have not had 2 full weeks.
58.
Martin is getting is getting half a week this time, whereas previously he was involved in a full week. You can't have 2 full weeks. It doesn't work that way.
I mean, such is the demand, it may get to the point where nobody will get 2 cracks.
I think ultimately that's the way it should be. Now, he wants to stay on the 60, but it's blocked.
61.
So I think that was for the treble 16, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll just say on that what you said, that's the way it should be. People will question why some players are allowed 2 opportunities. Now, one of the reasons for that is the challenges presented logistically in arranging fields for this event, because a lot of the players want to play on the Challenge Tour, want to play in the WDF system as well.
They want to play in the Development Tour this weekend.
Yeah, in fact, we've had a few fixtures there already between former Super Series players. Double 16 here for Martin Adams.
61. Jordan, you require 107.
This would be somewhat of a steal. The first time in a while I've seen Martin chatting to himself in the background. A bit ragged, that one.
33. Martin, you
You said earlier, Murph,
16.
that Martin's been having a bit of trouble on double 8. It's almost too close.
Yeah, that is one of the intricacies of this game that is really probably the most annoying thing for the arrow slingers.
8.
Because a good dart
Jordan, you require 74.
at a double that doesn't go in very often makes the double more difficult to hit. If you're throwing a really bad one, you've still got a clear bed.
But this one's got to be left of centre. That's all right there. Look at the angle that went in. Almost sideways.
Well, Martin Adams looks in a bit of discomfort to me
34.
behind. It's a long day.
Martin, you
He is a man of
require 8.
66 years of age. He has been struggling with a knee problem. And he just looked to be wincing a little bit, maybe in a bit of pain.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that's the best medicine.
Martin Adams.
Beware the wounded wolf.
Yeah, can maybe even just see a bit of a limp in his walk there, Martin Adams. As the day
Well, it's
goes
Jordan
on,
to throw first.
it will get more difficult,
Game
won't
on.
it, to manage that pain? I know you've played with injuries throughout your career as well.
Yeah, it's not nice. I remember actually a couple of years ago when we were playing from home, Martin was struggling with a shoulder problem. And he turned up in his last game with
140.
kinesthetic tape on his shoulder. And I had the same stuff on as well. We were playing a lot of games and we were putting our body through the rigours of all-day play.
Tell you that
100.
Janis Mustafejevs, who will play his last match in a couple of games' time against Jordan Brooks, he's once again back up on the balcony watching Martin Adams.
Is he really?
He's the
96.
founder of the Wolfie Latvia fan club.
He's a wolf watcher.
55.
Based on what you've seen, who's your favourite for Champions Week at the minute?
Oh, for Champions Week, good question, and I'm going to throw it back at you, and I've attempted to answer it. Based on what I've seen, do you know, it's really strange.
60.
Based on what I've seen this week, I should be saying Greg Ritchie. Based on what I've seen in my entire life, I'm going to say Robert Thornton. You?
I've got a sneaky feeling that our friend Daniel Closer might just close it out.
It's easy to forget about the player who won Group A sometimes, isn't it? They don't have a great record in going and winning Saturday nights.
That's true. Only Graham Hall from Week 3's done that. But if you look at the countries that have already qualified...
100.
Sorry, it's Wales for Robert Owen, England for Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, England, Darryl Pilgrim, England, Lee Evans, England, Kieran Ireland, Graham Usher, England, Conan Whitehead, England, Scott Williams,
83.
England, Gavin Carl, Northern Ireland. So only 4 nations represented.
Was there a Scot in there?
No Scott yet.
A Ritchie or Thornton would tick that box in this, what would be becoming a big battle of the British Isles.
39. Martin, you've got 123.
Not to mention there's next week as well.
Yeah, we don't know the lineup, or well, maybe we've had a sneak peek, but you won't know it until tomorrow.
43.
Do we have a new trophy for the Super Series?
Jordan, you require 66.
I don't know. We might have to get one of those big glass balls back from Richie Burnett. He was getting loads of those
Do you know
last
what
year.
I think we should have? I'll come on to it after this leg, because it's something that I don't think's been done in darts.
No, that's 10 scored.
We can talk about darting trophies actually in the next leg, because I've got a few good ones.
Oh, you've got a brilliant story. Well, it wasn't brilliant for you about a certain darting trophy, and I think you should share that one for those who haven't heard it. But first of all, Jordan Brooks. This is becoming a little bit of a, I think, a strange quirk in his game. He's already out. Of course, he wants to take care and focus over every dart and win every leg that he can. But he seems to be putting an awful lot of effort and concentration into these finishes, stepping back away from the hockey time after time.
First.
I think it's just his game. Maybe he's a bit like Rob Cross in that regard.
But do you know what I think the trophy should be for a stage winner at the Super Series?
Go for it.
You were talking about headgear earlier. I think it should be a crown. How many times do they say they've crowned the champion, but the champion never actually wears a crown?
But what if it's the wrong size?
Well, we'll get one-size-fits-all crown, won't we? I'm sure that they exist. There was a belt once, wasn't there?
Yeah, Champions League. I like that one.
100.
A jacket.
See, I like that idea. Because it's something that you can hang up, you can maintain. I love that idea.
140.
I've seen some very strange trophies in my time playing darts. And when I was playing in the Cramlington Tuesday Double Start League years ago with Chris Dobie's dad, Gordon, as it goes, there used to be a team event where you could win a sword.
81.
Wow.
You go around some of the social clubs and darts venues around the world, there are some great darts trophies out there. Real age behind them as well. Real tradition.
15.
Is Martin starting to struggle?
This would be a disappointing end to his day if he were to struggle and get usurped by Ryan Murray, who he plays in the last match of the day, remember. Brooks could be doing Murray a favour here.
100.
If Brooks wins, it keeps Murray 2 points behind Adams, but with a game in hand and a game against him.
Do you know what I thought you were going to say when it came to that darting trophy? I thought you were going to say helmet. There you go. There's your winning helmet, just like the guys wear on the baseball field.
The players who get selected for the England national team, international footballers, get caps, don't they, as a recognition? Just think there should be some token, because it's going to be a rare thing now, isn't it? You're getting one champion every 13 weeks.
Yeah, maybe 3 a year.
66. .
Double 16 to regain the lead.
50. Jordan, you require 95.
Oh, does he go the bull route?
Bit of a snarl from Brooks on approach to the hockey. Goes aggressive, gets 2 darts at double 19.
Game
And in it
shot, the
goes,
fifth
and a
leg.
bit of a roar from Jordan Brooks.
Brooks.
There was a certain intensity in his game, and I think Martin Adams looked a little bit surprised by it. I remind you, this is a man that is already
So I think it's
eliminated
Jordan
from the
to throw
event, but
first.
he's pumped for this match against Adams.
Maybe he just wants to
Game
beat
on.
Martin. That's a trophy in itself. He is still a scalp, even at the age of 66.
135.
Nothing but that honour on it for Jordan Brooks. For Martin Adams, it could turn out to be a very, very significant result. If he wins it, it's very, very difficult for Ryan Murray to turn things around. If he loses it,
122.
suddenly it's in Murray's hands entirely.
But then, Martin Adams is thinking, come on, Peter Jacques. Do me a huge favour.
96.
He is, but if Adams loses this and Murray wins against Peter Jacques, then that last match between Martin Adams and Ryan Murray is winner takes all.
Correct. Wasn't it you that predicted that that could happen? A little bit earlier today. You said it could come down to the last
180.
match being a shootout. Adams does not want to go as deep as that. He wants to win the last 2 legs of this one. And then he wants Jacques to do him a favour, and then that will be that.
Yeah, it also means if Adams loses this match that Peter Jacques is through because he can only be caught by Adams or Murray, not both.
134.
Maybe a second wind for the Wolf right now. Had a suspect couple of legs, but he's back. Really?
180.
Okay.
Jordan, you require 136.
Interesting.
I think that's 3 times today now that Martin Adams has hit back-to-back 180s.
It is.
That one was very, very unusual for the very reason it leaves him on 19, and he's not a man who usually does that kind of thing.
No, he's not. Has he gone for some sort of 180 record today?
24.
Okay, well, you left it, Martin.
19.
Pick your route. It's probably going to be 17-1-1.
Well, sometimes, you know, on stages with referees and a microphone, players will hit 180s just to get the big call out to ruffle the feathers of their opponent.
Maybe he wants to get redemption on double 8.
3.
He's having
Jordan, you
serious
require
words with that double.
112.
Treble, no trouble. But it's double duress for Adams. Treble 18 should be the shot. Has he found it? He has. No, he hasn't.
100.
Still should have been treble 18 in my opinion.
16.
Okay, Martin, double 8, come on.
Well, he'd hit double 19 to win the previous
Game
leg.
shot, the
Ooh,
sixth
look how
leg.
close that is to busting
Martin
it.
Adams.
We're going the distance.
Shake of hands between the pair of them. Yeah, just we'll go
Seven
back to that a
from
couple of
Foreign
times we've
Martin
seen today.
to
Player
throw
refusing that
first.
treble 18, double
Game
19 route.
on.
But Brooks had just hit double 19, hadn't he, to win the leg before?
He may not be of the same school of thought as a Michael Smith and Nathan Aspinall or even a Joe Cullen. They're the 3 that use that route more than anybody else. But then again, we watch
100.
those guys a lot more. Players like Jordan coming through, getting better. You must know these alternative routes for open targets in these kinds of matches.
97.
If you don't, you haven't got as much in the weaponry as some of the elite guys. Learn, practice, execute.
Well, this leg becomes
100.
absolutely massive for Martin Adams. No doubt about it. It was a fantastic 13 darter. It could have been so much better than that. Missed 2 darts at double 8 before pinning it.
56.
He just finds it from somewhere. We speak about the seniority of Martin Adams in terms of stature in the game, but also in terms of age. Without any disrespect, it just is more likely that he would be the one that starts to tire as these long days go on. And he's spoken about his injuries, his leg problem, but he's just got this ability to put it all together for one leg when he really needs it.
Absolutely, and he's on 201 after 9, 3 straight tons. The 5-ton game is on.
19.
Was the Bobby George who hit 5 tons to win a leg in News of the World back in 1980, something like that?
Didn't go through the whole tournament without having worse than a 15-darter.
I think he didn't lose a leg. All best of 3.
60.
Oh, and the 5-ton game's off. But he's still massively in front by 188.
Yeah, he always picks people up, actually, Bobby George, when they say that Della was the first to average more than 100 on TV.
99.
Although a short format, he did it at the News of the World. Not just over the one match, but over all of the ones that he appeared on.
Hey, when you say that, it doesn't say what format.
$61 left. It may be treble 15 here for Adams.
95.
He's in that corner again, though.
Doesn't have to be, but we assure you he will be, because Martin Adams does not do things differently. He's always done what he's always done.
46.
And it served him well over a wonderful career. And it's double 16. Double 8 for a key win. And Wolfie does win. He survives a scare here against Jordan Brooks. Adams moves on to 14 points and actually now sits at the top of the table with a 1-leg difference better than Peter Jacques. So Ryan Murray, well, he really needs a massive turnaround. He's got both Jacques and Adams to play, and he needs to win big against both of them and hope that he can somehow turn around a really difficult scenario. It's looking like Adams and Jacques going through as Adams survives that scare to win 4-3 against Brooks, and that match between Murray and Jacques is coming right up.
Welcome back to the live lounge where Martin Adams has just come through a last leg decider to get the better of Jordan Brooks and keep qualification for finals night firmly in his own hands. As you can see, 3 180s from him there, 4 out of 14, 10 attempts at double missed in that. A wounded wolf up on stage at times. He looked to be in some discomfort on stage and actually when he got off the stage at the end of the match, but that didn't stop him from saluting an empty crowd as he walked back to the players' room. Despite taking that lead, he berated himself quite a bit in that one, didn't he? He gave double eight quite a stern talking to, but it was that double that he pinned to get over the line in the end. We can have a look at the table then and see that Martin Adams is top on 14 points, but this is where things get really interesting because we've got Jacques up against Murray next, and that Adams win means that things get incredibly exciting coming into this last round of games. Murray currently in 3rd place. His 2 remaining games are against Adams and of course this one against Peter Jacques. Jacques, the winner when the 2 played yesterday, but neither of them were clinical on the doubles. And of course, we know how poor Jacques was on the outer ring in his last match. So then, who's going to come out on top in this one? Can Murray keep his hopes alive? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, very exciting times ahead. One more round of matches after this. Now, we could wax lyrical about all of the scenarios that could possibly come up over the next few matches. But just to make it easy for everybody, Peter Jacques can do himself a big favour, win this match, he qualifies. And in doing that, he would knock out Ryan Murray. And Martin Adams will qualify. That is this really short version and the simple version. If Ryan Murray wins this match, things get a bit complicated.
Yeah, and Ryan Murray needs to heed your advice, your Modus Super Series motto of winning big here.
100.
Because even a narrow defeat could end up ruling him out.
45.
For example, if he was to lose by 1 leg, then he'd find himself on +4, which would mean he'd be 10 behind Martin Adams, and playing him, they can only swing by 8 legs, so he'd still be out with a narrow defeat.
Yeah, as it stands, Ryan has got to win 2 matches, and he's got to win them by a distance.
60.
And believe me, he knows that. Against Jacques this week, they've had 4 matches.
80.
It's 2-2.
You like me? Are you suffering from the commentator's bias a little bit here that you would rather Ryan did win big to make the climax more gripping?
Do you want my brutally honest answer?
You want to be right, so you want Peter Jacques to win.
No. Well, I suppose. I mean, I love Ryan. I love Peter. I think they're great guys. But I just want to see good dart matches. It would be nice for it to go to match 15.
80.
But after everything these guys have been through, one of them has to leave disappointed because you just get the feeling that Adams
135
is going to get through somehow.
Jacques would have to lose twice, remember, to be eliminated. Defeat to Murray and to Mark McGeeney.
You know what they say about taking it 1 match at a time. Let's not look past this one because it could all be said and done. We could have a round of matches that don't really mean anything. It could be about league position only, not about qualification.
12.
I might clock off, actually, Paul, now you said
57.
Don't you dare. You're sitting right there. Double top.
Murray
starts exactly the way he wanted, but ultimately Peter Jacques missing doubles. And the last thing he needs is another performance the way he played against Janis Mustafejevs.
Yeah,
where he missed 25 darts at double.
Does not want a repeater. Jacques
45.
has missed his first 3 in this one, so 28 darts missed at double across the last match and leg.
68.
Wouldn't want to look at his overall stats for the day in that department.
Could be the absolute antithesis
30.
of what he did yesterday.
Yet still maybe more than enough to see him comfortably go through to finals night. We reckoned 14 points would
41.
be enough to put someone through. Now, if Jacques wins this match, we will be right, because Adams will be through on that amount. Jacques would have 16.
We could have the scenario, of course, where Murray's on 14 points, Jacques is on 14 points, and Adams is on 14 points.
Yeah, and then one of them misses out.
What have we said the last couple of days, though? You just don't know how costly certain legs will be.
Yeah.
How
45.
vital is it now that Peter Jacques beat Janis Mustafejevs after surviving a bucket full of darts to lose that match?
Well, this group is almost the opposite in terms of legs as the first group, Group A, isn't it? Because you've got a player on minus 28 in the group. Did close to finish on plus 29?
Plus 29.
So Mustafaevs could go below the minus 30 mark. And everybody else, apart from Jordan Brooks, will have a positive leg difference. Everybody, apart from Closer in Group A, had a negative leg difference.
We may never see that again. But just imagine how Peter Jacques is feeling right now, and just imagine how Ryan's feeling too. 5th day of action, and the pressure is ramped up even more than before.
47.
Their arms are tired, their minds are tired, and trust me, their hips, knees and ankles will be tired too. Jacques at 12, and he finds it eventually.
Peter Jacques.
A little scratch of the head from Ryan Murray. He knows that he's on a win or bust scenario, really. And every leg that goes by makes a task even more difficult.
140.
And that would have hurt him because he'd done the hard work, hadn't he, by breaking in the first leg, only to let that advantage slip straight away.
The tighter this one goes,
30.
The worse it is for the Scotsman.
And I don't think that the players, because it is a fast format, this, you're on stage, you're on the practice board, you're back on stage, you're back on the practice board.
42.
I don't think they'll be aware of all of the maths involved, but he will be aware that he needs big wins against both of the top two.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of chatter and banter between the players in between matches. And I would imagine that in that room there will be mutterings of, oh, you're on this many points.
140.
If Richard North was in that room, everybody would know every scenario because he'd be talking so much that everybody would want to leave.
85.
He's an avid viewer as well, Paul. You knew that when you said that, didn't you?
I know. I'm not scared of Richard. I always wanted to have him have a talk-off with Alex Roy.
60.
I couldn't get them to agree a fee.
36.
Double 18 for Peter Jacques to go ahead and pile more misery on Murray.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that's what he does, 2-1. And Ryan Murray is starting to look a little bit like a lost little puppy, isn't he, at the back of the stage there?
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Someone might have to take him home soon because I don't think he's going to be going to Saturday night by the looks of it. Second attempt here for Ryan. Looking like a second attempt without a finals night. And of the people playing in this group, the only people to have made a Saturday night, McGeeney,
44,
Jacques, and Adams.
Yet it's still very possible that they could be the top three at the end of the day, because if McGeeney were to beat Peter Jacques in his last match and Adams got the better of Murray, then McGeeney would go ahead of Murray on points.
Somebody's got a second wind, I think. Jacques is starting to play some decent stuff here. Murray is struggling.
Yeah, reserved. Perhaps his worst performance for his most important match. But no man can beat the clock, and time is running out for Ryan Money at the Super Series for this stage.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to need the MODUS Super Series abacus this afternoon. We might need it tonight, though.
Yeah, well, I was going to let Abby Davis sort that all out. We could give her a new nickname, couldn't we?
Abacus Abby.
Right, you require 102.
Well, we're in here calling the matches. She could be doing all the sums.
62.
Is that the right play there from Ryan, going for the bullseye? I don't know how many times I've mentioned that this week. It's still not the right thing to do.
Double top would be the right thing to do.
58. Ryan, you require 40.
Same applies for Murray.
Spent a lot of time in this department on the dartboard this week with mixed fortunes.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Back in it.
Ryan Murray.
So at this stage, if Ryan Murray does win by 4 legs to 2, this is where he can stand ahead of his game with Martin Adams in match 15. He could be 12 points and plus 7. That is 7 legs between him and Adams. That is possible.
Yeah, it'd need a 4-0 win.
So with that in mind, he has to win the next 2 legs.
Yep. And it's becoming very difficult when Peter Jacques has hit 180 and 177 with his first 2 visits. You have to win this leg or you're going to be out, and your opponent's on a 9-darter after 6.
144.
All the same, what a leg from Jacques.
96.
A real burst. And even then, Ryan Murray is classy enough to give him a fist pump on a 9-dart attempt. That tells you the kind of guy he is.
141. Peter required 48.
Well, we said a big win, and we said a narrow defeat wouldn't be enough. Sorry, a narrow win wouldn't be enough. And all he can get now is a narrow win. So that means that Ryan Murray will not be going through to finals night. Peter Jacques will, and he'll be taking Martin Adams with him.
See if it's Ryan to throw first. $99.
Just to make sure of it, on leg difference instead of legs won and all that. Jacques winning 1 more leg. Make sure that the points total can't be reached for Ryan. That feeling, if he was to know at this point,
121.
the pit of his stomach will be quite hollow.
Yeah.
It's almost like a hungry feeling when this happens. I played in the Grand Slam and I won my first 2 games of the group. I lost 5-1 to Steve Beaton, and I looked towards my manager and I said, "Am I out?" And he said, "Yeah." And at that point, it's as if someone had just ripped my intestines out.
130.
But people, may have looked and thought that Janis Mustafejevs has been an insignificant part of this group. But the reason that Murray's leg
60.
difference
146.
is so inferior to that of Martin Adams is because of his results against him.
Yeah, he's lost 3 legs against him, so there you go.
40.
Was it 3 or was it 4?
2 this morning. Was it 1 yesterday?
I don't have it written down.
Yeah,
actually.
he didn't have a 4-2 yesterday, did he, Mustafaevs? So, yeah.
80.
And Adams has beaten him 4-0 twice. May stay there. I decided against it, but I think he kind of wanted to stay there.
Yeah, caught in 2 minds, neither here nor there. This will be some way to finish the match. Stay there.
85. Ryan required 40.
Take us the distance again.
Game shot on the 6
There you have it. 4 legs to 3 will be. As to who will win, we'll find out in a more. But already today, we have had 4
7th and final
4 threes.
To throw first.
McGeeney beat Jordan Brooks 4-3 against the darts. Peter Jacques beat Janis Mustafejevs against the darts by 4 legs to 3. And the other 2 were with the darts, Jacques and Adams. Both of our Jordan Brooks.
We don't have the stats
95.
for legs won in front of us, but we'll confirm as soon as we can. But if Ryan Murray does manage to win this leg and therefore the match, he will have a leg difference
135.
of +6, exactly 8 behind Martin Adams. So that swing would be level if he beat Adams 4-0. Look, it's still a very, very unlikely prospect for
30.
even that to happen. But looking at the results and the wins over the course of the week, I assume that Adams has a better legs won difference at the
I'm
moment.
assuming exactly the same. I've got your
41.
back, Jack.
$40.
What we would know, even if Ryan wins this leg, is that one leg for Martin Adams in the final match, and that would be safe.
Yeah, and that might not even matter because Peter Jacques is looking likely to win the leg.
140.
Win the match.
Maybe win the group.
57.
And
Did you
position
require
in this
85?
table stipulates where you are and in which group on Saturday night.
45.
There is a scenario we're actually forgetting, but it's not going to matter, I don't think, because Jacques looks likely to win. But it could have been the possibility
53.
that
Did you
Jacques
require
loses heavily
40?
to McGeeney, Murray beats Adams heavily, and then Jacques drops out. Can't see it happening, can you?
Going
Nah.
short on the
He's got
match.
it done. He's going to
Peter
Saturday night for the
Jacques.
second time. Peter Jacques has made it. It's just a question of how much he will take Martin Adams with him. Will it be as the group leader? Will it be in second position? It'll all be down to Wolfie in match number 15. But we do have a couple of matches before we get to that Ryan Murray-Martin Adams match. It doesn't have much significance now, but Brooks and Mustafaevs, they will play each other in match 13 to start round number 5 of Friday, and that will start us off in the final furlong of our Group C action. That will be after this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got 3 more matches to bring you in Group C, but we do already know the 2 players who will qualify from Group C into finals night tomorrow. So join in Daniel Closer, who finished top of Group A on Wednesday. It is going to be Peter Jacques and Martin Adams who join them. We can get confirmation of that with the last result. It was, of course, Peter Jacques who came through 4-3 winner over Ryan Murray. A superb 5th leg from Jacques was the key in that one, a 12-dart leg in which he went out on 180, 177 and pinning double 9 for a 48 out. Dashed Murray's hopes before ending them completely in the next leg. Again, though, we were talking a lot yesterday, weren't we, about how clinical Jacques was on the outer ring. 30% there, 4 out of 13. Nowhere near as clinical, but doing enough to get through. We can get confirmation of that with the league table. We'll pop that up there so you can see at the moment it is Jacques who is top on 16 points. But Martin Adams, of course, has another game, so that could all change in our last round of matches. Up next, though, we've got Brooks against Mustafaevs. Neither of them have won a game today. So will it be the Latvian who can get his first Super Series victory, or will Brooks end his campaign with his first win of the day? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it will be a win for one, but which one? That is the question. And will it be a first win of the day for Jordan Brooks, or a first win of the week for Janis Mustafejevs? Brooks, a 38-year-old Fleetwood flinger, nicknamed the Sheriff, but he's been locked in a cell of defeat so far today. Janis Mustafejevs keeps on smiling, keeps on trying. It's his last chance. Can he? Can he beat Jordan Brooks, Paul? I'm not asking you if he will, I'm asking you if he can.
It's a very good question, actually. The game they had yesterday, Janus came out of the blocks and got himself a 180 in the first leg.
Hey, first leg, it's Jordan.
But obviously after that,
game
the
on.
adrenaline just came down a bit and he wasn't able to find much in the way of success. He's more prepared for success now than previously in this group. And it's not as if Jordan's going to be feeling really chipper. He hasn't won a game either. I've got a question, though. What's the date on the back of Janus's shirt? It says 1305. I think it's 2012.
60.
Last time you won a match, isn't it?
You're a bad man.
Tongue was pressed firmly in my cheek. I promise you. I just had a chocolate, actually, from Paul Nicholson, so I was just getting the remainder of that.
121.
Abby will be jealous now. And it's the good stuff as well.
It's all right, they're not vegan. She won't mind. I don't know what that date is on the back of his shirt, but I'm sure it's got a lot of meaning. I know one other dart player that's got a date on the back of his collar, and that's Brendan Dolan, which is the date of when he hit that historic double start 9-darter in the World Grand Prix. I'm still convinced Gelvin Price is going to get one this week.
Well, as this is a bit of a meaningless match, apart from the bragging rights for the pair of them, I'm going to do a little on this day in World Darts.
Oh, I love this.
We'll do it in the next leg because Brooks could win this one in this visit.
He hasn't won it, but he's done the next best thing, which is set up a double.
60. Jordan, you require 40.
Tops for a 13-darter. There's been too much of that today. You can see the frustration when he's yanking at his own skin.
26. Jordan, you require 10.
It's a bit of a cross between Kevin Painter and Rob Cross, the way that Jordan Brooks has been approaching finishers like this, often
Game shot on the
stepping
first
back
set.
in between darts
Jordan
and re-gripping,
Brooks.
refocusing. But on that time, he was a man with a plan and he executed it expertly. This starting day,
Janis
Paul, has been
Mustafejevs.
actually quite a significant
Game
one.
on.
Hit me.
In 2018, on this starting day,
43.
two players who have played here at the Super Series in this stage won World Masters titles.
Oh, wow. Martin Adams.
Nope, 2018.
Oh, 2018, sorry.
180.
Okay.
Now, if you think about it, two players won it on the same day. So
55.
Keen Barry. No, it was in this venue?
in this
venue. That's... Why am I not getting this?
Well, I'll tell you who they beat. Glenn Durrant, who was sat in this venue
Mark
but not played on the
McGeeney.
stage. No.
No.
And the other one was Casey Gallagher, the runner-up. Same day,
Right.
same
Lisa
year.
Lisa Ashton.
Lisa Ashton is correct. Play along at home. Well, little conversation here between Owen Binks and Janis Mustafejevs about what the previous score was. I think that's out of order from Owen, suggesting that Janis didn't hit as much as he did.
You're still a bad man.
I'm not sure what all that was about. You're just having some sort of word with him. Is there a little bit of a technical malfunction? I don't think so. Brooks is ready to throw again. Don't know what that was all about. Maybe Owen Binks was asking Janis who won the World Masters in 2018.
100.
You want to be put out of your misery?
Yes, I do. I'm...
Adam Smith-Neil.
Oh, of course.
40.
How could I possibly forget the big dog?
And we'll go 5 years, well, 10 years ago as well. 5 years and 10 years ago, in fact. 5 years ago, Daryl Gurney beat Simon Whitlock to win the World Grand Prix on this day.
I see.
10 years ago, remember what we said yesterday happened on this day?
125.
Robert Thornton beat Michael van Gerwen to win a Players' Championship
back in
event.
2015.
2012.
2012.
Well, he beat Gary Anderson the next
97.
day to win another one.
Oh, there you go.
When you require 55.
There we go. We did it in a leg. Thanks for taking your time, boys. And Brooks takes his time again. Steps back once more.
He's definitely got this proclivity of putting his hand in his pocket before shots, isn't it? I don't know whether he's got a little bit of wax in there or something just for grip. That's something that Phil Taylor used to do as well, just before starting a shot.
15.
You know who you were losing to 10 years ago today? Last 32 of that said Players' Championship event.
How many years ago?
10.
10.
40.
2012. It's
Jordan, you require 40.
probably Taylor.
Ronnie Baxter.
Oh. That gave you a great reaction, didn't it? Yeah, I've had a few battles with Ronnie over the years.
He was a good player, wasn't he, Ronnie?
Oh,
Jordan
absolutely.
Brooks.
So 2-0 to Brooks in this one, and it's looking like it will be a first win of the day for him rather than a first win
Third against Jordan
on
to throw
that stage
first.
for his opponent.
Game on.
I mean, there are other things that happen just for a bit of fun. Raymond van Barneveld beat Kevin McDine to win a UK Open qualifier back in 2012 as well.
That really 2012?
The Swedish Open was won by Dave Whitcomb in 1990.
41.
Oh, nice. That's a proper stat, that one.
Dieter Hedman also winning the ladies event that year.
1990?
Correct.
Wow.
43.
32 years ago. Unbelievable. Everybody talks about the history of certain sports. When it comes to
60.
darts, the history is... Well, it's less than 50 years. We talk about everything
96.
since the 1978 World Championship, but things happened before that. But we tend to reference everything since the first Worlds in 78 won by Leighton Rees.
Yeah. Really is a sport with a relatively short history, but a fascinating history if you look beyond the first World Championship, not just in terms of the World Professional, the News of the World, but in terms of where darts came from as well, as when it was more of a pastime than the organised sport that it's become.
140.
Just thinking about that, 2028, that'll be 50 years since the first World Championship. If Gerwyn Price was to win the Worlds this year, for example, he would be the first Welsh person to have won 2 Worlds.
100.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about hotbeds, haven't we? I don't think there are many hotter than the country of Wales at the moment.
Oh yeah, there's been multiple English World Champions,
42.
multiple
Jordan, you require
Scottish World Champions, but
160.
from Wales, nobody's won the Worlds twice. From Scotland, no one's won it 3 times, and although 2 people have won it twice. When it comes to English dart players, someone's won it 16 times.
130.
John Lowe's won it 3 times. Adams has won it 3 times. Durrant's won it 3 times. Scotland, you got
40.
Wilson,
Jordan, you require
Wright and Anderson.
26.
All have got it twice. Nobody's got it thrice.
Well, 13 twice. Okay, decides to split. Back he goes again. He's got slower and slower as it's gone on, Jordan Brooks.
Jordan Brooks.
I'd have to agree with that. He does not want to leave here with 0 points on Friday, that's for sure.
Janis to throw first.
Has it helped him, or has it actually had the opposite effect?
I actually think it's helped him. If you look at some of his averages today, I mean, he did lose to Martin Adams with an 87.78, which was a decent match. But 80 against Ryan Murray, 77 against Peter Jacques, 83. This is one of his better performances. He's definitely commanding that exclusion zone, isn't he?
Almost addressing
80.
the Oki with every single throw. Not every visit, every throw. Stepping back to the edge of the exclusion zone, then stepping forward again.
66.
Has he got some sort of steps target that he needs to meet by 3 o'clock?
He's auditioning for Strictly.
Oh, there's another question. Look, we can do this in the dead rubber matches, of which there are a couple more to come. I know a few of you may have had investments, may disagree with that. But
97.
go on, which darts player would you love to see on Strictly for the first time?
Andrew Gilding.
I'll tell you what, he's already got the first part of the move. Does it on the Oki every time.
He'd be good at the waltz, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
From a Super Series players, I think... Oh, that's a good question.
And if you were to
T2.
get invited to any reality TV show, which one would it be? MasterChef for you, surely.
Crystal Maze.
I'm not sure that counts as reality TV.
No,
but-
I'd do SAS Who Dares Wins.
Okay.
I'd want them to crack me in half and see what I'm made of.
Yeah, I'm just filling in the application form on your behalf now.
I actually spoke to someone I've worked with a few times, a guy called Danny Crates, and he told me about Celebrity MasterChef.
121.
But I didn't
Janus, you
fancy a
require
crack at it. I like cooking for
140.
pleasure. Don't like it for pressure.
$100. Jordan, you
Well,
require
some pressure on the
121.
1-2-1 that would win the match 4-0. Well, that was the longest wait yet. And it wasn't really worth it, Jordan. Look, it's gone from bad to worse. Robin Hood now.
Just don't hit it again.
90.
Could have gone for the double Robin Hood. I've never
Janus, you
seen that
require
before.
40.
But why did he go for the 18 with the last start as well?
I don't know. Double 10.
20.
He could still be bageled for a second time today.
Jordan, you require
If Jordan finds 102, but the 18's made no sense because he's still on a 3-darter as opposed to a 2-darter, which he could have left via the use of different parts of the board.
Maybe just really likes 102 checkouts. Double 18 to complete this one. There we go. He left it and he hit it. And I don't think he knew he had. Well, a remarkable end to that match as Jordan Brooks gets his first win of the day emphatically, a 4-0 success over Latvia's Janis Mustafejevs, who bows out without a single win to his name after 2 days here at the Super Series. He hasn't had much luck. He did get a look in earlier on against the group leader Peter Jacques, mismatched darts in that one, but he goes home without any points to his name. Brooks will be leaving as well, won't be joining us on finals night. Peter Jacques will, and he's in action next against Mark McGeeney.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Jordan Brooks has just ended his campaign with a 4-0 whitewash victory over his Latvian opponent, Janis Mustafejevs, who again averaged less than 70 in that match. As you can see, he had just 3 attempts at the outer ring. They were all in the same leg. He was unable to take them. And Jordan Brooks, with an average just shy of 86, getting over the line without having to be fantastic in that match. As Murph said in comms, it seemed that Brooks really slowed down as that game went on, but he still did enough to comfortably breeze through it. He ended the game with that 102, as you can see on your screen, the highest checkout of that one. He did say at the end, though, that he didn't realise he'd pinned the double for that one, and that's why his celebration was initially muted, but he soon rectified that with a big cheer. I think it's probably more to do with relief that he didn't end today's action without a victory. We can take one look at the table then to see, with McGeeney against Jacques up next. Jacques could secure his place at the top of the league table. If he's unable to do that, it does leave the door open for Martin Adams in our final game of the evening. So then, to get into our penultimate game, a reminder that Jacques has already missed 51 darts at double in today's session. How many more will he miss in this one? Let's find out in the company of Murph and Nico.
What a question, and I think the smile on Peter Jacques' face says that he heard it. How many darts will he miss to add to the 51 already today? Oh, that is an absolute blinder. Paul, can you try and answer it?
I'm not going there.
Well, he won't mind, will he? That.
No, because he can't hear us.
Yeah, and he won't mind because he's through, and he might well win the group.
Just imagine how much quicker he would have been through if had he not missed
So
that many darts at double.
Yeah, I might have been tucking into some lunch.
In the words of Forrest Gump, do you want a chocolate?
No, I'm all right, actually. It'd mean I'd have to leave you talking for a couple of minutes, and nobody wants that.
46.
Really looking forward to doing tonight's session with you. 10 games in Group B. Absolute sorcery from
81.
Murph there.
Well, let's hope that it does go down to the wire tonight. Usually in Group B, it's more likely because there are 3 places to fill. So what tends to happen is one of them gets taken pretty early in the evening, but the next 2 can be fought for throughout the duration of the night.
Let's go through
140.
the fixtures for later on. Rob Collins starts against Ryan Palmer. That's a huge game for Palmer if he harbours any ambition of making the top 3. But you fancy Thornton against Ritchie in game 2. That's the biggie. Now, if Greg Ritchie was to win that one and do the double over the Thorn, I would say he's very safe at 10 points.
Yep.
Stephen Burton, he's got the most condensed schedule tonight, starting in match 3 and finishing it in match 9.
60.
He's having to win all 4 and hope that he makes the top 3. But he's going to be even further behind come his first game.
Yeah, you would think that Burton would need a minimum of 3 victories tonight, and that would rely on the top 2 players dominating.
Yes, simple as that.
So 4 wins really is the only realistic way for him
54.
to get through. And he was one of the 2 favourites for that group, remember, him and Robert Thornton.
42. Mark your record 161.
161 for Mark McGeeney, who has had his best day here for the Super Series this week.
86,
Level 18 to leave double 16.
93.
He could actually
Page
win the daily
152.
table, McGeeney. He wins against Jacques here, and Ryan Murray does him a favour in the next match.
72.
That would make him feel a little bit better.
68.
But like you say, he's already had his best day, so in the words of Andrew Gilding, all he can do is better than you've done before.
Well, I'm sure we'll see him in the next stage, and he'll try and better that and get himself to finals
43.
night. Peter Jacques will be there tomorrow.
80.
We'll have a little chat about his chances maybe in the next leg as he looks to win the first leg on tops.
60. Mark your required 25.
This game is going so far the way that I thought it would. It's a bit flat. Double 4.
21. Page required 20.
Since the arm's a bit tired now, when the adrenaline leaves the body, pain starts to set in. If you don't think that dart players feel pain after throwing 5 days in a row, think
4.
again.
I think Peter Jacques wants to hit a double and look up the balcony where our presenter Abigail Davis is sat.
Game shot in the first.
After hearing how she teed up the game.
McGeeney.
But he won't look up at the moment because things aren't looking up. He's already missed 3 darts at double in this one.
Second leg, it's Peter to throw first.
And there is that question, does Peter Jacques have another shirt?
Yeah, 6 shirt week means that he expected to make it through to finals night tomorrow. Now, we talked about who we think might win finals night. What do you think Peter Jacques' chances are based on what you've seen this week?
As good as anybody else, and that's not a cop-out answer. I say that because on finals night, it's even more cutthroat than playing in Group B, which is especially cutthroat. But you get yourself one massive win in the group, and you're going to get through to the semi-finals. And there you just need to win 2 games on the trot. And he's done that plenty of times this week. So he does have a very good chance.
95.
But it may depend on who he runs into in the group.
Yes, so actually topping the group could be of great importance here for Peter Jacques.
Could be.
134.
And if he wins this match, he will top it on 18 points.
What's more, winning the group gives you other advantages, like an advantage of throw, for instance.
43.
In certain scenarios.
167.
His only loss against Martin Adams in his last match yesterday.
97.
He's not had a great deal of joy in that treble 20, has he? He's been hovering around it a lot. but sticking to his task so avidly.
30.
I didn't know if that was in.
Mark, you require
I'm
164.
glad I didn't speculate.
Well, this would hurt if this were to go in. It's not going to happen, and this was happening a lot yesterday. Mark McGeeney, when needing a finish, would throw a dart in the 5 segment.
82. BG require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
That looked pretty easy.
Peter
16 darter for
Jacques.
Jacques. Hold of throw. We're down to best of 5.
It doesn't look up. Doesn't
The
say,
lead's
look, I
marked
can
to
hit
throw
doubles.
first.
Look, he's hit enough of them. He hasn't lost a game today. But he did survive, didn't he? An almighty scare against Janis Mustafejevs earlier on.
It is one of the weirdest undefeated days I've seen.
85.
Not going to lie.
But what's he missed now? 54 darts at double. 55 darts at double, in fact. And hasn't lost a match.
How many shots has he had?
140.
Abacus Davis,
Yeah.
let us know.
So an 85 average in his first game, beating Martin Adams 4-1.
96.
84.4 against Jordan Brooks in round 2. 70 against Janus. Oh no, that was pretty dire effort from both guys, unfortunately.
123.
Attritional match. And then a 90 against Ryan Murray in that really good 7-leg encounter. So his best average 90 today.
45.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? What we've seen from some other players this week in getting undefeated days. They've produced more
60.
than Peter Jacques. But, as I've said a million times already, not literally, it's about getting to Saturday night. He's done it. He saves his best darts for Saturday night. That's the point.
95.
While you were going through those stats, I was counting up some others, and I make it that he's had 71 darts at double today.
100.
That strikes me as quite a few.
He's going to get some more.
Oliver Twist. Please, sir.
58. PG requires 78.
How many more? Treble 18 will give him 2. Single 20 will give him 1.
Game
No
shot on
trouble
the
this
third
time.
leg.
Jacques is straight
Peter
in, and it's a break of
Jacques.
throw. And he takes control of the clash, and therefore the league table.
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first.
Who's the best dart player that you've seen called Peter?
100.
Peter Wright.
Best dart player you've ever seen called Mark?
Mark Webster.
140.
How about Martin? Martin Adams?
Yeah, I'd have to go with that.
Your favourite Jordan?
I didn't know this quick fire
60.
round was coming. My favourite Jordan, Michael Jordan.
He probably could throw darts. I wouldn't be surprised.
100.
Don't ask me my favourite Paul, because you might not like the answer.
Paul Whitworth.
I was going out on a limb.
Ah, I wouldn't blame you.
80.
I don't like me either. That
85.
5 has been a bit of a magnet for him, hasn't it? Something for him to work on between now and the next time we see him.
Yeah, if he does watch back the last couple of days, plenty we've given Mark McGeeney to work on. The
59.
tailing off towards the end of days, the drifting into the 5, particularly when he's in this kind of position in a leg. Even that dart there, it's not in the wrong segment, but it's right across to the left of the single
60.
20, and then we do see one go to the left.
Putting those things right is either a technical issue or an equipment issue.
60.
You have to figure out what it is and put it right. You can't just assume,
Literally put it right.
I guess. You can't think that practice is just going to eradicate it. It doesn't work that way.
And there we go, another left. Loose one.
44.
142 for Peter Jacques.
142.
Options here. The modern man goes treble 17, but the old school go treble 20.
98.
It's more like that
Market
song
requires
by
72.
Jimmy Barnes. He's a working class man. Great song, that. How good is this shot? Double three.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
That's how good it is. And
Mark
it ties up this
McGeeney.
match at 2-2.
Desmond.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Pride on the line, that's for sure. And maybe the top spot in the group as well, with Adams and Murray to come.
140.
Well, if everything goes the right way here for Mark McGeeney, he could actually finish third, couldn't he?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad effort.
100.
Considering where he was at the start of play, he was in 5th spot. He could overtake Murray and Brooks.
90.
And fair play to Mark for trying that. But he has had the assistance of Murray not having the best day, and Brooks even less so.
100.
Mustafaevs has never really been in the fold.
It all started well for Ryan Murray when he got that win against Mustafaevs, but it was actually Mark McGeeney who really put
60.
paid to his chances when he beat him 4-1 in match 2. Because Murray could have put himself between Jacques and Adams at that point.
60.
I think the right play might have been a switch there. Quite courageous to go for that shot with that dart dangling out of the 20 segment.
Interesting, we were finishing about this time yesterday, so the only player
137.
to have beaten either of this pair in the last 24 hours is Martin Adams. Jacques lost to him at the end of yesterday. McGeeney lost to him in the middle of today.
There you go. Look hard enough, you'll always
31.
find a pattern.
Market require
A
70.
bit like looking at a magic eye picture.
Adams will close the session when he faces Murray next.
For a 74 out.
54.
By the way, it's pretty simple. If Jacques loses this match to Mark McGeeney, which is looking like a real possibility, Adams will just need
60.
to beat Ryan Murray to finish top of the
Market
group,
required
because
20.
the leg difference before this game was level. So obviously Jacques' would go down and Adams' would go up.
Game shot on the fifth.
They're used to
leg.
that dart.
Mark McGee.
And one of the only advantages of the way that Mark's darts have been landing this week is that when he's outside double 10 like that, it's a really good guide for hitting it next time. And it's happened quite a few times. It only has to happen one more time for him to have 80% success on Friday. I guarantee you, after 5 days playing, from 9:30 in the morning until the mid part of the afternoon, Mark McGeeney's going to sleep well tomorrow. As are all the dart players. They've put in a huge effort this week. As have the referees, Charlie and Owen. More so Charlie, because Owen's only done today.
All the crew backstage, even the commentators might need a bit of rest.
Nah. Just going to live in this seat. Yeah, everybody who's doing the scoring backstage, Abigail, of course, directors, everybody looking after the players' welfare.
91.
It's a team effort to bring you this darting entertainment. And we're not done yet. Tonight's going to be really exciting. Can't wait to be back in the company of Robert Thornton and Greg Ritchie. They were great last night.
Yeah, back on air, 10 p.m. Don't be late. There will be a little bit of a preview show on the Super Series YouTube channel as well, about 10 minutes before that. And this might make the highlight reel.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
I think it might.
Jacques.
That's a really good shot. Taking us the distance. Not for the first time today. In fact, the distance
Mark to throw first.
for the third game in 4. On both occasions, it was the person with the darts who won those matches
85.
very recently. Jacques over Murray and Adams over Brooks.
We see that McGeeney drift again. Knowing our match referee Owen Binks to call a score of 85.
$45.
And another 5 from Mark McGeeney.
What did Mardle used to call that? Lateral drift?
Yeah.
Or was it? It was Sid Waddell that called it on Wayne Mardle when he used to get the lateral drift.
140.
Well, there it is again. Really got to work on that line. And when this
85.
happens, one of the things that you can do is to try and change the target. Automatically, dart players go for the center of the bed, just like that. But try and change things up by going for the right-hand side of the bed.
140.
And see if it continues from there. Do you know in archery, when you're going for a target, you tend to aim high and right of it, depending on your eye dominance? You're not actually shooting for the target, you're shooting for a portion of what you're going for.
It's every single visit in this leg. He's found a 5. And that's what's going to lose him the leg. That paired with the brilliance of Peter Jacques in it.
40.
Playing like a guy who's lost a 20 and found a 5.
Yeah, well, he's found a few 5s. He actually found enough 5s to make up the 20.
100. You require 46.
Pick your double. Lou Reed is calling.
Game shot on
It's
the
been a
match.
perfect day for Peter Jacques.
Jacques.
And he is going to win Group C. He's going to Saturday. Your job is done, Peter. Enjoy a bit of rest for the rest of today and during the day on Saturday. It's so long to Mark McGeeney for now. A very good effort for him on Friday, but he falls short. Jacques, 4-3. One more match to go. It's going to be Scotland versus England one more time with Murray against Martin. And that will be coming up straight after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this man, Peter Jacques, has just confirmed his place in finals night. Peter, you've had a perfect day, 5 wins out of 5. How are you feeling?
You've got to be ecstatic, haven't you? I mean, I don't think I've played the best I can play, but I've just seemed to grind out results, and when I've needed to hit stuff, I've hit it. I've been fortunate that way, but yeah, just happy with that.
And as you said before we went live there, that you're relieved more than anything because your form wasn't where you wanted it to be coming into this week either.
No, last week maybe, 3 or 4 weeks before that, I was hitting everything. I felt brilliant, and then last 10 days it's just been not there. But Yorkshire grit, grind it out.
Most
try
definitely.
win.
Absolutely. And this week we've kind of seen that from you, haven't we? Because there have been spells of absolute brilliance. Your finishing yesterday was sublime. It's just about putting all of that together for finals night tomorrow.
And that's the weird thing, because normally my finishing's what let me down. I'm always normally good at hitting the scores and then the finishing, but this week the finishing's what's bailed me out, basically. I mean, the first game, I can go back to that, the 160 and the 127, the first game of the week. Otherwise, I'd have lost that game as well. So it's, yeah, it's helped me out a big deal this week.
And of course, 5 days of action. They're quite long days here at the Super Series. How were you feeling? Did you tire at all towards the end, or were you feeling all right up there?
I'll just say I'm looking forward to a lie-in morning.
Absolutely. And one other question. The guys in commentary have spoken every day about how you've worn a different shirt every day. How many have you packed? Have you packed a 6th different one for tomorrow?
I think I've packed 8, but I'm going back to one that I think I've played best in tomorrow.
Wow, that is remarkable. You're going to tell us what colour it is?
It'll be the white and blue one, I
The
think.
white and blue one, there we go. Confirmation of that there. We're just going to have a little look at the table as well, so you can see where you are. You are going to finish top of the table. That's not looking bad at all, is it?
No, I'm happy with that. Especially when you look at the quality of players. I mean, 2 of them are on the debut, so it were always going to be hard for those 2 guys. So it's, and then the experience with Martin, Mark, and Ryan, my buddy, great bloke, great player. So it was always going to be tough, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, he sounds as if he's thrilled, and a night off now for you. You've got a lion in the morning. Prepare yourself for finals night. It is going to be a thrilling evening. And just a reminder before we get underway for our last match that you can be here tonight, dartshop.tv, to get your tickets. It's a free entry, and you also get a free drink at the bar. What more could people want, eh?
I'll be here for a free drink.
There we go. You can see this man at the bar and on the stage as well. Let's get into our final match then with Nico and Murph.
Spoken like a true Yorkshireman, that, wasn't it, Paul? Fantastic tier from Peter Jacques there. Great performance from him over the last couple of days, and looking forward to having him here and you here tomorrow night for finals night.
Yeah, very well done, Peter. Great interview there. Obviously very happy, but very honest as well about his performance levels. He was gritting his teeth and gritting his way through, and we know he's going to be joined not by Ryan Murray, but by Martin Adams. But 8 shirts. 8 shirts. He's got more kits than Manchester United over about 4 seasons.
Well, what was interesting about his answer was that he said he's going to use the one he played best in, or he felt he played best in. And that says to me that if he was having a torrid time, we may have seen a midday change of shirt.
Game on.
Peter Jacques.
He could be the Peter Wright of shirts.
It'll be the blue and white stripes in homage to Huddersfield Town when he toes the hockey on finals night on Saturday. We'll be joined by Martin Adams, who will finish second whatever happens in this match. Ryan Murray, though, might not finish third, because if he gets beaten 4-0, he'll finish 4th.
There you go.
100.
As if you needed a better excuse to get yourself down here Saturday night. Wolfie's going to be in the house.
134.
I'll leave it to you. When do you ever get to see Wolfie for free? So, if you're free and you live in the Portsmouth area or are willing to commute a little bit for the night, get yourself down. Good fun.
Yeah, make sure you do get your ticket first. Dartshop.tv, the place to do so. A drink on the house. Front row seat. They're all front row seats here. It's a different atmosphere for a darts event, an intimate evening. Right up close, you can see the dartboard with the naked eye.
And it is a lot better when there's a few people in here. So if you want to bring a few pals, by all means.
You even get a selfie with Paul Nicholson. How much are you charging these days?
No, we're trying to get people to come in.
100. We're on your 160.
Not repel them.
Well, he's got a touch of the McGeeneys. Double McGeeney.
67. Martin, you require 161.
Martin Adams has never hit 161 at the Super Series.
Until now. Oh, Martin. Are you saving it? When are you saving it for?
97.
You can see what's going to happen, don't you? Martin Adams is going to go to Champions Week. He's going to get to finals night. And in the final, he's going to win the first leg with a 161, the second with a 164, the third with a 167, and the last with a 170.
You're trying to tell me he's going to do better than what Graham Usher did in that ridiculous game from a few weeks back?
Well, a miss for Murray. Adams looking to punish, but that was a little bit precarious.
32. Ryan require 38.
Double 19.
Game shot in the
Very
first
well
leg.
found.
Ryan Murray.
I've compared Ryan Murray to Rod Harrington this week by those very long darts and the angle of attack when it hits
Second
the
leg, it's
board.
Martin to throw first.
And eloquently
Game
put
on.
by the other broadcasting team doing the World Grand Prix this week. They used to tell the story of when Rod Harrington used to go for double 19 as one of his starting doubles. World Grand Prix being a tournament where Martin Adams has done quite well in before. Wasn't it that tournament where he had that battle of the England captains between himself and John Law?
58.
I'm pretty sure I've come across that one.
Yeah, Adams, as we mentioned earlier, did play in some Professional Darts Corporation events, not just the Grand Slam in more recent years when he represented the BDO, but he did enter some
100.
PDC events before the days of having a tour card. And qualified and played in the
137.
World Match Play, as we mentioned earlier. Also the World Grand Prix, as Paul just mentioned. It was back in 2001.
Yeah, I think it was a quarter-final, wasn't it?
It was, and he lost to John Lowe, who went on to lose in the semi-final to Roland Schulten. It was the year that Alan Warren a Little took the title.
Yeah, I remember that,
45.
yeah.
Bill Taylor was beaten by Kevin Painter in round one.
Was that the year that Alan Warren a Little set the record against Andy Jenkins for the average? 106, wasn't it?
Yeah.
56.
Correct.
106 double start.
Still the record. 106.45.
When you think about all of the records in this game, you think Van Gerwen, you think Taylor. Yeah, Alan Warren a Little still got that record. It stood for 21 years. You talk about the advancement of equipment, dartboards, practice regimes,
90.
lifestyles. Alan Warren a Little is holding one of the best
131.
records in the sport.
$91. Ryan
To match
require
Martin's
160.
best Super Series finish. 60.
We've seen a few 160s this week. We've seen one from Greg Ritchie last
60.
night. We've seen one
Ryan
from Peter
require
Jacques.
40.
I think Ritchie got one earlier in the week in Group A as well. Tops for the Wolf.
Game shot in the second.
It is 1-1.
leg. Martin Adams.
Wonder if he ever thought about walking out to the Adams
Feel like
family.
it's Ryan to throw first.
It would definitely get everybody clicking their fingers.
You know, if he was like a Premier League player, that would be the little prelude, wouldn't it? The bit before the
Diddly-dee.
walk-on song.
59.
That would be fun. Do you know what? I think sometimes it would be very good at a Premier League finals or maybe a certain venue to have just a one-off match between a couple of legends, just to get the crowd going at the very start.
100.
Bit like they did with the Contender and the Challenger series that they had.
A little bit of breaking news, by the way. We have had the entire
140.
development tour event of the day, and it's been won by Josh Rock.
Shock horror.
Another one for Rock. 5-2. He beat Rusty Jake Rodriguez in the final. Good runs for a couple of players that have been here at the Super Series recently as well. Quarter-final bows for Josh Richardson,
140.
Jan Van Veen, and Nathan Gervin.
Yeah, really good form from those guys, but I don't like Josh Rock's nickname.
124.
Rocky. Nah.
Well, it's been done, hasn't it?
Well, it's Andy Jenkins' nickname, so Shock horror. Now, there's a good one for Josh
But hang
Rock.
on a minute. Does that apply to Gerwin Price? Bearing in mind we've just been talking about Alan Warrener. Stumped you there, haven't I?
Yes.
42.
I just... I don't know. It's an interesting argument. I think nicknames have got to be original.
If Josh Rock went and won the World Match Play, do you think he should change his
100.
nickname to Blackpool?
No.
You had to think about it.
Stop laughing first.
26. Ryan number requires 78.
Blackpool.
It's been a long day, ladies and gents.
That's like, what's his face? The
52.
egg.
Yeah. It was back in action tonight, Greg the Egg Ritchie.
Why did he go?
Calm down, Paul. Pull yourself together. Should be a cracking evening.
T1. Ryan requires 16.
I might have to carry on for the rest of it. Paul Nicholson's head's a bit scrambled now.
Game show on the third leg. Ryan Murray.
Well, Ryan Murray edges ahead of Martin Adams. Two very acceptable nicknames on the back of their shirts.
All against Martin to throw
Well,
first.
Ryan's is really good.
Game on.
And here's my argument with the whole mimicking of nicknames.
Just before you do go on to that, Paul, we are just going to say goodbye to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. If you want to catch a remainder of the action in this match, then you can join us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And you'll get the end of what Paul Nicholson was about to say. So thanks for watching. Do join us again tonight at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV for the conclusion of Group B. But we will be showing the rest of this match and the end of today's broadcast on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
140.
So my argument about the mimicking of nicknames is, can you imagine somebody coming out and calling themselves Wolfie? There would be uproar.
85.
True.
It's different with Louis Williams and having the Prince of Wales because he called Richie Bennett and asked his permission. That's quite a classy thing to do.
100.
But at the same time, if that was Gezzy's nickname before he's even come into it, and he doesn't want another nickname, he doesn't want to manufacture one, does he? I mean, we've got how many Dynamites in World Darts? Darren Johnson, Keane Barry. I'm sure there's another one out there. We've got two Lions.
Yeah, Dean Reynolds was the other one.
Oh, there you go. Lionel Sams, Ryan Palmer, they've both got the Lion.
I also think, actually, on the Dynamite theme, I think that Keane's partner, Barbara Hospodarska, should be called Miss Dynamite.
100.
Tee-hee.
Ha-ha.
76 for Martin Adams.
You require 76.
2-2. Just the latest finish we've ever had at a
Game show on the fourth leg.
daytime session at the Super Series. We're going to break the 3 o'clock mark here.
I think there might have been one a couple of weeks ago. But this is the first time I can remember we've gone to 3 o'clock with no technical hitches. Maybe the reason for that is because we've only had 2 4-0s.
Yeah, it's been the end of the day, hasn't it? It's been heavy in legs.
140.
4-3, 4-3, 4-3, and potentially 4-3 in 4 of the last 5 matches.
Possibly 3 more legs in this match. Now that I've said that, there will be. Not that we mind.
85.
Best case scenario for Murray, 12 points and +6, which would nail down 3rd position. But Adams, he's going to get 2nd position anyway. 16 points and +16, his best possible position. As far as positions in the groups, we will talk a little bit more about that tonight as to where the winner of Group C goes, the winner of Group B, the 2nd place, and obviously the 2nd and 3rd place players going up against the Group A winner, who I'm sure is making his way back to Portsmouth tonight to get ready, and we might even come back in the morning.
Might come back on the open-top bus that he's been touring around London in, ready to parade his check.
85, running require 140.
He was German.
He really has been that long a day.
That was close.
100, Martin, you require.
Well, that's for one more prediction, Paul. Which of these players will win this match 4-3?
I'm going to go for Murray. Because I think Martin knows his job is done.
81. Ryan,
He'll never stop trying, but Murray's in a better position. He's got the darts, and he might have a 3-2 lead.
30.
How wrong can you be?
Martin, you require 70.
Martin Adams has been persevering in the bottom left-hand corner of the board all day long. And he's doing it again. And he hasn't had much joy for most of the day. Close.
Game shot on the fifth
And in.
leg. Martin Adams.
Looks like I'm going to be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Well, as this could be the last leg of the day, let's just recap what's happened in Group C. Peter Jacques has gone through as the group winner, 18 points to his name, just one defeat. That came against Martin Adams in the penultimate match of yesterday. Adams will finish second with 16 points if he wins this leg. If he goes on to lose the match, he'll finish second on 14 points. Ryan Murray will finish third. Mark McGeeney on 10 points, like Murray, just behind him. It's just 3 wins for Jordan Brooks, and it was a winless trip to Portsmouth for Janis Mustafejevs, who bows out without a point to his name.
If you think about the possibility of Martin finishing the job in this leg, second place in this group on 16 points. When was the last time that happened? Because if you think about that, that's only 2 defeats in the group over 2 days. Are we paying Peter Jacques enough credit for only losing 1 match out of 10?
Is he paying himself enough credit? He talked about Yorkshire Grit, how he's ground his way through. When you look at it, he's won this group. Okay, he might have only won the group by 2 points, but between him and not qualifying, 8 points.
Yep. And we waxed lyrical about Josh Payne last week, getting 18 points from 20. Peter's done exactly the same.
Now, did you know that Martin Adams has never hit a 161 at the Super Series?
I haven't heard that in ages. Is he going to leave double 12?
99.
No, he's not.
Ryan require 84.
So 84 for Murray to stay in it. Double 12. Oh, the wrong bed. The wrong bed for Ryan, and that could mean that Martin will seal the deal here and now and bring an end to a day that has seen him and Peter Jacques progress to finals night tomorrow.
Game shot.
Wolfie wins.
Martin Adams.
No howler for Adams in Group C. He turned up for a couple of days, having missed out on qualifying for Champions Week earlier in this stage. He's going to get another chance. He's through to Saturday's session. He beats Ryan Murray in probably the highest quality affair of the day. A 4-2 win, an average of 94.35. Both players averaging north of 90 in that one. Adams' finishing was far superior, a high checkout of 76. Good stuff from Wolfie in that one. He finishes second in Group C behind Peter Jacques. It is that pair that go through to finals night to join Daniel Closer, and there are 3 places left up for grabs in Group B this evening. But the final win went to Wolfie. The final word will go to Paul Nicholson, who I believe is upstairs with Abby.
Very much, Murph. Nico, alongside me, you've raced up from the commentary box there. The 2 players through to finals night from Group C, the 2 that we did pick, or you certainly picked at the start of the action yesterday. Pretty much Peter Jacques, I think he was hard on himself, wasn't he, when I spoke to him earlier? He didn't grind out every result. He was quite dominant and quite consistent in a lot of those performances.
Yes, he was, but I think on some level Peter was correct in lambasting himself a little bit, because he can play better than he has this week. But if you look at what he's done for the 5 days, he really has worked hard. Now, Martin looks like today was a bit hard work, but ultimately his B game and Peter's B game was better than everybody else's. Nobody's played at their top level throughout Group C. It's been an attritional group, I'm not going to lie about that, but ultimately I think we've got the 2 best players going through.
Absolutely, and we can see confirmation of that with the Group C table. There it is, Peter Jacques, who finishes top. Martin Adams, he didn't really look like he was limping as much in that last game as he was in the previous one, but in these tournaments, it is so relentless, and as you said, he is 66 years of age, of course. They are quite tiring, aren't they?
They are, and I suppose what he can do now is just rest up, have a lovely lie-in tomorrow, get some fresh air as well, which will definitely help, because you need to have as much energy as you can coming into the Saturday night, possibly against some other younger talent. We'll find out about that tonight, but now that it's maybe 4 games that he's got between himself and winning through to Champions Week, anything's possible. And you know what Martin's like, he likes to get the odd title. He hasn't won on a Saturday night with us for a while, so maybe he's due.
And of course, those 2 players join Daniel Closer, who booked his place in finals night by coming through Group A. We can see confirmation of that on our screens now. Of the 2 players through from Group C, though, who do you think will have a good night tonight? Because you've mentioned Martin Adams there. He was part of our debut night here, our launch night at the Super Series. He said he really struggled with that additional pressure here. So would you say Peter Jacques has got a better chance, or would you say Martin Adams?
I think there's less expectation on Peter, purely because of who's going through the group with him. Because of Martin's reputation, we automatically think that he could possibly win this week. And it was very different for all of us on Monday when we were talking about Daniel Closer, because we didn't know a great deal about him. We didn't know what kind of levels he had. We are going to put pressure on him on Saturday. So get ready for that, Daniel.
Yeah, that's a good one to look forward to if he manages to get the right bus back from London, because some of us have made that mistake before and not ended up back in Portsmouth. That wasn't too long ago I did that. But let's look at Group B, heading into our final session before finals night. It is Greg Ritchie who's leading the way on 8 points. He has been prolific on tops, hasn't he?
Yeah, 10 hits out of 14 attempts. Incredible stuff. You might think he's a mini Robert Thornton. I get the feeling that Scotland hasn't had it go their way in Group C, but I do get the feeling that it's going to be their night tonight. And obviously the other combatants in that group are English, but I'm going to go for 2 Scots to make it and 1 Englishman, whoever that is.
Wow, yeah, Rob Collins, I think I'm expecting him to carry on that form that he showed yesterday. His consistency has let him down at times, but I think even though we spoke about, you know, he said to me that he doesn't thrive in the evening session, he certainly didn't look that way last night, did he?
I think he's telling porkies, if you ask me. I think he's been brilliant in evening sessions throughout the last couple of years. I've played Rob a few times during the day, and he didn't play his best stuff then, but that was from home during the pandemic. If you look at what he's done over the last 18 months, some of his night sessions have been really fruitful. So I'm going to go against what he's saying. I think he's going to qualify.
Yeah, I agree with Nico on that one. So then 3 places up for grabs for finals night. 3 players already through. We get the action underway from 10 p.m. this evening. We look forward to seeing you then.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill. The MODUS Super Series.